hog. Oh, right. I forgot. I made ice cream. Oh. Oh. How do you be? How do you be? Let me make the post. Stream announcement. Live now. Hey yo, we live now. So live now in the now live now. I am recovering from illness. How could you tell? Bada beep, bada boop. And I grab this, and I can have a second chat, and I won't get ice cream all over myself because I made a milkshake, and then it was too much, so I put it in the freezer, and then I was going to have it this morning, and then it didn't heat in time, so then I didn't have a milkshake this morning, but I did have ice cream this morning, because that is what happens when you freeze a milkshake. Hey, Arrow, do you know how a non-binary person unalives someone, they/them? Well, why did the non-binary prospector go out west during the gold rush? Because there was gold in they/them hills. Or there/them hills? I don't know. I don't... There's a lot of non-binary jokes, and I can't be fussed to remember them all. That is my excuse. Oh, I was gonna get some juice, and then I remembered I had ice cream. I should probably... Oh, this is... Give me a moment. You know, I'm thinking back on a friend who, after various things in their life, had done, basically had certain patterns of behavior that I had picked up on, and I asked them about something that was private, and I asked them about something, like, obviously, like, we're tight like that, but I asked them about something that they had not revealed to me, and then they expressed how concerned they were. Not that I had asked, but by the fact that I picked up on what I asked about, and they have the perception of me that I am some sort of omniscient, all-knowing being that is simply like ahead of the curve and is constantly underestimated. And I think back on that occasionally, because then I start stream and I forget that I have a milkshake that turned into ice cream next to me, and now the condensation is getting all over my desk, and I think to myself, wow, they're so wrong about me. So let me wipe this up, let me get some juice, and then I'll be ready. Sorry. It's always very silly to me whenever someone overestimates my ability. Because it happens so rarely. gonna be on screen? No? A cat was desiring to be a star. And yet she denies me. In the way that all things do. Hi. Hello. Oh, I'm not here. I'm dead. Oh, I'm here. Hi. Hi. So, hello, first stream. Hey, Origin. So, first stream. We are going to haze you. I hope you're ready, and I hope that, like, you don't have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. You will be messed up. You too? Oh, hey, Solar. Okay, I do have to ask. Are you here from the Yuri voiceovers, or are you here from the TTRPG content? Because those are two related but differing spheres of influence. Oh, never mind. No, I've been here before. No hazing. See, you get it. The way to, like, survive on the internet is to just lie. Is to just spread misinformation. Hear from both of them? That's so real. TTRPG. Listen, I'm a TTRPG channel that just kind of, like, I unironically just kind of fell into voice acting. I started voicing some memes as a joke, and then my meme voiceovers started performing better than my TTRPG content because, I mean, it makes sense. In the algorithm, it is easier to send someone a 45-minute or a 45-second meme voiceover than like a minute-long like D&D short or like a Lancer short if they don't know about Lancer. So it makes sense, but it is kind of funny that like I didn't intend to get into voice acting at all. Also, why are you saying my mech Yuri isn't a real genre? I didn't say that at all. However, I'm about to say that. And you wanna know what? Let me go over to my chat and set this up because before stream, because I am a silly creature. You know this. I am a silly creature that does silly things, and I decided to make a presentation for today's stream. What is a genre? However, first, I'm going to set up a Q&A, and if you don't know, in streams, if you're here and you're participating, if you say hi, I would love to say hi back to you. If you're giving me your time and attention, I think it's only polite for me to respond in kind. So I like to start every stream by everyone just going like, hi, hey, checking in, what's going on? If you want, you can say like one happy thing that has happened to you in the past week or so. Just kind of like share something positive. In the meantime, I'm going to start a Q&A because on these streams, or not Q&A, I'm going to start I am going to start Q&A. I'm going to start Q&A where I post a question, and then for the rest of the stream, anytime you have a question that is not relevant to what we're talking about at that moment, you can throw it in the Q&A section, and then I'll get to it later. So, ding dong. It's probably a package. I don't want to go get it. If they ring again, I'll go get it. I should go get it or else someone might steal it. Give me a moment. Spider? Maybe. Hi. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard me talking to a spider in my room, but I came back in my room and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a spider. Hi. So, spiders are cool. What kind of cool questions do you have for me? That's my question. That's my Q&A. Nothing to do with spiders. It could be about VTubing, it could be about TTRPGs, it could be about me, it could be about whatever. Spiders are cool. I like spiders. Speaking of spiders, let's go centipede theme. Okay, so everyone said hi. Who is saying hi? So it's Kiki and Real Robot and Kali and B and Bayhammer and Aj and Solar and Origin and Yixtris and F2 Becoder. And I think that's everyone that's saying hi. Also Gray. Hi everyone. I'm Arrow. If you don't know me, I don't know how you got here. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. Talk mostly variety TTRPGs. Also, I'm a voice actor. Apparently, stumbled into that one. And I spent the first 5 minutes of stream dealing with ice cream that used to be a milkshake. So I have been trying to eat healthier, and part of that is I need more calories. So I've been trying to make milkshakes. And in that, I also have protein shakes that honestly, they're way too expensive for their own good, so I don't drink them regularly enough. But in particular, I'll drink them on stream days, because if I can just pound a protein shake prior to a 7-hour stream, that makes me less bad about my health, I presume. So I'll have a protein shake. But I also thought, okay, if I want to make milkshakes to get more calories, why don't I make them protein milkshakes so I can make them with a protein shake? So then I did that. And then there was way too much liquid in the protein shake for the ice cream I used, so it was super liquidy and not that great. And it ended up being more just a really cold protein shake that had some chunky bits to it because it was ice cream. Then yesterday, I try again. This time in a larger container so I could properly blend all of the ice cream, because before my container was slightly too narrow. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I made way too much. This is 2 servings. So I had half of it, and then I saved half of it for this morning. But I didn't want it to melt. I didn't want it to go the way of the dodo, or the way of the North Pole. So I put it in the freezer overnight. And after 30 minutes, it was frozen solid. So I was like, okay, I was considering having it later in the night. I'll have it in the morning. I can take it out. I can let it thaw, whatever. Take it out. 45 minutes. Still cold. Still solid. We're approaching an hour of it being out. And it finally starts softening to the extent of ice cream with a little bit of the melty liquid stuff to it. So it's we're kind of going from sherbet to soft serve ice cream, or to hard serve? Soft serve? What's the one where it's scoopy in tubs? Anyway, so we're at that consistency now. 1 minute before stream. So I'm eating my dumplings. I'm finishing my slide deck of what is a genre. And I am just oh, I have ice cream. I forgot about this. So I start eating ice cream as I realize that it's dripping condensation over my entire desk. Can I? MS Pink. I'll kill you. How do I delete? What? How do I erase? Wait, I know. Ah! No spoilers. No spoilers. Turn on laser pointer. Turn on pen. Isn't there another? There is another. Erase all. Piano? Oh, are you referring to the music? I thought the stream would start an hour from now. So, Real Robot, I'm sorry about that. As I've mentioned on the Discord, I was sick 2 days ago. Basically, I was visiting family over the weekend. I get back and I'm like, ugh, my throat's bothering me. And the night before I left, I was like, man, I'm so tired. I'm gonna pass out at 11. And so I went through the cycle of, I'm feeling kind of unwell. I guess it's just because I've been traveling and I'm spending a bunch of time around kids and my family, and I've been super active. And then I wake up and my throat is killing me, and I'm going through water after water after water. I'm waking up to go to the bathroom because I'm drinking so much water, and my throat is killing me. And the awkward bit is 1, pain. 2, I had a unrelated psychiatric appointment that day, so I was going to a medical center anyway. And also it could have been COVID, it could have been the big Rona. It could have been like the flu. It could have been like strep throat. It could have been any number of things. All I knew is that my throat was killing me and I was kind of fatigued. So I ended up taking a COVID test and I'm not pregnant. That is what I determined from the COVID test because it did the thing where it's like, where the way this works is that if this line is even slightly visible, you're pregnant, right? And I didn't get that, so I'm not pregnant. In case you were wondering. Hi, Double Skull Dice. Hey, a T. No, what I drew? No. So that was a table. That was a table. Yeah, I'm not pregnant. Can we get applause in chat, please? Can we please have people like applaud for me for not getting pregnant? I'm so like, listen. I want to thank myself. I want to thank God and Obama. I want to thank everyone who believed that I could not get pregnant. Thank you. No, you're too kind. You're too kind. Anyway, what's a genre? Oh, so I have ADHD. Did you know that? That was the appointment I went to. So if anyone knows, out east, before I moved to California, I got ADHD assessment, and they were like, "We think that you have the symptoms of ADHD, but we're not going to diagnose you." And I was like, "Pog." And then they did diagnose me with something else. I don't know if I talked about it on stream before, but out here in California, I was like looking for a second opinion, and then I told them like, "Yeah, I took this test out east, and like I was told I have a bunch of symptoms and like all this stuff." And the proctor, who like was the in-house psychiatrist who has ADHD, like had like one conversation with me, and then he's like, "Okay, so yeah, like you definitely have ADHD, so here's what we're gonna do with medication." I'm like, blink blink. What? Like just the conversation? And he's like, "Yeah, like you clearly have it." And I'm like, "What?" So like based off of what I had said previously and just like interacting with me in a conversation, apparently just one conversation was all it took to get me diagnosed with ADHD. And he immediately was like, "Yeah, so like I understand that you have some other like mood stabilization stuff going on, so like let's start focusing on treating that first in case that impacts your ADHD." And I'm just like, I came here expecting like to set up another 6-hour multi-stage assessment. Does anyone know what an FSIQ is? Like a full-scale IQ? Because IQ is you are at like 100 with a standard deviation in either direction for 15. Right? So 100 is average to your age range. 115 is above average. 85 is below average. So like if you have like a 97 IQ, yes, you are less intelligent than the average person, but you're not like stupid, right? 85 is when it starts to be like, oh, this is where you're starting to hit like mental degradation, like you probably are special needs. 115 is where you start hitting, like if you're 103, yeah, you're smarter than the average person, not statistically significantly though. 115 is about, oh, that's where you're like notably more intelligent than the average person. You're probably a gifted kid. You're probably in special programs. Like you're expected to be a high achiever kind of deal. So this is IQ, which like is, I mean, it's not pseudoscience. It's just kind of extremely narrow in its focus. It is trying to incorporate all of intelligence in a single number. And it has a primary focus on if you're well-educated, good at taking standardized tests, and have a knowledge related to a like not America-centric, but like a Western-centric worldview. And like they are biased. It's terribly outdated. Everyone knows this. However, I don't know how this relates to FSIQ. I can only assume that an FSIQ, because FSIQ is a full-scale IQ. IQ is intelligence quotient. That's why it's based on averages. FSIQ is full-scale intelligence quotient, which basically reads a broader range of things and averages your intelligence across like basically 4 mini IQs, right? I also heard that it heavily impacted by economic opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. Because like if you grow up under the poverty line, you're probably not learning about a bunch of the stuff that is being tested on the IQ test. So you're gonna score lower, even if like aptitude-wise, you have a higher aptitude than someone that grew up more well off than you. Similarly, if I am educated with a focus on mathematics, reading comprehension, and even like geography and vocabulary, someone else who is educated off of like performance arts and or creative thinking, written expression, maybe language comprehension, those are all things that are tested and weighted less heavily on IQ. You just got accepted into one of the universities. Hey, awesome. Also, welcome in, Caffeine. The Mensa IQ test is education agnostic. Does that make me trust it? No. Anyway, does anyone want to have a guess what my FS IQ was? Because this is something that I took like a year ago. I took it about a year ago. About a year ago. My FS IQ, which is the average between like, here's my math section, and here's my like reading comprehension section, and here's my critical thinking section, and here's my like something else section. It is the average of all of these. So if I got like a 100, a 100, a 100, and a 200, that would be 500 divided by 4 would be like an FSIQ of like 125, right? So I see 110, at least 2, 69, and 109. Apparently, my FSIQ is 135. And I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna lie. I have no range of how intelligent that is. 150, that's why you're the boss? I did end up getting like in the 99.9% like percentile for, I think it was written and verbal comprehension for my age, which was cool. But like, I don't know what this means. Like, I don't know if FSIQ is like, the average is like 130. Because if the average of FSIQ is 130, then it doesn't matter if I got like a 135 because I can't compare it to normal IQ. I can't compare it to just the 100. I don't believe in IQ as a metric for intelligence. They made me take some when I was younger and when I was applying to high school. Yeah, like this is all like, we all understand. IQ, outdated, not really the best thing. I think FSIQ is more trusted contemporarily because it is more holistic. But I have no idea what this is. It is just straight up puzzle. It is straight up puzzles. And like, I locked in for that. Because when I sit down and they're like, hey, here's like a 6-hour assessment. I can't back up. No. Here's like a 6-hour assessment. Our plan is to do like 3 to 4 hours today and finish it next time in a second session. I was just like, bet I can do it in 5. And so I just grinded through the entire like 6 to 7 hours assessment in like 5 hours because I was just like locked in. And apparently I did well. FSIQ average is also 100. Interesting. Well, apparently I'm smart. Obviously not that smart, but flighty is a good word. Would you say I'm an airhead? Would you say I'm airheaded? I feel like I'm not air-aligned, though. What element would it be? Because, like, if air, fire, earth, water. But we also have, like, fire, wood, metal, earth, water. So, like, are we talking, like, Aristotelian? Aristotelian? Platonic? Socratean? I think it's Aristotelian. Aristotelian elements, like the 4 elements of the Western tradition, or the, like, Eastern Wuxang? Apparently that very superior classification. No, you're quite smart. Thank you. Yeah, so like academically at least, even if it's not practically, academically, I was like very superior, gifted, very superior. And then I hit mathematics and it was like average, high average, above average, average. So like everything but mathematics, I was like notably above average. But obviously that's mostly due to my upbringing. That's mostly due to the fact that, particularly to my mother, education was extremely important. And I like never skipped school or anything. I never saw the point. So I just stayed in school and I learned and I applied myself to my education. And like a lot of that was due to circumstance, not natural aptitude. You're very smart, just a bit unfocused. Thank you. Hey, Mizzle. I think it's more like you have too much going on up there rather than too little. Oh. Yeah. Makes sense. I have a lot going on in my brain. That's why, like, and I've talked about this with some friends, but like, when I got diagnosed, because this is something that like I'd suspected for a while, like even before streaming, and then on stream, a bunch of y'all have ADHD and are like, hey, I know what you are. And I don't like self-diagnosing. So I was just like, sure, you recognize that, but I can't claim that because I have not been diagnosed with that. So I have been diagnosed with it. And immediately, the psychiatrist was just like, hey, here's some meds I'd recommend. And like, I ain't gonna lie, that's scary. Like I am someone that very recently in my life has started like medicating. Like I only like started HRT a couple years ago. And even then, that's something where it's just like I have very specific goals with that I can't really accomplish without HRT. So I've never really had anything that's like antidepressants or like anxiety meds or mood stabilizers or anything, or like Adderall or anything, Vyvanse. So I am kind of scared because I'm worried, like, what if I become not fun? What if I lose the spark in me? Because like a lot of people like rant and rave at how like creative I am, or how like I might be inspiring, or how I have so many good ideas. Like, what if that's just the fact that I'm not medicated? Like, I weirdly enough have this like complex now, where now that I do have confirmation that it is ADHD, I'm like, what if it's only ADHD? I feel like the entire term airhead is kind of ableist and often applies to ADHD individuals, with the assumption being you didn't pay attention to the current situation, you must be biologically unintelligent. Huh. I hadn't considered it like that. Because when I think airhead, I think the classic like ditz. I think the classic like misogynist stereotype of an airheaded woman, generally a young woman, who doesn't pay attention, isn't really out there, isn't focused, and kind of just like lets life take her on. That's my stereotype of an airhead. Never just ADHD. I lose the whimsy, just don't take it. Yeah, I don't know. It's in my it's just in my own head. Honestly, autistic masking is a pain. I wish there were meds for it. That's fair. That just sounds sleep deprived. That is fair. That does sound like sleep deprivation. Burnout always comes, but it also goes away at some point. You believe in me, Aaron? Thank you, Solar. I stake so much of my identity in being a bitterly envious misanthrope, so I can sympathize with the what if I'm just gone when I'm on meds / the therapy finally works thing. Oh, so like I'm not gonna get too far into it, but like when I was a teenager, I very much was in a similar spot. A bitterly envious misanthrope, loner, quiet, by myself, didn't really have too much of a support network, and I saw that as core to who I was. And now, very few of those things describe me. I'd still say I'm a bit of a loner. I'd still say that I'm definitely still a bit of an island, because like, look at how many collabs I've done. Right? Look at how often I like bring on people. Like, obviously I have friends in the content space, but I'm like, my goal is not to go around and like make this huge giant network. I'm just kind of doing my own thing and I'm enjoying it. But I do know exactly what you're talking about, where it's, as a teenager, I was really struggling which like only like in the past couple years did I learn was because apparently I'm clinically depressed. And I just raw dogged it. It was a struggle, and I had very painful things happen to me that forced changes in character. And I'm who I am now, and I am much happier for it. And I miss parts of myself. And I want to honor parts of myself that I feel I no longer have. And I want to be respectful towards my past self and who I was and what I thought I would become. And so I've already gone through that. It is just kind of when I'm in a state like this, like content creation, it is, I want to maximize the joy I can bring to others. So I'm scared. You're helping me get through the last hour of work. Did the struggling build character, as I say? Okay, so realistically, I'm of the opinion struggling is not something that builds character. I feel struggling, and I'm talking like you really are struggling with like ideation of a certain kind that I can't talk about on YouTube. You are struggling with severe poverty. You are struggling with an eating disorder. You are struggling with like you can't find a job for multiple years. Like real struggle, not necessarily that like, oh, earlier like I had a milkshake that was frozen into ice cream and I was trying to deal with that and then condensation got everywhere. Like that's not struggle. That is a struggle, but that's not struggling in the same way. I think struggling is a filter. And if you are the sort of person who will be able to adapt and grow and move on despite your struggles, you will say, oh, it built my character. Because the character that you are naturally inclined to build anyway happened during that filter. And then the people who are not able to do that, whether it's because they don't have the aptitude or the circumstances or the support network or whatever, they fail their struggle, whatever that ends up manifesting as. And they are seen as weak because it did not build character for them. And I am of the opinion that it is not the struggling that builds the character. That's kind of like the noble struggle, the kind of like the martyr's sacrifice kind of deal. I think that you can grow as a character despite the struggle, and that the way you are filtered and the lens in which you are to build your character is altered by the struggle. We believe in redemptive suffering. Thank you. That's the term. All right, too relatable. Tone it down a little bit. Oh my gosh. Struggling just breaks people. When you're at your worst, there's no way to get out of that as a poor person. Struggling builds character when it comes to rich people that never struggled, never at risk. Mm-hmm. I mean, and I'll push back on that a little bit. I think that there are people who are well off in one regard, and they're poor in another regard. And obviously, like, that's a little bit of, like, boo-hoo, I'm wiping away my tears with money. But, like, if you come from money, but you are, like, the glass child, where you are completely neglected and looked through and have no support network from your parents, that is a legitimate struggle that you can't just buy money out of, like buy your way out of. But that is also a different type of struggle than, for instance, I was food insecure growing up. Those are two different levels of struggle. Sending hugs to Arrow and everyone in chat. Yes, this is a space where, despite the fact that we're talking about something pretty rough right now, it's supposed to be a joyous space, and I want to spread creativity, which is part of why, like, I am scared. I'll admit it. Like, I'm the sort that will just like admit when I'm scared or I'm nervous or I'm anxious or whatever. Like, I'm scared about losing what makes this connection special. So I basically told the psychiatrist, like, hey, let's hold off. I am not worried about that yet. Let's first try like therapy. Because let's pump the brakes. And so he was like, yeah, sure. But I just figured that was an update worth sharing. And not all struggles are equal, but they're all real. Exactly. Honestly, character is more being able to reflect experiences, good and bad, including struggles. Character, I would say, is knowing and sometimes discovering your convictions and resisting temptation. For instance, I would say that an element of my character is knowing the fact and discovering the fact that one of my conviction is that I don't drink alcohol. And I have been tempted many times to drink alcohol because this is not something that it's like, oh, it's for a health reason. It's like, oh, I'll die if I drink alcohol. It's like, it's a personal choice of mine. And there have been many times where I have felt temptation, not pressure, but temptation to have alcohol, mostly due to positive circumstances of someone that I am friends with or that I care about or whoever offering me alcohol and being like, hey, like, I like you, I care about you, like, alcohol is a social experience, would you like me to get you some? And so I'm tempted. But also, like, that's not what I'm about. I'm not about drinking. I don't like calling myself straight edge because that has ties to some really nasty subcommunities. But, like, I don't drink, I don't engage in casual hanky-panky, I don't do any sort of substance or any sort of non-prescribed substances, smoking, tattoos, any of that. Like, I'm boring. So that's the sort of thing where, like, that is a sign of my character because it's tied to my convictions. Whereas I think that struggle, being that sort of filter, acts as a catalyst to help you find your convictions, right? Maybe as someone who is struggling and as someone who is like under the poverty line and you're food insecure and like your family can't take care of itself, maybe you don't really have much of a problem with people like skirting the line of legality because, hey, you did what you had to do. And that's that is struggle revealing your character as opposed to struggle making you a better or worse person. Boring is cool, low-key. Being scared of meds is real in a mood. Yeah. Yeah. I'm generally a fun, goofy guy, but every time I get to dump my lore on friends, I get huge or ask if I'm okay. Or you get a hug. Yeah. I don't know. I've talked about this before, where... And this is like gonna be like the last therapy thing. Like, we're kind of like having a group therapy talk right now. Beer tastes bad. Alcohol tastes like hand sanitizer. I mean, the way that I've heard about alcohol, everyone wants to drink alcohol that doesn't taste like alcohol. That's why like fruity drink cocktails are so popular. And that is why even like the stereotypical manly man usually really likes a really girly drink. So just like stereotypically, but is too proud to order it. So they decide to drink beer instead. Although I have also heard, if y'all from the UK, you let me know. Apparently UK beer is just like multiple steps above US beer. Obviously, I can't confirm or deny that. And this is mostly from like British comedians roasting American beer. It's about the feeling, not the flavor. Alcohol does have its use in cooking. Alcohol as a cooking agent, whether it is like white wine or sake or like whatever you have, like it helps. No drinking, darn coffee is the gas to my engine. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. I don't do alcohol. I don't do coffee. I drink tea, but I used to drink it like nightly. Even now, I don't really drink it more than like twice a week. Juice, which Hank Green is staunchly anti-juice. He's like, juice is as bad as soda. This may be one of my biggest vices because like every morning I'll have a glass of juice, and what I've been doing more recently, which I really need to stop, is having like a second or even a third glass of juice throughout the day, which obviously sounds super dumb of me to say, but when you look at the sugar content of juice it will say like, oh, zero added grams of sugars, but then it will say like the container has like 40 grams of sugar. And it's like, oh, if you do the math, the natural sugars before they added any end up being 1 cup is like 40% of your daily sugar intake, right? So that's something where if I have too much juice, that is like as bad as having too many sodas. Turkish people chug down 10 glasses of tea every day. A lot of cultures do that. My guess would be the UK, East Asia, particularly China, and most of the Middle East are super big on tea, from what I've heard. No, juice is crazy sugary with no fiber to counteract it. Because fruit is sugar, exactly. Primates get okay, no. The reason that primates get diabetes by eating too much fruit is because genetically, we have artificially selected for fruits that are larger, that are plumper, that are sweeter, and have longer shelf lives, of course. But the fruits that we give primates in captivity and animals in captivity have a much higher sugar content than what they are genetically used to in the wild. So because of that, it is way more sugary and gives them diabetes. But also, it basically, it's not quite drugs, but like it hijacks their reward center. And so there will be like animals in captivity that are given like, here is a small salad of like leaves and whatever, maybe with some tomatoes, and then like half of a plum. And they will throw away the salad and like the tomato and just eat the half a plum and effectively only want the fruit, because in the same way of like someone in the US who eats way too much fast food, the animals in captivity are like addicted to the sugar content. And so zookeepers have had to not just like pull back how much fruit they give them, but also like what fruit they give them. But Arrow, tomatoes are fruit? Yes, tomatoes are a fruit genetically, because fruit is a botanical term, whereas vegetable is a culinary term. So yes, I'm speaking from the culinary sense here, not from the botanical sense. You mongrel. You know what has some good alcoholic drinks? The Scorch Basin, which you can find in the link in the description, because I have a product code with Homie and the Dude, who are awesome, by the way, where you can get 20% off and kick some over the channel. It is a system agnostic setting where it is like Mad Max meets Dune, and I provided some voice work for the trailer. Fun fact, most everyone here is also a fruit. That is also true. And you're also sweet, so it checks out. Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit, wisdom is not putting tomato in a fruit salad, and charisma is selling someone a tomato-based fruit salad. I giggle at the typo, like I don't need to triple check every message I send. My uni is a spot that serves coffee for free every 2 hours. I am not going to get rid of my addiction. Oh no. You're partial to the Jägermeister yourself, but if you can completely avoid alcohol, you would. Careful, the lewd tubers love straight-laced and boring VTubers that are coming. Honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie. If I had a random lewd tuber just like hit me up and be like, hey, I'm going to adopt you as my little say-so friend, I'd be down. Like, because I don't have anything against NSFW content. Obviously, I keep that separate from this channel. I don't do that stuff. I don't involve the community with that as best I can, because I understand there are minors in this community. And that would be irresponsible of me to not like have a strict embargo on that content. But like Project Melody, Cottontail VA, Vexoria the Sun Eater, these are all very high profile like lewd tubers who like do actual like NSFW content, but are also safe for work content creators. And like that's Pog. I think that like they deserve more respect for what they do. You do not know lewd tuber is a term? Yes. So lewd tuber is a VTuber that does, honestly, lewd tuber tends to mean more like teasing and like ASMR and like GFE roleplay stuff, but it also encompasses VTubers that do 18 plus content, like explicit content. And so there is a large stigma against lewd tubers in the VTube community, where a lot of VTubers get really frustrated at how a lot of lewd tubers get more popular than them, faster, grow farther, because, I mean, that sells. Like, I can't really blame them. So there's a bit of a stigma against them, and even if I am not part of their number and I'm not trying to join their number, I do think that like they deserve their respect and they deserve like to rest on their laurels. So if the classic very sussy content creator paired with very say-so creator, where say-so is just like innocent, is PG, is like family friendly. For instance, I say things that are sus, that are suspect, that are lewd on occasion, but overall, like, I don't curse. I don't say 18 plus things. I don't do 18 plus content. I would consider myself say-so. You walked in on Arrow having the ADHD diagnosis. I think we all knew. The girlfriend video. Yes, the girlfriend video. Exactly. The girlfriend video is something where that is not say-so, and that is something suspect. That is something lewd. That is something that is not, like, kosher. However, I, in my incredulity to it, reinforce how say-so I am. Holy heck, this new coffee is strong. I can't keep drinking 12 total ounces of it. It needs more milk. We're talking about fruit, ADC, LewTubers, and maybe still alcohol. Maybe alcohol. I don't know. You said the frick word before. Don't lie. Oh, no. So, like, I don't know if anyone knows that. I can curse. I have videos out where I have cursed in them because I have been, like, doing a voiceover. And I curse with it. Where the Mech War is one that comes to mind, where I just heard someone say, cascade the enemies of the Godhead, two set reps over, I gotta get the F out of here. Like, I raw dog that, like, because it's a voiceover, it's a script, right? When I'm quoting people, or when I'm reading text from a video game, I often will say it explicitly. Because, like, I'm not scared to curse, I just choose not to. I curse as a treat. What? I can't believe this. I will say, broadly speaking, I don't. Like, who here saw the mech, like, what's in your pants video that I made the other day? The one where it's the Lancer, Genghis, and the White Witch. Like, get effing immobilized. Like, I could have just, like, full stop cursed, but I chose not to because, like, I'm not someone that curses. And there has been... Y'all would know better than me. I want to say there's been under 5 times in all of my time on this channel where I have, like, cursed. Where it's just, like, me with no external prompting have, like, dropped an F-bomb. I certainly have done it. There's been a couple times where I have, like, straight up cursed. And I can think of one time, which was, like, within the past month or 2 months, where I, like, accidentally cursed as I was like, oh, dang it, oh, darn it, oh, shoot. And then I said, like, a swear. And then I was just like, oh, where'd that come from? Because, like, even in my daily life, I don't curse. I used to curse, but after watching you heck and frick have entered my vocab, I am the cognito hazard. Funny thought. What would happen? What would be your thoughts on the idea of an RP heavy campaign that's synth-op, but instead of espionage, the characters are just synthetic? So I assume what you're asking is, like, slice of life synth-op? There's nothing stopping you. Like, in fact, I would say that despite the fact that there is an entire section devoted to combat, and I conceptualize synth-op as a skirmish game where you are intended to fight every mission at least one encounter, if not 2 or more. Because it's kind of like Cyberpunk, kind of like Shadowrun. Like, you could sneak around, you could, like, schmooze your way through. Like, there's nothing stopping you from going on a mission to steal the briefcase. But you can't leave the gala. Because you're public representatives of Syncotech and you need to have FaceTime. So you need to get the briefcase in a completely social encounter where you are schmoozing with other like government officials and like corporate leaders and like just rich people all around. And so that is entirely a role play section where you're like James Bond, right? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Slice of life, but on the less say-so variety where the conflict comes from the fact that robots are service workers. Oh, okay. So what I'm gathering is that it's like we all hate our boss and we're all working at McDonald's. Is it PowerPoint presentation time? Listen. It's only been an hour. The fact I got the presentation open within 15 minutes is already a feat in and of itself. How it's so hard to keep using fluffing instead of the F word? Because I've done it at least since like middle school, if not earlier. Because like I used to curse. Yeah, when I was like in elementary school, I like learned about swearing. I grew up in a household where I wasn't allowed to swear, and so I started trying like swearing with my friends, and I would like say the F-bomb and I would do all that. And then I kind of realized, or heard, and I internalized this. If I curse less, then that makes the times when I do curse more impactful. And there was a time, like a couple months ago, where I got into an argument with someone, and we're arguing, and like I did something to upset them, and like they did something to upset me, and like the way the conversation was going, like they were getting defensive, and I just like I just like whipped out like just a snap because I was just so like frustrated with them that like, can you effing stop? Just like in the middle of a conversation. And they like shut up as a response, because I don't think that they'd ever had me curse at them before. And that obviously that's not because like I was trying to manipulate them or anything. That was because I was just really like, that was a very like upsetting conversation for me to have. And so I released the restraint levels on my tolerance, whatever. But like, it's something where by making a habit of not cursing, like every time I have cursed, like seriously, it's been like a moment for everyone around me. Have I watched Castlevania? I have. I watched Castlevania, the first 4 seasons. I haven't watched the sequel series. I think it's with Richter? TTRPG genres are fake. As an urban fantasy fanboy, I'm gonna need you to explain yourself expeditiously. Listen. The PowerPoint has been on. We've had the PowerPoint open. This has all been part of the explanation, including my talk about ADHD as well as alcohol. We will make a cypher out of you. Understood. I do have a friend. I do have a friend where he definitely has made me a bit more of a cypher. Yeah, I have definitely had a corruption arc. And no, it's very fun being someone who is just like, yeah, I'm not gonna do any of this stuff. I'm not chatting about this. ADHD is a genre. Pog. It's like me when I get the angry voice, I rarely use it. That's also true. Like, how often have you heard me like yell? Like, obviously, like I yelp. You've even heard me scream on stream. You've heard me be loud, but like, I can really only think of a couple times where like I have like similarly to cursing. Like, I just try not to yell at people. Also, because I think that's like impolite. I think that that's not productive. I think it's not helpful. But like, there was one time on stream. This was like 2 years ago. This was like a year and a half ago, where Neko Boy Blue was doing something. We were playing Terraria, him, Rory, and me. And he was doing something that was just like so annoying. He was just like eating fish and not helping or trying to fight a boss. And then I was like, Neko, help for once in your life. And I like yelled at him on stream. And afterwards, Rory was just like, I felt that from the soul. It was, I don't know. I try not to yell at people. I try not to curse at people. So like when I do like once a year, it goes hard. It was so, because it's like genuinely, he was really annoying me. And like, obviously, like I still talk to Neko. We're still friends. That's what friends do. But just like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I just remember him just being just so frustrating in Terraria. Because Terraria too, in case you didn't know, I played through all of Terraria. All the way through Moonlord for the very first time with Nekoboy Blue and Rorston VT, 2 friends of the channel. And was this a year ago or 2 years ago? This was 2 years. I think we started at the end of 2024, and then we finished at the beginning of 2025. Because it was like over the year end that we did it. It took like 6 months. Because we were playing once a week. And I am not fond of survival builders. Like, I ain't gonna front. If it doesn't have a directed thing to do, if it's just like, oh, this is your sandbox, you can play in it, I get bored quick. And like I played Minecraft a bit, like back when it first came out. And I played Terraria on and off. I never got past the Wall of Flesh because I'd always played with friends prior. And we just never continued. Terraria was fun up until we spent entire streams just grinding materials so that we could get like plus 10 more damage, because Terraria is a game where if you don't scale with the enemies, you physically cannot win. A new Dragon Quest will be released soon. I've never played Factorio. I don't think I have the autism for Factorio. That's not to say I don't think I'm autistic. That is to say, I do not think that I have the specific brainworm that makes Factorio like click with me. Because Factorio is a game where you want to optimize. Factorio is a game where you want to have a small plan to get larger and larger and more efficient and cost less and have less oversight and less management. And that just doesn't really appeal to me as much. Holds up Bloodborne as an offering. I really want to play Bloodborne. I only have PC. I've never had... my sibling had a PS3 that I played. And I actually played like OG Oblivion on it. Along with other games like MK9. And I think that's still back at my mother's house. Because my sibling certainly didn't take it. He didn't care about it. I don't think I took it. That'd be funny if I took it. Elden Ring stream when? So like unironically, I don't have Elden Ring, and I have only played all of DS1, and I played about half of DS2 up until the point where I had major computer issues and I lost 40 hours of progress. And this was like 3 years ago at this point, and I just was not interested in trying again. Same thing happened to Bloodlines. I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and I had major computer issues that like bricked my computer, and I lost. I got like I got to Hollywood, and I think I hadn't fought the Kuei Jin lady yet. But that's like the 2/3 mark of the game, right? So I played a good amount of both of those games, and I lost my progress on each of them because my computer kept breaking itself. And so before I play Elden Ring, I want to beat, because I have DS2 and DS3. And I enjoyed DS2. And obviously, I had a great time with DS1. I enjoyed DS2. It's just, after losing 40 hours, I kind of didn't want to jump back into it immediately, and now it's been 3 years. You hear Night Rain is fun, but it's also Battle Royale. Really? Isn't Night Rain like multiplayer? Honestly, they will never remaster it or port it. Piracy is not valid, particularly for streaming, is what I will say. This channel does not support piracy, and I will say, independent of your or my views, this channel cannot in good conscience endorse piracy. because a lot of times it's also against TOS. So, for instance, if you were to pirate goods and then send them on the Discord, I would be obligated to remove it due to the fact that Discord's TOS like prohibits piracy. Have I considered doing a gender-changing coffin speedrun? Isn't that really early? Isn't that like in the place betwixt or whatever? I still need to beat Dark Souls 1 and 2. Honestly, like, I have considered just streaming Dark Souls 2. My thing is, I don't know how many people will be like, where's the Dark Souls 1 playthrough? And I've already played Dark Souls 1, which I would love to play. I just don't have the time for it. Same thing, Dark Souls 2. Isn't Dark Souls 2 like an 80, 100-hour game? That's why I didn't stream Persona 5, even though I'm loving Persona 5, like, because I didn't want to devote like 14 streams to it. If not more. Yes, the tutorial area. Can you do the gender change in the tutorial? I thought you had to get like the de-petrification stuff. DS2 the goat. Do we have our resident Dark Souls 2 stan in chat right now, or is that just on the Discord? I've heard Dark Souls 3 up until Elden Ring. I heard that Dark Souls 3 was like the best one. Like basically for the longest time, I heard Dark Souls 1, rough gem. Amazing, lovely, rough. Dark Souls 2 sucked. Don't play it. It's awful. You'll hate it. It's bad. And then Dark Souls 3 was the best one of the series and the one new players should start with. And I said, no, I'm going to start with Dark Souls 1. Because if I bought all of them in a trilogy, I'm just going to play all 3 of them. And so I did, and I played Dark Souls 1, and I loved it. I had a great time. I got all the way to... I got past the Taros team, and I'm probably also past like the Bridge Wyvern with a broken dodge key. Because this was back on my PC where my spacebar was broken, and it took me up until that point to fix my key bindings. So I'd put my dodge and alt instead of spacebar. And the only reason I got past the Tauros demon, because he fell off. like the Tauros demon has this thing where in Dark Souls, it has a chance to just fall off the bridge. And so I go up, I fight him, I lose. I go up, I fight him again, I lose. And I go up and I fight him and he just dies instantly. And I was in call with a guy, which crazy. This is like wild. I would not do this now. I was playing SCP Secret Lab. And this is a multiplayer game where you're in the SCP universe. All of you are like SCPs, you're also scientists and you're D-class personnel. And then when you die, you can spawn back in as an MTF or a Chaos Insurgency. And it's known for just kind of being stupid. It's known for just kind of being like silly, going crazy. And I met a guy in this, and for whatever reason, we were talking about Dark Souls. And then he added me on Steam, was basically like, hey, I'm a huge Dark Souls head. I've played all the games. Let me like be call me in as a phantom and like I can like help you out. So I was like, sure. And so he's basically guiding me through the beginning of the game. He showed me that like, oh, here's how you kill Lotric by like having the phantom stand in the room and like you stab him from across, which meant that I did miss like the Firekeeper quest, which I was kind of sad about because I missed out on that. But it was just like this guy who was like super into Dark Souls and was just like, let me show you all the Dark Souls stuff. And so he like basically like coached me through the entire like first sixth of the game, basically up until Gaping Dragon. And then like in the depths is when I really started like coming to my own. And I think I stopped chatting with him at that point. I was doing my own thing and I was just playing through the rest of the game. But it was very funny that I'm in call with this guy and I'm explaining, okay, and he's like giving me like tips on how to fight the Taurus demon. And I'm like, oh, it just died. Just like the motorcycle outside is gonna die because it's Newman way too fast. After getting my hands on Bloodborne, it's by far the best. Really? I've heard more recently, I've heard Bloodborne is the best. And up until Elden Ring, I heard DS3 was the place to start. And now I've heard Elden Ring is the best place to start if you're new. And also, technically speaking, it is the best and it's the most fluid and it's the most intuitive. But ultimately, almost everyone I've talked to says Bloodborne is their favorite. Right. Following the steps of my friend, I take the place of DS2 stan. I hear everyone say each is the best quite often. It seems quite even. I feel like there's a notable bias against Dark Souls 2, but aside from that, yeah. People like Dark Souls 1, people like Dark Souls 3, people like Bloodborne. No one talks about Sekiro. I don't think it's that people dislike Sekiro. I just think it's that it's not nearly as popular as the others. And then obviously Elden Ring blew everything else out of the water. Imagine a Dark Souls stream where instead of the usual punishment system every death, it just increases stream timer by 15 minutes. I mean, so what I could do is I could do like a Dark Souls 2 stream. Where like I could do, oh, every death is something funny. Oh, want to be really funny? I do a Dark Souls 1 stream, because I've already played it, right? Dark Souls 1 stream, where if I die, it's game over. That's so dramatic, right? And then I just play Dark Souls 1 until I die, and then the first time I die, I stop, and I'm like, okay, that was our Dark Souls 1 playthrough. Join me next time for Dark Souls 2, and then I play Dark Souls 2 completely normally. Arrow's elite gamer. You know it. I'm not who you're thinking of, but I'll defend DS2 if asked. The game is overhated and is honestly a real fun game. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. And listen, I don't know if this is controversial. The fact that you can be invaded, I think only by NPCs, without going human, I love. Because when I played OG DS1, what I would do is I would play the entire game hollow, and then once I got to a boss, I would go back to a bonfire, I would human out on hollow, and then I would go forward and I would fight the inevitable invader, and then I would summon whatever phantom there was to help me in the boss, because, listen, I like summons. Yes, they made the game easier, but also I just think phantoms are cool. Right. So I played the entire game of DS1 really without being human. Like I would be human right before a boss so I could get the phantom, so I could fight the invader. I think I hit all of them, but I may have missed some. I think I missed Kirk in the depths, and that's it. Hey to everyone from Pierogi Land. Nice. I beat at DS2 with keyboard controls. I should run before someone burns me at the stake. Pink, I play on keyboard exclusively. I beat all of DS1 on keyboard. Why do you think I mentioned spacebar being broken? Sekiro struggles with replayability. Speaking of replayability, I am curious. Does anyone know anything about Outer Wilds? I have it, and I have literally just been waiting until I build my stream audience a bit more, so then I can play it. I know nothing about it. I know that apparently it's a game that you can only play once, and I know it's a game where don't look up anything about it. It's super spoilers. Don't look at any of the puzzles. So I'm really nervous about playing it because I get that I can only play it once. So I haven't looked into it. I haven't committed to playing it at any time. I don't know how long it is. All I know about Outer Wilds is it's a game that I have in my library, and people have been like, you need to play this. People who act like you're a worse player for using summons are weak tryhards. Honestly, I don't even use summons because I need them. And that's such a cop-out answer for someone who uses summons all the time. But I use them because I think they're cool. In DS1, I knew about and I heard about and I had information on saving Solaire. So I went through and I saved Solaire, and then in the Gwyn fight, I could summon Solaire. And I first tried Gwyn. And maybe that was because I had Solaire, but probably it was just because Gwyn isn't that difficult. Or at least I didn't find him that difficult. And so I just thought it was cool to have Solaire with me and have him fight alongside me. I brought Zuli the Witch to the Abyss fight, where again, I first tried the Four Kings. That time was probably because I had a Phantom with me because of just the distance of the Abyss. Apparently it's about 30 hours, but a darn good 30 hours. No, don't worry, just enjoy the journey. I don't know, I'm really nervous because like I feel as though my Yap streams are what people come for, so I don't want to play the games yet. Slayer's the GOAT and will always be the GOAT. DS2 is the best vibes of the three. Elden Ring is the best vibes in all Soulsborne. Just imagine Arrow getting gutted by the first non-tutorial enemy, not even the first boss, just a random hollow enemy. That would be really funny. That would be very funny. Okay, what is a genre? Has anyone noticed? Even if you just like the pretty colors and shape, Outer Worlds will be still be fun. I thought it was a puzzle game. I thought it was like a really mind-bending kind of puzzle game. Anyway, what is a genre? According to the dictionary, a genre is a category of artistic composition, as in music or literature, characterized by similarities in form, style, or subject matter. And I want you to look this. I want you to co-op Portal 2 co-op with Neko when I'm sure Neko's probably played Portal. Like I've played Portal 2. I have never beaten Portal 2. I know how it ends. And the co-op, I don't think I ever got more than like a third of the way through. Like I could do that with Neko, but I think he's already streamed Neko Portal 2 co-op. What is genre, Arrow? Exactly. So this is a genre according to the dictionary. Do you want to know what this means? Music or literature. There is no reason why you should ever pay attention to what people say about genres for D&D, because D&D is not music. It is not literature. Literature is art. And I went on Reddit and I looked at this poll that says that no, role-playing games are not art. Thank you, Oxford Ando from 6 years ago. You have confirmed for me that with this vote, with this poll, 40 people independently all agreed that role-playing games are not art, which means that by the dictionary definition, genre does not apply to D&D. Don't worry about this. Please hold. Please hold. Gosh, how do I even do this? How did I do this? I don't know what I did. I ain't gonna front. You'll deal with it. Okay, so, genre matters? JK, no it doesn't. Pop quiz. What is D&D? Does anyone have any guesses what genre D&D is? Clickbait into technical error classic. Listen, I think that the clickbait started when we started the stream by talking about like ADHD and drinking alcohol and whatever. As in, for example, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth, N. High redacted horror is my guess. Fantasy. Adventure. High or heroic fantasy. That's what this says. That's what these words say. But however, D&D used to be survival horror. So genre isn't real because one system, one game changed over time. What is Kane? Much easier question. No technical errors here. What system is Kane? Friend swap. Okay, all TTRPGs are friend swap. Unless you're like putting on a production, it's just friend swap. Oh, by the way, Tor Fun Stream is very good to bring my mood up for what is definitely going to be a grueling session. Nice. D&D is a group project simulator with puzzle and logistics elements. Okay, if you think that D&D is puzzle and logistics oriented, I got bad news for you. Friend RPGs exist though? Or solo RPGs exist though? Yes. However, I am a staunch when it comes to solo RPGs, because I would prefer to just write, personally. You can play Cyberpunk Red solo. You can play You can play any TTRPG solo. Did you just say solo slop? Did you just say, oh, I'm doing an activity by myself. I'm really getting up to some solo slop. Psychic, just psychic. No, you fool. It is shonen battle manga. However, even though Kane is very specific about... What the hecky? Please hold. Nerum. Nerum? Nerum! Neum! Okay. Sorry. Back to your regularly scheduled programs. Is Kane just shonen battle manga? But does that mean Chainsaw Man? Does that mean JJK? There's a very big difference between those two. I have not watched or read JJK, so just take my word for it. I'm an expert. Yes. It's all of them. And it's none of them. Because genre doesn't matter for a TTRPG. This was supposed to be what's Lancer, and then there would be a goblin here. But... this... What's Lancer? It's mecha. It's a war game. No, it's not. It's gay. Woo! Genre is dumb. Like you. Okay, that's my presentation. Applaud. Thank you. Thank you. Salient final point, TBH. I know. No, I'm not done. That undermines your whole thesis. Listen, I have an FSIQ of 135, so I think I know a little bit more about intelligence than you do. Yeah, applause slop. So, like... I have a question I don't think I should ask. So if someone's like, gluck gluck, you know, like gluck 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 gluck, is that slop slop? Show your sources, show your chart. This is my source. Dictionary definition. Oxford Languages. Did you ever publish a dictionary? I don't think so. The rare sussy. Shut up, okay? I would clap when I'm playing Bloodborne and have more bullets in my body than blood. Then you should call it Bullet Blorn. A clap! Clap for that! I deserve more applause. I want the applause slop to continue. The applause will continue until morale improves. If you couldn't properly research that, how can I trust the rest of this? That's just sloppy toppy sloppy. Aren't you supposed to null the test result for outcomes above a certain number and take another test with a higher median? I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, lying about my age. Maybe I'm just... Clunk, clunk, clunk. Maybe I'm just... Maybe they tested me against, like, 16-year-olds. Right? Like maybe I'm just significantly smarter than your average, like, 16-year-old. Arrow? Hi, that's me. Calling solo RPGs is just a master abuse of the word slop. What they probably mean would be masturbatory? Oh! To be clear, I don't agree with that take. I mean, yeah, so I am of the opinion. Okay, kill. Death. Woe upon ye. I'm of the opinion that if you want to play a solo TTRPG, that's your prerogative. And if it's fun for you, that's fun for you. That's what matters. Personally, if I'm going to play with myself, I'm just going to write. If I'm going to get up to some solo fun, I am simply going to write the stories that I've already been working on. And I don't need dice. I don't need instructions. I just need my imagination and some privacy in order to write the story that I want to tell. And I think a lot of people want that. I think a lot of people desire to be able to just like write the story they want to tell. And people who want to play a solo TTRPG either don't feel confident in their writing, or like want a writing prompt or something, or like they want inspiration to bounce off of. And then the other opportunity is people want to play a TTRPG, but they don't have friends that they feel they can't. So in the first camp, I would personally say just write, because yes, you could tell a compelling story with a solo TTRPG, but at the same time, you could also tell a compelling story just with your imagination. Whereas with the second option of I don't have friends, that's not playing a TTRPG for a social experience. Then you don't want a TTRPG group per se. You want a friend group, which you can find playing video games or board games or in a group writing discussion, like whatever ends up being. So in either case, I don't really see the need for a solo TTRPG. But like, obviously, if you have fun with it, I'm not gonna judge you for that. It's just a matter of I personally don't see the point. Solo TTRPGs seem like easy writing exercises. Yeah, but maybe it's just me. I don't really struggle when it comes to ideas. I struggle with the time and the discipline to put it on page. Because time is literally just, there's not enough time in the day. I have other stuff I need to do, I have other responsibilities, I have other stuff I'm focused on. Whereas the discipline is when I sit down to write, I might sit down to write for 3 hours, and I will only write for 45 minutes of that. Because the other 2 hours 15, I'm struggling to get in the writing headspace. And then once I get in it, I hyper-focus. I'm all in it. I'm down. I'm pogging. But I struggle to initiate that task. So the TTRPGs are excellent if you want to fill out time but don't want to use a screen. To be honest, I got into solo RPGs specifically because I couldn't reconcile my notions with creative writing anymore. But I need an essay to explain, which I have written. Oh my gosh. I think they're good as idea generators or a means of playing skirmish game by yourself. I mean, if I want to play a skirmish game by myself, I just play a board game. Because there are certain systems out there which are good for solo play, like the Dark Souls board game can be played solo. And honestly, it's fun. I prefer it with more people. And I think I have most experience playing it with 2 people, but playing it with like 3 or even 4 people is a very different experience. There is a game called, I think it's Mini Rogue, which is a very small, like self-contained board game that, what's it called? It's a very small self-contained board game that is only solo. And you like go through a little dungeon that's procedurally generated and you roll dice to make rooms and you fight them. And like, that's fun. It's cute. Gonna be real, didn't know that existed. No, Dark Souls board game is awesome. It had some major balance issues that they then tweaked and made the game easier, which a lot of people are like, oh, they made the game easier. But like, there's actually serious mechanical issues with it. The thing I really like about the Dark Souls board game, because in case you didn't know, I like, my special interest is not just about TTRPGs. Right? It also extends to board games. I love board games. And the Dark Souls board game has a really interesting mechanic to it with the bosses. There's 2 mechanics that I like. So first off, the game is played on boards that have like a node structure to them. So it would be like, it'd be like this, right? And if you enter through this door, you can choose either this one or this one to stand on. Everyone can stand on a different node, and up to 3 characters can stand on a single node. And then the boss might be over here. And the boss will literally have a big X on their base that determines 4 arcs of how they're facing. So, or like facing matters for the boss. And the way the boss moves is that when you enter the boss room, they have a deck of cards, and it's gonna be like 6 cards. And the boss will say 4. So you would draw and shuffle 4 of those cards, put them, like make a new deck of like their 4 actions. And then the first action they take is the top card of their deck. And that might say, so like if it's like this, because if the card is like, hey, here's the card, at the little bottom, it will say, this is the forward facing, this is the weak aspect. And it would deal like 4 damage to everyone in range 1. So because this circle is like the front facing it, it would have range 1. So it'd be 1, 2, and 3. Anyone standing on any of these nodes would take 4 damage. However, because of this little X on the card, this spot is a weak point. Until its next action, if you ever attack it from anywhere in this massive arc right here, you deal extra damage. And then you go through the deck, and then the next card might be like, it's gonna be circle like this, X, and the weak point is behind it. And there's every single front point is a circle. So instead of that, the weak point would shift behind it, and it would attack literally everything in range 1 of bam, 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 right? So that's how the arcs work for a Dark Souls boss. However, the really cool thing is that once you hit all 4 cards, or all X cards, like 5 or 6 or whatever, the boss takes the deck of cards you for the boss, take the deck of cards, flip them over without shuffling, and you do the exact same actions in the exact same order. So the way the boss works is that the gargoyle has 6 possible actions. And this deck of cards has 4 of them. And okay, we get attacked, we get attacked, we get attacked, we get attacked. Now, we know for a fact that the very first action it's going to do is going to have a weak point on its left side, or a weak point on its left side, and it's going to attack in front of it. So we can move and get out of the way of its front side and position ourselves to get on its right side so that we can get a sneak attack on it. Because we know for a fact we memorize the boss's attack pattern. And then once it hits a certain point, it heats up. Once it takes a certain amount of damage, so like if the gargoyles have like 20 health, they might heat up when they hit 11 health. What that does is there's a special heat up deck, which is like 4 more actions. It's 4 more cards that are different and unique and special. And you take one of these 4, and now you shuffle it into the deck, and now there's a new deck of 5 cards in a new order. So it's still all the same attack patterns, it's all the same actions plus 1, but now you don't know what order they're going to do it in. This makes every Dark Souls boss fight feel like a active... This makes every Dark Souls boss fight feel like a active multi-stage boss fight. Because you're fighting the gargoyle, and you know that it's like stuck in this loop where it attacks in front of it, and it backs off. And then it does a spin around attack, and then it hops in towards whoever is closest, and then it does a full sweep. And then after that, it will always attack forward and back off. And then it will do a spin around, and then it will jump towards the nearest person, and then it will do a full forward sweep. And then it will always back up and then spin around and then jump towards the nearest person and then do a big forward sweep. Like, it will always repeat that until eventually you deal enough damage to it that it goes into phase 2 and it gets a lightning breath that hits everyone in front of it. And now, instead of that order, it first does lightning breath, and then it spins around, and then it backs up, and then it does a sweep in front of it, and then it jumps to whoever's next, and then it lightning breaths, and like now it's a new pre-established attack pattern that again doesn't change the second time. But you fight every time you fight the gargoyle or Ornstein and Smo or the Smelter Demon or the Pursuer, like any of these bosses that you're fighting, they all have attack patterns that you can learn. When I'm writing, I'm allowed to do pretty much whatever I want. When I play games, those restrictions simulate the uncontrolled feedback of the real world, whether with friends or alone. I mean, yeah. I would say that when I tell stories in a TTRPG, like the Kane game, which I had a Kane session yesterday. Who wants to hear about Kane? In the Kane game yesterday, I don't feel that I get value from restrictions placed on me by my player. I more so feel value by the ideas they present that I was not expecting. For instance, when I set up the Kane game for my player, this is a one-on-one game for Celerity Dust, another content creator, and they were like, hey, I want this, and I want that, and I want this, and then I'm like, okay, this is a solo game. This is all about you. This is all about what you want. This is like catered to your interests. Tell me the foundation that you want this game built off of, and then I will go from there. And so they were like, oh, are you sure? Like, what do you want to include? I'm like, no. I want you to give me a foundation that is as big and expansive and broad as you want, because I am going to go wherever direction I want from that foundation. I don't know where we're going to go, but I want to make sure that at the very least I start building off of what you want. And so, my player told me all of the stuff that they wanted. They gave me lore bits that they wanted to include, and then I ran with that. And so now I've gone a completely different direction than they ever could have expected. But they're still interested because everything stems back to that core foundation that they told me. We love the MS Paint usage, it's peak cinema. Listen, that's like a hallmark of my channel. And I get the odd, like, why are we pirate softwaring here? But like, ultimately, I've kind of just like done my own thing with it. You do a similar thing where you let the daydreams go crazy and you write down the more coherent ones later. Look into the TTRPG Hollows. It seems like a mix of what you're describing in TTRPGs. Interesting. It also probably gets some sort of fire-esque effects. It's a very different feel experiencing versus recording. Also, it's rather expensive, but Cthulhu Death May Die sounds up your alley. Death May Die. Interesting. Then the nightmare scenario, the player says erotic horror. I mean, that's something where I just said, like, no thanks. Well, like, for instance, boundary setting. In my Kane game, my player said, hey, I want my character to enter a romance. And like specifically with this one NPC, like I like this NPC. I want my character to romance them. And I said, sure. Heads up. I'm not looking to dirty talk to my friend. We're not going to like go into it explicitly. We're not going to like there's going to be a line for anything like explicit that happen, or there's a veil for anything explicit that happens where like it might happen, but we're going to put like fade to black for it. Like I'm not trying to like flirt with my friend. Like I'm not trying to like be weird about it, but like, yeah, you can absolutely have a romance with this character. And so we just talked about it beforehand. And it was something where even though I am not particularly interested in that sort of thing, at least not at this moment, we talked about it, and like I could meet their needs while simultaneously ensuring the comfort of everyone involved, myself included. Everything has their mark. Sounds like someone who already accidentally dirty talks to their friends. I mean, I do. If you follow me on Blue Sky or Twitter, you have seen the multiple times where I've accidentally like soft-dommed my friend in this game. After telling them like I'm not trying to dirty talk to my friend, like I accidentally soft-dommed them. And recently they mentioned how like, oh, they really enjoy the game, they find it so stimulating, and then I said, well, good thing that I love stimulating you. And then they're like, one more for the YouTube video, and I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have said it. So listen, why are you moaning? I find myself asking them that often. That's what happens when I make Yuri. That's what happens when I add Yuri to the game. Okay, so in Kane, who here has no idea about the Kane game I've been running? Who here has no context for what I'm about to explain? Because if anyone is like, hey, I need a refresher, by all means, I got you. In short, Kane is a TTRPG that is about psychic death soldiers, where generally adolescents awaken to psychic powers called blasphemies, and they're powered by this thing called grace. They're employed by this organization that's like kind of like the SCP Foundation called Cain, where they go around and they fight sins, manifestations of humanity's trauma. When you, as a person with high levels of grace, go through trauma, you might manifest a specific sin. And that is what Cain is all about. Cain is Chainsaw Man, where you are public security members fighting against devils, but instead of devils, they're sins. And instead of like devil deals, you are using psychic powers, right? It is JJK, but instead of domains, you have blasphemies. Like, that's the kind of thing we're going for. Employed, in servitude, whatever, you're employed by Cain. You're not fully informed, so do tell. 2 of my players in my game flirt with my NPCs constantly, and they're sometimes way too good at it that I stumble over my words. What I will say is that when it comes to, I've talked about this before, like in romance, I think I talked about this for Valentine's Day, with romance, with TTRPGs, I controversially think that you need to be kind of like a little into it. And maybe that's just like the method actor in me, but like I think that if your character is flirting with another character, I feel like there has to be a little bit of a funny feeling in one or two of you as a player, which obviously you have to be emotionally mature enough and like communicative enough to not let that be weird and to not let that ruin any friendships. But I do feel like the most impactful storytelling hits you and makes you feel things. And so I feel like the natural progression of that is if like your friend is like flirting with one of your NPCs and then it flusters you as a GM, that means that it's good role playing. And obviously, if you're uncomfortable, if they're making it weird, if the dynamic is souring, or if the vibes are getting off, like talk about it, like step back, don't push it further. But I do feel like that is a sign that like it's going well. Employed, captured, and indoctrinated by, same thing. Yeah, basically. Nah, pause, that's so true. If you're not properly into the flirt, you can't sell it properly. I used to write exposition of a character and others that was so depressing I made someone cry. I was in a TTRPG server years ago. I was in a big TTRPG group that I joined early. I made a bunch of friends. I played a lot of games because this was over like the summer and I was much younger. And then kind of like over time, folks fell out. There was arguments, people split ways, the games kind of died, the characters died, characters retired, like, and eventually I was one of the only ones left. And I stepped away from the server because I was like, well, the culture has changed. Really, no one that I talk to is still here. Like I played my character up until like from like level 3 until like level 18. I had a great time with it. I'm just gonna step away. And I looked back on it like a couple months later, and I noticed that one of the people who I had been in contact with and playing with and like friends with, their character had died. And this was someone who like my character like knew, we had like role playing with, we were friends like in character, not particularly close, but like, hey, as you do. And so I wrote that, like I just came back, dropped like a full like Discord character limit message, maybe 2, about like my character just kind of like ruminating on the fact that like this person that they know is dead, and like hey, I'm gonna miss you. And it was in part, straight up, my feelings about the server kind of manifested in my character, like saying goodbye to the tombstone of this character that they once were close to, and that like died when I wasn't on the server. And like I had multiple people be like, that was beautiful, like that made my cold black shriveled heart like weep. And I was like, hey, good for you. And then I think I left. I think I left the server at that point because like I was done at that rate. It's going well, but the character I'm playing is supposed to be confident and not a stuttering gay loser. Okay, who's playing them? Is it a stuttering gay loser or is it someone confident? By the way, an amazing Yuri indie animation dropped on YouTube 2 months ago. The theme is crime. It's called No Love 1-2. Oh my gosh. A stuttering gay loser. There you go. What is the best action system? You'd have to define. That's my answer. Because, like, what genre are we in? What system are we playing? What is the deal with, like, what are we trying to accomplish here? And also, if that's not relevant, feel free to drop it in the Q&A section. I'll get to it later. Not sure if I should put this in the Q&A since it's just a yes/no question, but is the genres or fake statement just a bit of trolling or genuine? Rewatch that part of the stream. I mean, it's both. Genres are fake is not true. Genres are real. However, genres are descriptive, not prescriptive. Does anyone know the difference between descriptive and prescriptive? Because a lot of people act as if genres are prescriptive, when in reality, they're just descriptive. Because prescriptive is saying, because you are this genre, you are this way. Whereas descriptive is saying, by being this way, you are this genre. So, my read of genres is, oh, this has orcs and dragons and knights. This is fantasy. Whereas prescriptive would say, this is fantasy, so therefore it must have knights and dragons and orcs. And I am of the opinion that if you write something to fit genre conventions because you see them as prescriptive, that is not going to ruin your written work, or not going to ruin whatever you're writing or running or filming or whatever, but it is going to make it feel phoned in and derivative. Whereas, if you are making something because you love orcs and dragons and knights, and then it's under the fantasy marketing label, that is just going to be at a point where you may need to adjust it to better fit the preconception of fantasy, to fit with the people who assume it is prescriptive. But ultimately, that's like a marketing decision. That is not a creative decision. Genres are real in the same way that genres, taxonomic are real. Do you mean genuses? As in useful in context, but or do you mean physiological taxonomy? Yeah, descriptive, how it is, prescriptive, how it ought to be. You landed it with your OC having gotten her eyes torn out as a kid, getting them replaced, then in a fight she lost one her wife had made, and she was not terrified but very saddened by the fact that she was put together and would not be broken in the end. I think the dialogue mixed with at least 7 bad rolls would crack the faces. Aww. You've been writing a post-apocalypse that is only post-apocalypse because it takes place in a long-abandoned megacity. That's the thing. If you think, oh, there has to be some sort of zombie analog in post-apocalypse, then if that's not core to the story and it's not like helpful to what you want to tell, why are you including it? Are you actually meant genera? Genus is singular, genera is plural. Oh, really? Interesting. But yeah, so like, is the title clickbait? Sure. Like, if you want to call it clickbait, sure. Genre is not fake. However, I feel as though genre is something, much like a label, is something that you assign to something to describe it, rather than something you should build around. I don't run D&D to be heroic fantasy. I run D&D to be fun. And it ends up being heroic fantasy because it has paladins and orcs and dragons and wizards and all of the devils and nonsense. Like, when you run a TTRPG, it need not be what you assume it is. That's why I ran through, like, oh, hey, here's Lancer. Is it mecha? Is it a war game? Is Kane JJK or is it Chainsaw Man? Is D&D survival horror or is it high fantasy? Like, all of these genres are accurate depending on what style of game you play. And even something like Cyberpunk. doesn't have to be dystopian. And I know that's anathema. I know that's something that it's like, if I say that, you're going to call me stupid. But like, cyberpunk doesn't have to be... Cyberpunk... Sorry, I got a weird message. Cyberpunk doesn't have to be dystopian. Cyberpunk can be like keeping your head down and like living your life slice of life. And sure, that life probably isn't pleasant, but dystopian has connotations behind it. A police state, no privacy, everything is hyper commercialized. Like Night City is dystopian, but you can play cyberpunk where you're like a nomad. You can play cyberpunk where you are like in a position of privilege. You don't have to play a game by the whole reason why you have D&D games that take place like in space or in like Regency era London, or a D&D game where no one ever rolls initiative, is because the genre you play is dependent entirely on the playstyle your group is interested in. Cyberpunk, if you're not in a city ruled by megacorps, could just be a nature story. I mean, it would still be kind of dystopian. Like, Cyberpunk is probably not a very strong example of what I was saying, but it is an example where, like, even tied into Chrome, that's kind of dystopian. Your humanity and fighting that. Why not both? TTRPG Techno Poverty Simulator. Oh my gosh. Me and my friends have been discussing using Cyberpunk for a Fallout game. That would probably work. Where, like, is Fallout dystopian? Is it post-apocalypse? Is it both? I'd say it's more post-apocalypse than dystopian. I feel like certain games lean into dystopia more than others. Legitimately, being a nomad in Cyberpunk is one of my favorite bits. We're just Mad Maxing it up. Like, is Mad Max dystopian? I mean, it sucks, but like, everything sucks in fiction because you have to have problems for the protagonist to solve or work around. We're allowed to submit multiple Q&As. Yeah, go ahead. I'd say some games are better suited for certain genres of stories. I haven't played it, but Lancer's rules for pilots are simpler than rules for mechs. Playing a non-mech game in it is counterproductive. Yes, but that doesn't say anything about the genre. And also, you can have more than just mech combat genres. Like, Evangelion is a very different genre of mecha than Code Geass. And Gundam has like 4 genres within it in its various series. All of these are big mech shoot guy. Some of these are big mech shoot angel guy. Some of these are big mech shoot other mech guy. Some of these are big mech shoot civilian guy. Oh no! But all of them are still big mech shoot guy. How do they handle that big mech shoot guy differently? What are the flavors of the genre that they are within, even if they never leave the mech suit? Everything sucks in fiction. The humble Iyashike? Mad Max is pretty dystopian post-apoc, but it's funny to think that Australians just did that when things went wrong and the rest of the world recovered. Wait, Mad Max is Australia specific? Is that the second setting I can think? Because like that happened in Overwatch too. Or like, did Overwatch just rip off Mad Max where Australia went into like a a post-apocalypse wasteland just cuz? You could run Kaiju number 5 in Lancer. Listen, I was running out of character limit. That's why I called it mech. Right. I called it mech wargame, like mecha and wargame. I'm a weirdo freak who wants to play pilot-focused stuff in Lancer. I want to bang your mech into another person's mech and leap into their cockpit. Okay. I really want to play a character who they focus on jockeying, and they're just a Titanfall 2 pilot, which Titanfall 2, been playing that. I played that not this past week, but the week before, and I'm going to finish the campaign this upcoming Saturday. Is there anything I need to do on my end before trying multiplayer? I want to play Jack Cooper. You got it. Blatantly so, yes. I want to be able to swap between them at a moment's notice, which is why I like generic systems. See, I have also said, I'm on record, I really think KNX Lancer has legs. Legitimately. I think a game where you, as Kane XOs, go around and fight sins. And if pressure hits 6, or there's a sin event, or there are certain like high cat sins you have to deal with, that's when you get in your Lancer frame and you go and shoot them. I think this, unironically, you treat everything out of frame as Kane and everything in frame as Lancer, and you would need like a couple mechanics for how do blasphemies function in your frame. Like that's all you need. That's really all you need to make that work. Guess what you're making next? So what I'm making next is I'm making a Stone Age TTRPG where you play as little creatures that are trying to evolve as magic is fading from the world. So you are going from a point where you don't need to eat or breathe or reproduce because magic just does all of that for you. And you need to rapidly evolve the traits and abilities in order to do that. We could absolutely write Kane X Lancer as a community module. Oh my gosh, that would be so fun. But after this, which I'm on Friday, I'm going to continue working on this on stream, and you can join me if you want to be productive with me. Then I'm going to release a Kane setting supplement. My goal at the Kane setting doc is I've talked a bunch about my setting, what I've been running Kane in. I have a couple unique mechanics that I want to touch on, like how I deal with, I made a distortion stock, my version of Under Heaven, the reverences, which are like inverted blasphemies, which it's part of the distortion stock, metamorphoses, pickups, and what was it called? What did I call them? Because I on stream when I came up with them, we called them Phantom Script, but I think it's like in requisition outrec, like in rec outrec script, where it's the idea of you double your script and half of it you can't spend on mechanical stuff. We should absolutely rate Kane Lancer. Yeah, Kane Lancer would be fun. I will attend 150% attend the 4-hour stream to do a singular biome again. Thank you, Paradox. Listen. It wasn't a 4-hour stream to do a singular biome. It was a 4-hour stream where over the course of like 1 hour, we did one biome. And then over the course of 3 hours, we just yapped. Right? Maybe it was 2 and 2. It was probably closer to 2 and 2. And then I had to catch a flight, so I had to stop. Kane plus Lancer equals cancer. You know it. I haven't worked on it for a while, but you were making a custom manufacturer, and one of their licenses had a weapon called a Mustang Hole Cutter. Line 3, burn 5, limited 3, can be unmounted and wielded by a pilot. Oh my gosh. You need to not miss the world building streams. Honestly, they're so much fun. For context, those of you who have not seen it, this is the biome that we made last week on stream. We're gonna talk about Kane soon, I promise. But we made the Maw. Name TBD. It is a massive creature buried beneath the ground. Its many mouths held open like caves. And so within it, the very first creature that people wanted me to make were carnivorous rocks. So we made stone saps, which range from 1 centimeter to well over a meter. And they are rocks that have like a flat, sticky side that is mildly adhesive to flesh, scale, and fur. And it attaches to you and passively drains ether from you. So like magic from you. And so it's just like a leech effectively that sticks to you and like starts draining you. And you can just pull it off, but it will drain your ether. And larger ones can like physically absorb you into them because they're so big that if you touch them, you'll fall into them. And so, what we did is that we made it so that when they absorb stuff, they ferment it, and you can scrape off from their surface the residue of their fermentation. So if you like put apples in them, you can scrape off like a cider. Or if you put grapes in them, you can scrape off like a wine. And there's a superstition surrounding them where if a stone sap that absorbs a sentient creature, so like Grandpa, if Grandpa falls in, it's assumed that Grandpa will live on through the stone sap and will it will take on their soul and personality. And so there is a culture in the mall of if someone is going to die, whether from injury or from old age or illness or whatever, they will purposely go get consumed by a soul sap or a stone sap. And then it is thought that they will continue to live on. And they will not only live on, they'll also provide for their family by fermenting and producing alcohol and assisting the family beyond death. And like that's the kind of stuff that we come up with. We also had like these barnacle looking things that act as like natural air conditioning, where they make the humid, hot internals of the maw bearable by releasing this like sand smelling, dry, cool air. And if they get too wet, which they do sweat if they get too hot, so like they might just get too hot and start sweating and then pop off, they will like wriggle off to a drier location. And they are used not just for food, but also like people will like splash them with water, put them in a bucket, and then like bring them into their home and then let them wriggle onto the wall and form new shells to basically be as natural air conditioning. You are a funny rock worshiper putting googly eyes on my murder stone, naming it Geo, the destroyer of worlds. It's a very long yap session. I will not dump here. Oh, about your mech. My first Lancer character was a mech tech whose mech was autonomous mech scale subaltern with an Everest cockpit half installed. Would absolutely run that character again. Okay, I personally, you tell me. I don't understand why you would ever run a character twice. Like a lot of people I know do this. Like genuinely, even if I only run a character for like 2 sessions. Why do you run the same character again when you have such a limited time to play? That's my question. And maybe this is because I'm mostly a GM. Maybe this is because I am mostly someone who doesn't get the time to play or run. Like why would you repeat? I'd only want to run a character twice if it's for the sake of forward progression. I mean, even then, like, I know people who in completely different settings with completely different groups will literally update their character class and like species in order to like better suit the game. Or no, they'll generally keep the species the same and they'll change the class and like background of the character, but keep the same name and personality and voice. I'd like to point out that very few places are wetter than inside a creature, which is why the barnacle things, the armaltae, dry off the area around them. So even though it's moist, it's wet, it's humid, the armaltae act as like dry patches. However, razor roots will sometimes just like blow out from the walls as like this weird like razor drill like root will just burst from the walls, and it's assumed that they are tied to armaltae, to the dryness. And whether or not they are summoned by them or track them down or hate them or whatever, there's this weird thing where like the armaltae will act as AC that dry and make it more habitable. They're like a dehumidifier. They're also like AC. And then there's this idea where they're also tied, where armaltae will like flee right before there's a detonation. So there's this weird like, these are the what's it called? These are the flora, of the mall. Instead of trees and grass and flowers and bushes, you have stones that try to eat you, and you have barnacles that coat the walls, and you have razor roots that just burst out and explode. And then you have like acid cat made of acid. Meow. Google, is Lancer gay? Yes. For some people, I think it's a comfort zone thing. Other people, I enjoy seeing how narrative changes their character differently. I mean, I get that. And I also know, I'm actually not talking about, funny enough, there's a certain type of player who plays one specific character in every game they can. It's like literally the same name. It is often the same class and the same species or ancestry across every single game, across any single genre, across any different playstyle or any different group. And that is usually some sort of like wish fulfillment. That is generally some sort of like fantasy of the person. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone who has like 20 characters that they want to play and have wanted to play for years. And then, given the opportunity, they play the same character twice. Like, don't you have 19 other characters you want to play? Didn't someone suggest the razor roots exploded from a tree atop the mountain? Someone did suggest that, yeah. I swap jobs and species, but retain story just to keep safe with a well-written, reliable character. And there's the secret thing of bringing PCs that have used and NPCs to a table. I play different characters like John D&D or John Lancer, sometimes even John Pathfinder. So you can't play John Kane, though. I'm John Kane. I ran the character for a brief module and didn't really get to explore them that much. I usually do make new characters. Merp meow. I assume that's in response to the acid cat. The group I mentioned earlier had like a dozen characters each, but would then play the same one or two over and over. I don't know. Like, again, no judgment. Like, I'm not saying that that's like bad or anything. I'm just like, I don't get it. I am confusion. If this is Kansas, then why is this not Arkansas? America, explain. Why? What do you mean Arkansas? Gonna be Jane Kane as soon as I can. So how's Urias? Oh, right. Kane. Thank you. So in Kane, I'm running a one-on-one game for another content creator, Celerity Dust, and they're playing Hattie, call sign Hattie, in Site Epsilon, which their official designation is Site Epsilon. They self-identify as the Valentines because they are XOs. So like XOXO. And in their history, there's a XO on site called Cupid, was their call sign, who everyone hated because they were self-interested. So, like, the Valentines formed in opposition to Cupid. There's a very strong internal culture for it. There's a very strong, like, it's us versus them, us versus Cupid. And then there's a very strong us versus admin. And it was later revealed that one of the that early on in the game, it's made clear that there's 15 XOs. And Hattie is number 13. And number 1 actually was Cupid. This is what was revealed like very recently, like a month or two ago. And Cupid was the only survivor of the entire dorm. And then once new members joined, Cupid gave them a different nickname. They called themselves Gage. And they basically told the story of the Valentines and said like, hey, there's the Valentines. There's this one XO called Cupid who was super selfish that the Valentines formed against, and the Valentines all looked out for each other. They put each other before everyone else, before admin or Kane's agenda, and they all worked together in order to protect themselves. And so like the Valentine culture is extremely strong. There is a huge emphasis on collective strength. And the Valentines are all like, hey, you're a Valentine, you should do this for me. I'm a Valentine, I should do this for you. We will look out for each other. We will prioritize each other's well-being over the mission. When you are a Valentine, you are expected to put the needs of other Valentines above both your own as well as of like civilians and of Kane admin and of the Sin host. Like, you're supposed to put Valentines first. Hattie gets inducted, gets hazed to begin with, as do the other XOs, and after her first hunt, finally gets welcomed as a Valentine, and she's so happy. And she starts making friends and talking to them and working with them, and she gets welcomed as a proper Valentine. And over multiple real-life months of play, she went on, she had more downtime, then she went on another hunt, which ended up becoming 2 hunts because it was a huge issue, and in this hunt, we went from 15 XOs down to 7 XOs. Because everyone else died, turned into a Sin, or went MIA. And of the 7 remaining, one of them hollowed. Thank you for all the hearts, I appreciate it. Of the remaining, one of them hollowed, like just kind of like lost their ability to control their own body and just kind of shut down. 2 of them got Sin marks. And the others are all kind of struggling to figure out what happens next. Now, something that's part of my lore and is not actually part of Kane canon is something called going gamma. Does anyone want to know what it means to go gamma? And if you do know, feel free to share. I have to drink some water. I forgot I'm sick, so like my throat's kind of killing me. I'm sorry, let me step out for a moment as I need to like blow my nose. My apologies. I get congested on stream, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gosh, I forgot I'm sick. My throat. Kind of killing me a little bit. Not painful, just kind of like coughing. Need to clear it. Yeah, if you don't know, originally the stream was intended to be an hour ago. And it was going to be shorter than normal. I ended up starting at my normal time, and I was hoping I could go full length. I may need to wrap this up after like 4 hours, just because I'm already kind of feeling that my throat is in and out. TBD. It's Valentine! Arrow's abandoning us for an extended amount of time. Does Going Gamma have anything to do with the Omegaverse? No. Okay, so Going Gamma. Currently, the Valentines are all incite epsilon. Going Gamma, just like some dude said, is a separate site called Site Gamma, which exclusively takes individuals that meet the following requirements. 1, you must be Cat 4 or higher. In Kane, category is like your level, When you are just starting out, you're cat 1. After you go on 1 successful mission, you become cat 2. After 2 more successful missions, you become cat 3. After 4 more successful missions, you become cat 4. And then, So it's after 1 mission, you're cat 2. After a second mission, you're cat 3. After 4 missions, you are cat 4. And then after 8 total missions, you are cat 5. So cat 4 means that you've successfully gone on 4+ missions. 2, you cannot have a sin mark. Remember how I mentioned earlier that in Cain, all of the XOs are they have grace and they use psychic powers, and how your average person, when they have grace, if they go through trauma, they might manifest as sin. When you are using your psychic powers, you build up sin over time, and if you ever max out in sin, you turn into a sin, and you have to roll to resist, and if you successfully resist, you manage to be like, oh no, I'm turning into a giant monster, I'm going to grab myself, and I'm going to will myself mentally and physically to not turn into a giant monster. However, the fact that for 1, 2, 3, or even 4 seconds, you turned into a giant monster, or were starting to turn into a giant monster, you return back to normal, but it left its mark on you. And the way I do sin marks in my game is that physically you see the person start to change, and they have to physically force it back down. And so one individual, their sin mark is that they fell on their hands and knees, and then their torso distended forward a foot, and then a second foot, and then a third foot, as arms started to breach from their extended torso sides as they began to turn into a centipede. And then they managed to rip those arms back into their body, and their torso snapped back to its normal height. However, they now have an accordion torso, where instead of being like this, they are more like this. So they are sad because they were going to go gamma, and now because they have a sin mark, they are not allowed. Body horror, my goat? Exactly. However, now they get Mr. Fantastic stretchy powers. They can extend, he can extend his torso 3 more feet, a full meter, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you'd be surprised how useful just having an extra meter of length is in any situation. And the third is that you have to be referred. So the way you go gamma, the way you join Site Gamma, is you have to be experienced, cat 4+. You can't have a sin mark, which means that you have to be really good at managing your sin. And also, if you would die, you can choose to, instead of dying, take on a sin mark and basically survive. So instead of dying, you can choose no, I'm going to unleash my psychic power and save your life by turning into a sin, and then you have to roll to resist, and if you roll to resist, then you're fine. Then we had a small nap. We moved out of the PowerPoint to a proper MS Paint. We're talking about Cain. My man goes from 5 foot nothing to 8 foot tall, potentially. He was 5'8", 5'9". So he was average height before. He'd probably be taller, since I doubt they're 5 foot nothing. Yeah. And you have to be referred by someone who is tied to Gamma. You have to be tied. You have to be recommended by someone in Cain admin. Right? So, these are the 3 qualifiers for going Gamma. And when you go Gamma, you are still an XO. In Cain, mechanically, your life sucks. You have to live in a in a dormitory. You have to have a specific meal plan. What I have done is an Incite Epsilon. Every single day, you have to train, and you have to study because you're being sent to classes. And then you have a number of hours of recreation equal to cat. So if you're cat 1, you get 1 hour. If you're cat 4, you get 4 hours. And then outside of that, you have the remainder of your day, you're confined to the dorm. So, with like if you are cat 1, you get 1 hour of free time to go to the gym, or to go out on the range, or to train some more, or to go to the library, or whatever is on site. Go to the mess hall again. But outside of like your specified like cafeteria hours, and like you can only go during the rec hour. And so in Gamma, this is not the case. In Gamma, you get a private room. In Gamma, you like eat among admin, and like among the administrators, you're allowed to just like eat at their cafeteria with their choice, like a work cafeteria, like a corporate cafeteria, as opposed to like a military mess hall. You have access to amenities that the average EXO doesn't have access to. You have free reign and free roam that other EXOs don't have access to. And one of the biggest things is something that Site Epsilon, the Valentines, call admin work. But the Gammas call pickups. In Kane, in the system, if you are cat 3 or more higher than something, that task is like doesn't even need a roll. So if I am cat 3 and I am like doing something that would require cat 0 abilities, so cat 0 is like your average human. If my mental telepathy is cat 3 and I need to move something that is cat 0 in size, I don't need to roll. It's easy. It is so easy, in fact, I don't even need to roll for it. Just like if I was cat 4, the same would be true for cat 1. So admin work and pickup are identical in the fact that both are something where you have a 3 cat advantage over it. And so, as a result, you don't advance after the mission is complete. You don't get as much money for it, but also it's pretty easy and you get some script for it. Like flipping a pen on a table and ends. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't need to roll for that. Admin work, though, is mandatory. If you are in Site Epsilon, if you are a Valentine, you will be told, hey, you need to go on admin work, go over here, do this thing. If you're in Site Gamma, if you are a Gamma, you are asked, hey, do you want this? It's effectively a bounty board that all Gammas are allowed to say, yes, I want this pickup, no, I don't want this pickup. And if no Gamma picks up a pickup, it gets moved to another site because someone needs to do it and none of the Gammas want to, so they're not going to make the Gammas do it. And so with Gammas, you are treated like a person. You are given choice. You are allowed, dare I say, freedom if you are not free from Kane. And so this entire game, oh, like, are you gonna go Gamma? Like, oh, like I can't wait to go Gamma. I'm really trying to go Gamma. Like, oh, going Gamma would be so great. Whispers in the back. But we're in the Valentines, baby. The Valentines aren't worried about going Gamma. The Valentines are worried about supporting their fellow Valentines. So what happens when the player character, who is a Valentine, really wants to go Gamma, which by nature necessitates leaving the Valentines? And that has been the core conceit of this entire game. The entire game of Kane, these past months, has been Hattie reckoning with the fact of, I'm finally a Valentine. I'm finally with them. They trust me. But I'm so close to getting Gamma. And so Hattie is currently, like right now, like as of yesterday, Cat 3. She has 3 missions under her belt, which means 1 more mission, and she will be Cat 4. She has no sin mark. And she has been in talks with someone called Sigma 1, who is a former Gamma, a former XO from Site Gamma, who is now working for Kane administration after buying his way out. He grinded pickups in Site Gamma. He did a ton of easy missions that were very low risk to him, and he got a little bit of money, 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 and then he could finally buy his pieces of silver and leave the front line. And he has taken a special interest in Hattie and basically said, like, hey, I was a Gamma. I am Kane admin now. Like, yes, I'm an XO, and yes, like, I want to help you as best I can. You can't trust me because I am Kane admin. Never forget that. Never forget that I'm a mandatory reporter, that I am part of Kane admin, that I am not your friend, even though we are both XOs. That being said, the reason that I joined admin is because I wanted to help people. I wanted to help XOs. And I know I can't change the world, but I can change individual XOs' worlds. And Hattie, I think you're one of those XOs who I can change the world of. Make it to Cat 4. Don't get a sin mark. I will refer you and I will get you to Gamma. And once you're in Gamma, that will be at your springboard to either get your pieces of silver and get off the front line, or you will potentially be able to become a virtue. And so Hattie, no sin mark, a lot of close calls. Cat 3, 1 mission left, and has a referral. She just needs one more mission where nothing goes wrong. And this is where I smile deviously. Because initially, she was brought up Gamma at Cat 2. And it was like this far off thing. It was this aspirational thing. It was this thing like, oh yeah, that would be really cool if I could do that, but like, I don't know if that's for me. No, now it's around the corner. Do you hear that? Gamma is knocking on the door, and it wants you, Hattie. Gamma needs someone like Hattie in it. But the Valentines are already here. And the Valentines need you, Hattie. So who are you gonna go? Gamma or Valentine? And that was the core of this most recent session. Sounds like your average roguelike run. Basically. Doom? Hey Arrow, where can I read about making a good detective/social TTRPG one-shot? I'm not a fan of one-shots because one-shots, unless everyone knows the system involved, usually take way too long and then end up needing to be 2 shots, 3 shots anyway, and then no one finishes them. So what I would recommend is plan for 2-shot, not 1-shot. And if you're saying making a good detective/social TTRPG, I assume you mean making a system? Or do you mean running a system that is already existing? Because if you mean running a system, I think Unhierarchy Kane, which is the system I'm talking about right now, very good at investigation. There's enough tools here that it is investigation oriented while not only being investigation oriented. City of Mist is powered by the Apocalypse. It is another detective system where you have superpowers. So it's another one where investigation, they have something called clues, which is a very nice mechanic where they roll, depending on their successes, they get clues. Clues are effectively just questions they can ask you. They might have 2 clues from doing research on the blueprints of City Hall. And at any time in the future, so long as they are relevant, they can spend one of their clues in order to ask you a question relevant to the clue. And based on what they rolled when they first got the clues, that will determine, do you give them a partial answer? Do you give them a full answer? Do you give them an answer, but also give them a punishment? Like, that's a really good system for investigation. City of Mist is pretty intuitive because it's powered by the Apocalypse. Yeah, those are 2 examples. Matrix says Gumshoe. I'm unfamiliar, but that's another one. Para, your build is here, but Para, XP modifier is here too. So, Valentine's or Gamma. That's what Hattie has to deal with. The most recent thing Hattie did is Sigma 1, the former Gamma, approached her and said, hey, I have a piece of admin work that I'm supposed to assign to one of you and Epsilon. But you are on your way to be a gamma. So I wanted to give you the choice to do this like a gamma. I'm going to offer this to you as if it were a pickup. And if you say no, I'm going to assign it to someone else. However, I want to run it by you first because this will be good training for gamma. And so Hattie took the mission. The mission was 72-hour recon, where she had to do a stakeout of a location and report everyone that entered and left it every single hour for 72 hours until she spotted a specific individual, then call that in and detain him. And it's somewhere in the range of Cat 0 to Cat 1 binder, suspected exorcist that isn't a part of Kane. You just realized the blueprints is a play on words for blueprints. Okay, I can't judge you. I realized that a while ago, but I realized it after I'd been playing the game for a while, so I can't judge you. Neolithic because fail forward, do the first detective investigation in history. That would be very funny. Oh my gosh. I run Neolithic, like I release the playtest rules. I stream running it. But I run the first like dinner party murder mystery in history. Gumshoe's core philosophy is rolling to see if detective finds a clue isn't the part that makes the mysteries interesting. Putting the clues together is, so you get clues for free, no rolls. Took you a while, but yeah, good on you for finding that out. Hey, maybe they just discovered blueprints. You don't know that. So, Hattie, on a pickup, takes it, wants to like prove herself to Sigma 1, is like, hey, I'm Gamma material, I can do this, goes on this mission. It's very boring. It is very slow. I dragged out this 72-hour stakeout for like 2 to like 2.5 hours of real life time. I like literally kept asking Cell, my player, like what do you do for like the next 6 hours? And I dragged it out on purpose. It wasn't boring for them, but it was boring for Hattie. It was so draining for Hattie. It was like, okay, so like I guess I'm gonna like make some more cold brew coffee, and I'm gonna try like mixing together my rations with some of like the ramen packets that I found in this apartment, and like, oh, this tastes actually pretty good. This is like a classic Filipino dish, sour ramen. And so like Hattie got a chance to just kind of like explore herself and just kind of like pretend almost of like living by herself, even though she was on this stakeout staring outside for 72 hours with nothing to do. She was able to just like be by herself, and it allowed her to self-reflect a lot. End of the session, in the span of like 15 minutes, they discover, hey, the guy that they're looking for, the guy in like the red jacket who's blonde, he shows up. Oh no, another binder showed up. A second different binder in flannel with a bun high up on her hair. She comes in, she like grabs something from her chest and like throws a knife at him, kills him. Hattie uses flux to rewind time so she can enter that room. They're all arguing. It's a like a 4-way Mexican standoff because like the owner of the store is talking to the guy that Hattie wants to detain. The guy Hattie wants to detain is being pursued by a rogue binder. The rogue binder doesn't know who Hattie is, and Hattie doesn't know who the rogue binder is, but knows that she needs to get that individual. She calls in the Untouchables. Like, it's a whole thing. And so what ends up happening is that the rogue binder ends up... I got a 1 on the risk die, which means that it is the most dangerous option. What I ended up doing is she took out a grenade and threw it on the floor. And it was a threat, so Hattie had a chance to respond. And what it did is that everyone in the room immediately took 1d3 sin, and every turn you spent in the room after then, you took an additional sin. And then, after that, Hattie experienced what it was like to undergo sin overflow. Remember when I said that if you take on too much sin, you manifest a sin and you start turning into it, then you have to like force it back down? Hattie did not hit max sin, but she thought she did. She psychologically like imagined what it was like she had hallucinations of what it felt like to turn into a lord. and started describing how the plates formed all around her. And then I described that it all comes back, and the people she was talking to are looking at her like, you just spaced out for a second, what happened? And it didn't literally happen. It was all in her head. And that keeps happening to her a couple times. Yeah, Lord, yeah. I was like, hey, describe to me what it feels like to go through sin overflow. And my player started describing these like porcelain plates, these big shoulder guards that are forming from her skin. And I was like, oh, Lord, interesting. Because initially, Hattie was going to be an idol. And then after Resplendent Echo, after the big giant, like, oh, we went from 15 exos down to 7, and then soon 6 after Mix Hollowed, then she was saying an ogre. And then kind of out of nowhere, it was a lord, which I think makes more sense than an ogre. So, I had Cell describe how Hattie was sin overflowing, and then Hattie basically gets put in the car, gets sent back. The Untouchables take out the target, detain them, and she gets brought back to Site Epsilon and basically calls out for Sigma 2. Sigma 1 is the one that gave her this pickup. Sigma 2 is the on-site doctor. And so that's where we ended the previous session. Now, at the start of this session, Hattie is... I ask her, like, are you trying to stay awake? Because all it is exhaustion. By the time you get back to Site Epsilon, the visions have faded. You're not affected by anything psychologically anymore. It's just you're exhausted. You've been awake for 72 hours. Or, like, I think you were awake for, like, 50-something hours. She's like, yes, I want to stay awake. Just you wait, some dude. Just you wait, some dude. If you think that she's hot, get art of her. Commission art or draw it yourself and send it my way. I'm like, hey, do you want to stay awake? And my player says yes. And then my player rolls and does not roll success. Therefore, I describe that Hattie is brought into the infirmary and is brought into a back room. In the infirmary, it is like, so like this, so it's like, this is the infirmary. This is where most of the, this is where the hospital beds are. This is where they spend most of the time if they're injured or whatever. This is like a little storage area. This is a little like area with cubbies that has like a screen protecting it so that you can like change if you need. And then this is an area that she saw on her tour of the facility when she first got here. This is Sigma 2's office that has like a surgery desk, has like a bunch of surgery tools over here, has this weird device underneath them in storage, which if you remember back when Hattie went into the director's office and like burst in with clapback, the Untouchables that came by had a big device of like backpack sized. It had hoses with like syringes at the end, unclear what it was for. And whatever that was, it is stored in Sigma 2's office. And my player doesn't know this, but this is like a grace suppressor that they like hook up to you and like they suppress your grace level so you can't use blasphemies. And Hattie is brought in, is strapped down by her wrists and her ankles, just in case, because, hey, who knows what's going to happen to her. And she sees a 4-armed figure with 4 sets of eyes that are like that. And this figure leans down to her and goes, "Don't worry, dear. The doctor's in." And then she falls asleep. And so this figure is Sigma 2. Sigma 2 reveals after so first off, Sigma 2 is another exo that bought her pieces of silver. But later on in the conversation, she reveals that she got these eyeballs on her second mission. So very early, like when she hit like Cat 3, is when that she got a sin mark. So she never went gamma. And so then later on, she got like arms, and the arms are apparently evolved because Hattie was asking her about that. And also, Sigma 2 is canonically deaf because I don't think Hattie asked about this. So Cell doesn't know this, but Sigma 2 is deaf because she fought an idol and heard the unspeakable word from it. Yeah, so she went through like hell proper to get her pieces of silver. Like, Cell doesn't know this. Like, Sigma 2 is Cat 5. Sigma 2 is a Cat 5 EXO. And like earned it. Whereas like Sigma 1 kind of like gamed the system. He joined the gammas. He just took a bunch of pickups. He took a bunch of easy missions, grinded through it. Sigma 2 like earned it. And like no one knows that. So like she like lost her hearing from a idol's like perfect voice. She got the sin mark on her eyes super early. Her arms were sin marked that then later evolved. A mad god is operating on you. Please do not resist. And she she turned into a spider. At first she thought it was a centipede. And then once she got declassified for Harpocrates dossier, she was like, oh, okay. I was turning into a spider. That makes a lot of sense. And I always assumed I would be an idol, though, like before my first one. So what happened? Player gets strapped in, and then I ask my player, what are 3 dreams you have? What's one good one? What's one bad one? And what's one that just makes you go, what? And one of these 3 dreams you don't fully remember. So only give me like 2 sentences describing. And so Cell goes, So I think that the what dream was Hattie, who is a former content creator with like 2 million subscribers or whatever, lives a full day over the span of like 10 minutes as a keychain on like a high school girl's backpack and sees life from her own merchandise. And like hears about boy troubles and like school troubles and like drama going on and just like the life that she doesn't have through the lens of her own merchandise. And that's like the what dream she had. The positive dream was, I think it was being in a car and driving and seeing out the window all of her former content creator friends from before she was picked up by Kane, from before she was an EXO, from before all of this stuff, and just kind of like seeing them there and them all being together. And I believe they were even intermixed with some of the EXOs she got close to, and just the idea of like everyone that she cared about being there nearby, even if she couldn't interact with them. I must admit, I was doing some behind the scenes notes at this point, and I was like, I remember what was happening. I burned my hand as I was getting noodles. So I was dealing with burns as my player was describing this. And the reason I had them do the dream sequence is because I was like, I need some time to deal with this situation. So I don't really remember the good dream. I'm sorry. The bad dream. They are talking with Arthur, one of the former EXOs that died. And just kind of feeling sad, just kind of feeling melancholic about, is my hand good? Yeah, I mean, I put ice on it and I proceeded to like put like 5 ice cubes on it over the course of the next hour and a half, because the reason is every time I took an ice cube off or it ran out, it started pinching, like the burning sensation. And I think what it was is that after like 2 ice cubes I was fine. It just kind of had some pinching it needed to get out of its system, because once I took off the final one, it kept hurting and then it went away after a couple minutes. Is my hand my hand? My hand is no longer my hand, for it is now burned. So, talking with Arthur. And, was this the good dream? Sorry, I got it mixed up. I think the bad dream was all of her content creator friends who were outside from a car and she couldn't reach them. That's why it was bad. And the good dream is that she was talking with Arthur, and there was like a bunch of new EXOs that she didn't know the names or faces of yet, but there's a bunch of new Valentines. And like K9 was talking with her and like saying how worried he was about these new EXOs and if they would cut it. And like, it was just this conversation, like in a dream. about the Valentine's continuing. And then I describe that Arthur has this weird, like, teal, white, pale porcelain, like, metal mask to him that he refuses to take off, and it connects into, like, a cuirass of a similar metal across his chest. And his voice kind of reverberates and is a little shrill as he speaks through it, and he refuses to take it off. And something strikes Hattie as odd about this conversation, because as he's speaking to her, at one point, he references Raphael as being dead and Hattie as having a maw code. And that's when the player goes, am I Mix? Like, can I, like, find a reflective surface? And I'm like, there's no reflective surfaces. And they're like, dang it, that's typical for a dream. And then I say, like, so you go to the door to leave the dorm. And they're like, yeah, sure. And I say, as they open it, they see outside is just nothing. Not blackness, not whiteness, not pinkness, nor grayness. Something blocked from your memory and your mind, that it is just a gap that you are staring at. And I ask my player, do you want to spend a psyche burst? Which is something I did on the previous mission, which I'm starting to do more now, is do you want to spend a psyche burst without telling them why? And on the previous mission, they said yes. And when they said yes, they learned that the other individual, I misspoke earlier when I said that they did flux to rewind time. When the other individual threw a knife at the target, at the detainee, Hattie entered the store, the figure turned around and looked at them, and then I asked my player, do you want to spend a psyche burst? And they rewound time, and by spending the psyche burst, Hattie could unconsciously anchor herself to the time stream and see that time was reversing around her. She couldn't stop it, but she could know that it was reversed. And here I asked her, do you want to spend a psyche burst? However, she had no psyche bursts. She was on 7 sin. 10 is your max. And so she said no. And so I describe as the nothingness just kind of swells and enters the room and encompasses the room and washes over her, and then she wakes up. And what I was going for is, I'm not going to lie, this was a little bit just kind of, I was just raw dogging it. I was just kind of freeballing it. I was just kind of doing what vibes were because of dreams, but also alternate timeline. Naturally, she's a flux user. The nothingness that she blocked from her memory was the psychic sea itself. Because, as Sigma 2 would later explain, that grenade that was thrown at her is called a grace grenade. And it's a known weapon of various binders outside of Kane's organization that uses concentrated aerosolized grace to weaken the veil between the real world and the psychic sea, basically pumping grace into an area and exposing those in the area over the course of like a minute to the psychic sea. And so a common side effect of exposure to this is exos thinking that they're undergoing sin overflow, as well as claiming to have seen the psychic sea. Out of bounds texture smearing because there's nothing rendered in the void space. Yeah. When you say you put your hand on the stove, how long does it touch the burning surface? So I didn't put it on the stove. I had a pot that is all metal that I was boiling pasta in. And it was hotter than I thought it would be. So I pick up the handle and it was hot, not just hot. So I burned myself holding the handle. And outside of that, I was fine. Your peace out. Enjoy. So, grace grenade gives side effects. Psychological. Not very fun. Not very fun. But ultimately, Sigma 2 is just like, hey, I've dealt with this before. I know what this is. You just needed to sleep. You were exhausted. And Hattie, like, on the operating table, is no longer tied up, is still in her clothes. She's just, like, lying down there. She sits up. She looks around. There's this blinding light staring down at her. There's the clinical smell of a sterilized room. She looks in front of her. There's above the tools at the bed in front of her. There's a Pablo Picasso painting. There's the big machine underneath it. To the right, there's the door into the infirmary. Her back is against a wall, or like her head is against a wall. And to her left is Sigma 2 on her phone in a lab coat, stethoscope around her neck, all eyes trained on the phone, with one of her hands holding a phone, one of them like leaning back on the chair that she sat in, and then two just folded in her lap. And Hattie like asks like, "Hey doc," and she doesn't respond. Like, "Doc?" Doesn't respond. "What's the diagnosis?" Doesn't respond. Gets up, and then seeing the movement out of the corner of her eyes, two of her eyes like flick forward and look at Hattie. And then she stands up and talks to her. And I describe that as she's talking to Hattie, one set of her eyes is trained on Hattie's mouth. Because remember, she's deaf, but she knows how to read lips. So she lost her hearing, so she can still talk. And I described that when she spoke a little bit too loud. And I talked about my player afterwards, and my player was just like, "Oh, I didn't even realize. I just thought it was weird that like she was staring at my lips when I talked." And I was like, "Yeah, she's deaf. She lost her hearing." Boiling pasta, rookie mistake. You're supposed to microwave it. Of course. High school, I went blind for a little bit. I know exactly the sort of gray non-color that you're describing. Deaf accent would have sold it. Can't say that I'm familiar enough to attempt that in good conscience. But yeah, so basically like Sigma 2 is talking to her. And what Sigma 2 does is Sigma 2 explains that she mostly deals with the untouchables, because the untouchables are the ones that mostly like need like grace treatment. Mundane healing is just handled in the infirmary in the other room. But Sigma 2 reveals that the main thing she deals with is the like, anytime in the core rules it says, "Oh, your exo loses a limb, but after the hunt, Kane helps them acclimate to their injuries," Sigma 2 is the one that helps acclimate them. When any thing says like, "Oh, they go deaf, but afterwards they can learn to live with their injuries," Sigma 2 is the one that helps them acclimate. That's Sigma 2's main job when it comes to exos. Also, she reveals that she is actively like doing checkups on and supporting and helping those with sin marks. So Bond and Canine, the two current exos in the Valentines that have sin marks, have to constantly come to Sigma 2 like for weekly check-ins to basically be like, "Hey, I'm treating your sin mark so it doesn't spread." And I revealed, this was much later, this was like at the end of the scene, but I revealed to my player explicitly, in my setting, if they are not treated, sin marks continue to grow. Which this will come up later. So, Sigma 2 is kind of silly, kind of funky. Isn't very professional. Reveals that Sigma 2, like her mom always wanted her to be a doctor, and now Kane gave her like a bootleg jury rig medical training. So she's not like an MD, but she has Kane official training by like actual literal doctors. She has like experience in surgery. Like she mostly deals with like grace oriented stuff. She finds grace and sin marks all super interesting. And she's just like not really pushing anything. She's just like, "Yeah, you're tired. I'm not gonna let you leave until you get some more rest. You were awake for like 50 some hours. You slept like 6 hours, maybe 5 hours now. You need more sleep, but I'll let you sleep in the infirmary." TF2 medic vibes, a little bit TF2 medic, but with 4 sets of eyes and 4 arms. And I also like revealed that the eyeballs are all like human eyeballs. They're all the same eyeball. They are like the left side is all left eyes, on the right side is all right eyes. And so it's like she has like 4 sets of eyes where all of them move in like independent, but like the left and the right paired will still move together. Her hair is actually pushed back. Her hairline has receded to accommodate her eyeballs. And Like her arms can move like as if she just has like 2 sets of normal arms. TF2 medic, if he was locked in, how well can she utilize the extra arms? Do the extra eyes give her any boons? So, my player didn't know this, but partially because I didn't get a chance to mention this. Her fingers on one of her arms are calloused. On her top right arm is calloused because she actually played the guitar prior to getting the arms. And now she just continues to play the guitar where she uses her other arms. She really wants to get to the point where she can like play the bongos and the guitar at the same time. And she's not there yet. She does not have the coordination, but like she's trying because she wants to be able to play the drums. Like maybe bongos, maybe like a drum set, whatever. Like she wants to get to the point where she can be like a 1-person band. And that's just like a hobby that she wants to get done. And also with the eyeballs, she has that Picasso painting because it's not an original Picasso or anything, but she has like a replica Picasso because she used to hate it. But now with all of her eyes, the way her depth perception works now, the colors all kind of mix together in a really psychedelic weirdo way that now, because I don't know if you know, did I say Picasso? I meant Pollock. Pollock painting. Like, this is what she has in her office. And so she mentioned that with her like 4 sets of eyes, this all kind of like weirdly smooths out. And she used to think this was dumb, but now, unironically, she loves Pollock in particular for his use of just like bright contrasting colors and how it doesn't have any sense, but it not only reminds her of Grace and the Psychic Sea, she also just kind of can almost see them in 3D. She feels the vibrations, I imagine. Yeah, she's very the best way I can say is not mad doctor, although certainly has the reputation of a mad doctor. Like people talk about her as if she's like a mad scientist. I'd say Sigma 2 and how she interacted with Hattie was much more of a like engineer who was stuck in medical, if that makes sense. Someone who likes like toying and building and crafting and creating, who ended up in the medical field despite that. And that kind of goes with the fact that she was like a palace user and like probably she was a machine. So like she is someone who just kind of like got thrust into a medical role and was like, well, I guess this is what we're doing. TV static but full color, basically. Can you kiss her? I mean, sure. I don't think that she'd mind. And she's also like she's of the opinion where like, yeah, sid marks are beautiful. Like we're all XOs. Like yeah, obviously they might be weird and they might be creepy to outsiders, but like this is just kind of like what we are. This isn't really something they're not something to be ashamed of. They're not something where you like should worry about it. Like obviously be concerned about not letting them spread and overtaking you, but ultimately like allow them to just be part of you if you get one. There's nothing wrong with that. So she's very like at peace with the fact that she looks like a spider person. I don't know why, but I was imagining the stretched out Scream painting. No. How does her guitar and drum sound if she's deaf? Like, is it jazz improv or playing from memory? Yeah, so that's what she feels a vibration. So it's something where like, does she have the skill? Like, is she a musical savant now? Does she still want to do that? Why not? Like, and I'm sure that there's some like she could get like a cochlear implant at some point. Who knows? Next Arrow writing stream, EXO dating sim. I think it would be really funny if I took a page out of Svelte's playbook, the Harpocrates dossier, where they have like the cardinal virtuoso, we can date the virtues, and I make the cardinal sigma also, sigma also, where I have it the various like members of Kane admin, particularly former XOs that you can date. And like so Sigma 2 is a trained medical professional, just like not professionally recognized, and like doesn't have an MD, but like was trained by doctors. So she's like, hey, do you want me to just like give you a full medical examination anyway? Because like I have to like check you for sin marks. Like that's something that I could have done while you were asleep. I figured it would be better to ask for your explicit consent while you're awake, so you can like strip down to your level of comfort instead of me just like rifling through you. And then Hattie was like, yeah, got it. So does a full like checkup, does like the squat down, walk across the room, weight, blood pressure, height, all that stuff. Like does a standard physical checkup, and they're just chatting. And eventually Hattie starts talking about temporal instability and how her mouth has like piranha teeth, because as a Flux user, she has random cosmetic changes occasionally. And one of the first changes she got was her teeth became piranha teeth. And so Hattie is talking with Sigma 2 about this, and Sigma 2 is like, I know nothing about like temporal instability. Like I've read about it, but I haven't seen it before. Like I love learning, and like I love how it's related to like sin marks and all of that stuff. So enjoy, Guard Painter. Like Sigma 2 was enjoying learning about this new thing that she had no exposure to. And then eventually Hattie needs to go to bed, falls back asleep. Hattie wakes up later, and Sister, one of the XOs, one of the youngest XO, who's like 12 years old, a binder, has a bound hound underneath her, always a loner, always kind of quiet, always protected by the rest of the Valentines, is sat next to her reading. And Hattie's like, yo, what's up, Sister? There's also a guard in the room in the corner, which, if anyone remembers the session back where they went to go speak with the director, there was one guard who like, hey, you can't go here. Hey, stop that. And then once they called it in and they talked to the director, and then the director said, okay, they're free to leave. The Clapback and Hattie were like walking back, and that same guard like pulled out a gun and was like, on the ground, like you're under arrest. And they're like, dude, we got the clear by the director to leave. And they're like, yeah, Fat Loda. And it's like, no, call it in, check. Like, what are you gonna do? And then the guard calls in and is like, oh, okay, and lets them go. And so this same guard is like stuck in medical, watching over the unconscious Hattie, like off in the corner, one earphone, like one earbud in, listening to music or podcasts or something. And Sister's just reading. And Rancor has gotten bigger. I described this earlier, where Rancor now, instead of being like a weird dog-sized like fish that has like scales and a weird like bent tail with spider legs, and a mouth that is like tentacles surrounding a canine skull that drips with like purple mucus that like sizzles and then like fades when it hits the ground. Now Rancor is the size of like a wolf and has like spines along its spine. It has 2 tails. And its legs are significantly thicker. And it has longer tentacles that have little barbs on the inside. And the face has distended forward almost until like alligator length, like the skull within. And it's still covered in that same purple mucus that like sizzles, but when it hits the ground now, instead of dissolving on impact, it kind of like pools for a bit and actively dissolves whatever it touches over the course of like upwards of 10 seconds. And this just hasn't really been addressed. Like, as Sister went from Cat 2 to Cat 3, this is what happened to Rancor, her bound sin. And as she just kind of got more comfortable with them, Rancor has now been like on the floor before her, like staring at the guard. Is the final school gonna be a T-Rex? Maybe. And so like the guard is like, if you recall, like office there, door here, like guard is there, Hattie is there, sister pulled up a chair and sat like there, with Rancor there, and they're talking, and sister's like, oh my gosh, like, are you okay? Like, what happened? And Hattie explains, like, oh, I was awake for like 50 hours. And sister's like, 50 hours? And like, they're talking, and then sister's like so happy to see her. And then Hattie's like, really? Like, why were you just like here in the infirmary? You could have done anything else. And sister's like, well, I wanted to just read my book. I'm reading Jane Austen, so I figured I'd come in here and keep you company because I want to make more good memories with everyone. Just like Pokemon, Rancor has evolved. Rancor has evolved. And Rancor... You'll see. Rancor's just growing up. It's like the teenage process. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Listen. I could see this Rancor being friend-shaped. This is becoming significantly less friend-shaped. And about to hit 3 hours of streaming today. Yeah, I tend to go for like 5-6 hours. I should end around 4 hours because my throat. And also I need to record tomorrow's Mega Dungeon video. There's more shape to friend. That is true. So, Rancor is undergoing a Pokemon evolution. There's a little scamper, a swamp puppy. Yeah. So the guard is here, and they're talking, and sister's like, yeah, well, I also just kind of want to get away from everyone, given everything that's going on. And Hattie's like, what's going on? And sister explains that after Hattie left for her admin work, the director came by and like did punished the entire dorm, and it was not good. It was like a full day of super hard training. Everyone was pushed to their limit. Sister just said it was awful, and like it really like ruined everyone's mood. And so Sigma 1 has been put forward by admin as the kind of like good guy, right? Sigma 1, because he's had such a good relationship with Hattie, and because he's a former XO, now that none of the Valentines trust their main handlers anymore, Sigma 1 is being put forward. And so the Valentines are like, they don't trust Handler Alpha, they never liked Handler Beta, and Sigma 1, they all feel like, oh, he's just doing this to get in our good graces. He doesn't actually care about us. We are suspicious of him. Are we nearing Q&A time? Maybe. Q&A happens after I talk about everything else. Q&A is always last. So they're talking, and they're going back and forth, and then eventually like Hattie gets up. She was changing into a hospital gown. She goes over to the cubbies, puts on her outfit behind the screen, walks with sister, heads out, and as they leave the room, the guard calls something in on the radio, on the walkie-talkie. And as they're walking back, like they're chatting, and they're talking about how like oh well, like sister or Hattie says like, oh well, I'm sorry if I ever bother you, and sister says, no, I like being alone. I like my alone time. I like just spending time reading alone with Rancor, but I also don't want to not have memories of people. I want to spend time with people, and I want to be friends with everyone in Valentine's. So sometimes that means that I need to be bothered, and well, as long as I get my me time, I'm happy to be bothered. And Hattie's like, hey, well, you know, I'll be sure to bother you sometimes. I'll be sure to bother you more then. And sister is just like, yeah, well, at least I made some good memories where you weren't bothering me. I guess the only time that'll ever be is like when you're asleep. And then Hattie like nudges her and is like, oh, come on. And I described that immediately Rancor bites her. And Hattie's like, whoa. And like, I say that Hattie manages to dodge out of the way. But like Rancor is now like biting people that like sister is friends with. And sister's like, down. Rancor, down. And like trying to force him down. And describes how she doesn't like putting the leash on him. And even though Sigma 2 said to, and how like she doesn't like making him uncomfortable because like Rancor is her sin, is her. It is her anger made manifest. And so she's expressing how she doesn't like asserting her control over her sin as her sin is growing stronger and more powerful and more aggressive. And so she is kind of like struggling as a binder because she doesn't like putting her emotion in check. She doesn't like forcing her will upon that part of herself. And it's starting to get to the point where Rancor's a little bit out of control. Not dangerously so, but just kind of like notably so. And so they start talking about that and the stuff with that sin. They end up going back to the dorm. They're in the dorm now. And they chill. And they wait on everyone to be done with their R&R to come back to the dorm for curfew, where they're stuck in the dorm for the rest of the night, though they're allowed to go, like, the bathroom, for instance, is outside. And K9, Clapback make their way over. And they're happy to see them. K9, like, goes to hug Hattie. He's like, hey, I'm so happy to see you. And Hattie teases him, so he's like, fine, and pushes her away. And then Hattie, like, hugs Clapback, and Clapback's like, I'm so glad that you're here. Raphael comes back, and Raphael is Yuri. Raphael is Yuri with Hattie, where Hattie, like, picks Raphael up and spins her around, and, like, they kiss, and it's super sweet that they get to see each other now after they come back. They are officially, like, a couple. They are in a relationship now. And they're just, like, able to enjoy each other. And so Bond doesn't come back, and Hattie questions, like, hey, where's Bond? And Clapback's like, after training, Bond went off to the cafeteria, so she might be a little bit. And they're like, okay. So they all ask, like, hey, what's going on with like the admin work? And she explains how she was awake for like 50 hours and was supposed to be there for 72 hours. And Sister's like, 72 hours? You said it was like 50 hours. And she's like, well, yeah, I ended up being able to leave after like 56 hours, but it was supposed to be 72. And like they're talking and exploring how sucky it was. And then they talk about the binder, and they talk about the grace grenade, and they talk about how sucky it was. And she explains how she thought she was going to turn into a lord. And everyone is just like, really? I thought you were going to be an idol. And she goes, well, truthfully, I thought I was going to be an ogre. And Raphael, her girlfriend, is just like, really? Because the ogre is about despair, is about self-hatred, is about giving up. And so Hattie saying, I thought I would have turned into an ogre, is a signpost of I am struggling mentally with my own self-image and my accomplishments and my feeling of certainty and security. And so her girlfriend is like, yo, what's the deal with that? Like, has this been like for a while? Like, under her breath is like, has this been for a while or like just recently? And then Hattie refuses to acknowledge this, wraps herself around Raphael's like neck and like hangs off her back, is just like, anyway, in other news, and then moves on the conversation. And so then they start talking about how Hattie and Raphael are so physically affectionate. And then they reveal that they did make it, like they made it serious. They did confirm that they are like in a relationship, kind of like Mix and Arthur were in a relationship. And everyone's, hey, congratulations. Because up until this point, everyone knew that there was like a thing between them, and no one really bothered them about it, because Valentine culture, even though it's very like us versus them, all of Valentine's together, there's also a lot of like, we're not going to interrupt. We're going to let you do your thing. No one really got in the way of Arthur and Mix. No one really got in the way of K9 and Clapback, who are now a thing. Hattie and Raphael are similarly, yeah, like we're just going to let them do their thing and let them figure it out. And they mentioned that like, hey, we're committed. Like we said yes. So yay, congrats, like applause. Like everyone is like cheering them on. Congratulations. Like, we're so happy for you. And then Sister, the 12-year-old, goes, what about you two? To Clapback and K9. And there's a bit of an awkward moment where they reveal that even though it's very clear that like they're together, there's a headship. This is Mask and Femme, where they were rivals for the longest time. And then they proceeded to like, once K9 got a sin mark and he got dropped down from #1 spot, and like he stopped being the golden child, Clapback was the first to walk up to him and say like, hey, that's not where your value is. Like, your value is as a Valentine. And despite the fact that they were rivals for the longest time, and despite the fact that Clapback was quite often like a sore loser to Canine, Clapback was also one of the first ones to like be there for him when he needed help. And like they had something when they were rivals. They had something when they were like at each other's throats all the time, like tension wise. This was like, he like fell in love, like, because like boy did not have emotional support and was the golden child who all of the expectations of the Valentines were placed on him for the longest part of the game. Like literally throughout the game, like my player experienced this. Canine was the favorite of the Valentines. So he was given like, he was very much like a third parent to Kane Admin. He was the oldest of the kids who watches over them kind of deal, like metaphorically speaking. And so Canine was always like, hey, I need to go take a meeting. Canine, make sure they keep doing their training. And he goes, got it, boss. And then Handler leaves and Canine says, hey, he's going to be gone 7 minutes. You get 5 minutes of break, but I want you training in 5 minutes. And so he would constantly like act as the shield of the expectations and gaze of Admin. And then once he got a sin mark, he got dropped from that position. And Canine was immediately there for him. So he immediately was just like, wow. And Clapback always had like strong feelings about him, whether or not they were interested or romantic. I don't even think Clapback knew. But once she was there for him and he had feelings for her, I think she reciprocated. And so she kind of like, I think to a smaller extent, but like still, wow, like I really had complicated feelings about him this whole time, and now they're resolving and it's weird. And so Sister goes like, oh, what about you two? And there's this moment where they kind of just go, we decided not to put a label on it. We're just gonna enjoy ourselves because neither of us really thinks we're gonna last longer than 6 months. And they kind of reveal the fact that after everything that's happened, they're not putting a label on it because they don't think they're going to survive more than 6 months. So they don't want the pain of like having their boyfriend die or their girlfriend die or whatever, but like they still want to pursue their feelings and enjoy the moment. And so role-playing the TTRPG with the small bits being important, love the stories, yeah. I thought I was going to turn into an ogre. Am I not enough for you? Oh my gosh. So like they reveal that they're like not really sure about that, and player picks up on this, wants to make a roll. And because Raphael similarly has similar suspicions, I say, Raphael supports your role. And she goes, yeah! And so Hattie makes a roll, makes a success, and I reveal that both of them are being honest and do both feel like, hey, we're just enjoying the moment. We're not going to put a label on it because we don't want the pain of losing someone. And then my player goes, but, and then I go, but, while Clapback seems to be in the position where she'd be open to a relationship, it seems like Canine wants a relationship. And even though they both appear to be like exclusive, they're really only like engaged romantically or otherwise with each other. They're spending a whole bunch of time together. They're very close now. They are kissing. Like, I don't think they've kissed on screen, but like off screen, they have spent time together. They have like, it's very implied that they're off together. And so they are together, right? It's just a matter of they're not saying like we're dating, where Canine very much wants this, but is willing to be like, okay, this is not reasonable at this moment. We're just going to enjoy ourselves. Whereas Clapback's like, yeah, I'd be open to it. It's just not really in the cards right now. So that's where they're at. And the player is like, ooh, I feel bad for Canine. Like, obviously he's not entitled to her, but also, ooh. And then we get into a conversation about, and then it's a whole conversation about how Bond is just like, man, I feel like I really missed the boat. But like I feel like I'm the only one here that like isn't in a relationship. And then there's the conversation about how like, well, obviously you can't do anything with sister because sister's like 12. Like you can't date sister. But what about when we get new XOs? And then it's brought up like, well, I'm cat 3 and it feels kind of weird if I was like to date a cat 1. And then some of the XOs are like, that's not weird. Like we're all like teenagers or like, well, like we're all adolescents. That's not weird. And then someone else goes, no, but like experientially, like the experience you have to be a cat 3 puts me at a different level than a cat 1. And someone else is like, well, yeah, but what if they're just really mature? And then it's like, well, no, that doesn't make it better. And then we had a whole, like all of the characters were having like a very like lighthearted conversation about how like weird it is dating as an XO where there are inherent like literal power dynamics between different cats. You use your status as a cat 4 to order around other players and it works as an extent. Yeah, like cat of consent. And like someone brings up like, oh, is there like a Romeo and Juliet clause for cat? And then someone else brings up, well, like Mix and Arthur, they were a cat apart and that wasn't weird. And then Bond says like, well, yeah, it only wasn't weird because Mix and Arthur were here before any of us got here. And points at Clapback and Kana. I was like, you two were the only two that were here when they got here and started dating. Like they've always been dating to us, so it's never been weird. And then like there's this whole conversation, and it was just like a fun friend conversation that like was something that it's not important. No one really cared about it, but they got a chance to just kind of like argue for the sake of arguing. And then two things. First off, Hattie wants to talk to Raphael. But also, I mentioned that in the day, Hattie hadn't showered. And so Hattie's like, okay, I'm gonna go to the shower. And I'm like, perfect. So Hattie goes to the showers. They're co-ed communal showers because like they're KNXOs, like the Valentines, most of them don't care, but they respect each other enough to be like, oh, well, you would prefer to not shower with someone of a different gender than you, so I'll just wait to shower until you're done. But it's like a big like locker room shower where it's just like open room, faucet, right? So like it's that kind of deal. So Hattie going to the shower, hears voices inside, hears Clapback and K9 talking in the bathroom. And Hattie says, I'm gonna listen. And here's them arguing, discussing, more like, but in seeming disagreement, where K9 seems to be defending someone. And then Clapback says, we can't trust her. Like, she's basically like in bed with Sigma 1. Like, he's like, she's his new favorite. Like, Hattie, I don't know if we can trust her because she's so tight with the new Kane admin. Like, yeah, he might not be a handler, and yeah, he's an XO, but that doesn't mean that he's not admin. And then K9 is like, no, you haven't been on a mission with her. Like, you don't know her like the rest of us do. And then Clapback's like, I know, but that doesn't change the fact that we don't know if her loyalty is with us or with Sigma, because Sigma is her ticket into Gamma. And so there's like a conversation going on where Hattie overhears something about her that she should not have heard. And that's why I'm very happy that my player went to go take a shower. And so then my player does a whole like, and I'm like, do you enter while yawning? And like, yeah. So like Hattie very loudly yawns and enters, and they shut up. And then Hattie like enters and sees them and goes, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for like interrupting. And then Clapback goes like, no, we're fine. We're just chatting. We have towels on. You're good. And so Hattie enters, and like they both have towels on. They're in the shower area chatting after having showered. And so like they have a brief conversation, and K9 basically like reads the room as like, I'm gonna let you shower, bye, because Hattie has expressed discomfort in showering with the other male XOs. So Hattie goes to take a shower, and Clapback lingers and talks to her. And Clapback is basically just like, so like, how you holding up? How was it? And then Hattie explains more about what she like went through on the pickup and how it wasn't that bad, but still kind of sucked. And Clapback, previously in the big conversation, they were talking about how, remember Hattie made that kind of like Filipino sour ramen? Oh, sorry, let me step away for a second. Very sorry about that. My nose got stuffy, so I had to deal with that. So, Eric can't trust us being alone. I can't. We are unloved and I'm currently clinging to a light post while airing out a horde of zombies. Arrow leaving for 500 years. Empires rose and fell in my absence. Good. We needed some of these empires to fall. So, in the big conversation back in the room before the like cat consent conversation, Hattie brought up how she made like sour ramen on accident by combining her cane rations with some ramen she found, and Clapback was like, yo, like I actually had a Filipino place back where I grew up. I grew up back in like Western Pennsylvania, and in the city there was a Filipino place that was like so good, but there, oh man, when I think about growing up, I think of like this Michelin star Indian restaurant that we used to go to like once a year, and it was like the best food I've ever had. And there's just a brief conversation about food, and so that's just a tangential thought that I had. But Clapback had talked about that earlier, so we're talking more about her pickup, Hattie's pickup in the shower, and Hattie asked like, "Hey, how was things when I was gone?" And Clapback mentions, just like Sister mentioned, that there was tension, that like Alpha was like trying to be kind of pushy, and like Sigma was trying to be nice, and no one really trusted that. And the director came by, but Clapback, who was talking to the director with Hattie, says, I mean, it wasn't that bad. It could have been much worse. I think it was just kind of to put on paper that he like disciplined us, that he reprimanded us. And it was just, we had to have a full day of training. Really, that's all it was. It wasn't that bad. And my player after the session mentioned, because my player asked Sister, Clapback, and later Raphael, like, hey, how was time when I was gone? And everyone gave a different answer. Sister said it was awful. It was horrible. It was like terrible, like rough training the entire day. And Clapback's like, yeah, it was not that bad. It was fine. It was just, we had to spend the day training. I feel it was a on paper reprimanding, because technically we broke protocol by entering his office, and I can't blame the guy. Like, he seemed like he wasn't trying to actually punish us. And then Raphael later says like, well, it was certainly not pleasant, but it wasn't the worst thing. I was expecting there to be worse, and I'm glad you weren't there for it because it did suck, but it also very much was not as bad as like when we pissed off Alpha that one time. So like there's different perspectives being balanced around. And like Hattie's talking to Clapback about this, and when the topic of Sigma 1 comes up, Clapback's just like, hey, like, you seem close to him. And it's just basically bringing up like, we don't trust him. Why do you? And Hattie is kind of like explaining that like, well, he's like an XO, and Clapback ends up saying like, well, he's an XO, but he's not a Valentine. And the line in the sand is drawn very clearly, where Clapback explains that as a Valentine, like, they all look out for each other, that doesn't extend to every XO. Hattie, meanwhile, is basically not looking a gift horse in the mouth, is recognizing the fact that despite the fact Sigma 1 is admin, he is a mandated reporter, he is someone that she can't trust, he is someone that is looking out for her and wants her to go Gamma genuinely. And Clapback is just like, hey, like, are you like just using him to go Gamma? Like, do you genuinely trust him? Like, is he someone that like we can work with? And it's basically asking Hattie about it. And there's this tension where Clapback is basically saying, like, I don't know if I can trust you because you're so buddy-buddy with admin. And basically says exactly what she was telling K9 like 2 minutes prior, just to Hattie's face in a bit of a nicer way. And Hattie is just like, listen, like, we need to take any path available to us. Like, we need to have multiple paths open. We can't just narrowly focus on one specific one. And Clapback is like, but what if I already have a path secured? And Hattie's like, what do you mean? And Clapback just goes like, can I trust you? Valentine to Valentine. And in response to that, Hattie turns on like every shower head so that there's water running, like there's the sound of water over the conversation. And Clapback is like real close, like under the water, like next to the water, and just goes like, the reason I've been training so much these past couple weeks since Resplendent Echo, and because every time there's been recreation, I've described Clapback is training. She goes, the reason I've been doing that is because, do you know out on the range where the tree is by the corner of the fence? There's a blind spot in the guard rotation. I have not seen a single guard from that point the entire time I have been there. And I've been there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes at a time. There's no one looking there. And there is a weak point in the fence that we can exploit. And Hattie's like, no, you're seriously not considering this. And Clapback's like, why not? We're 6 XOs. We have a Cat 4 and multiple Cat 3s. Like, what would they do? Stop us? If all of us just decide to leave? And then, like, now it's made clear that Clapback is not just, like, suspicious of Kane admin. Clapback is actively talking about, like, breaking out. And she just goes over the fact that, like, hey, if we have 2 Ardence users and an edit user and a binder and a whisper user and a flux user, we can take out anyone that comes after us with the Ardence users. Mundane humans can't see sins, so that means that they can't see Rancor. Sister can just send them out and get whatever we want. Whisper users can see the future. Flux users like you can make it so that our mistakes don't even matter. Do you know what Bond can do with edit and the kind of things that she can get us into? And Hattie is asking very rational questions. What next? And then Clapback is just like we'd figure it out. And Hattie's like, no. Like, what next? Like, would we just slum it like urchins? Would we try to get a job? Would we be constantly on the move? Like, where do we settle down? Like, even if we go to Alaska, what's to stop Kane from just coming and finding us and like whisking us all back? And Clapback's like, we'd figure it out. We can like use edit to get social security cards if we really need. And Caddy's just like, what are you talking about? And it's this, and Hattie literally asked like, how would you handle taxes? And Clapback's like, I don't know, we'd figure it out. And Hattie's like, you've never done taxes. Because Hattie, as like a 17-year-old, prior to joining Kane, was like a multi-million subscriber channel that like got sponsorships and whatever, like had income. She, despite not being like a grown-up, had done adult things like pay taxes. And so there's this very reasonable tension between what could be worse than continuing to live in Kane. And like, we wouldn't make it. Like, there's just no way. Like, what if they send Gammas after us? What if they send Faith and the Virtues after us? And Clapback literally says like, they had no idea where Justice was after he went into the Psychic Sea until he just showed back up at a site outside of Rio de Janeiro. They didn't know there was going to be a binder on your most recent admin work. There's another one. Yeah, they still can't find Snake, and he's a perfect sin at this point. Like he's a full sin at this point. Like, clearly, Kane is not. Kane wants us to think they're omniscient. They're not. They don't know everything. And my player, like out of game, was just like, yeah, I believe Clapback. I believe, based on the power level that I, the GM, have set up for my game of Kane, Site Epsilon has 2 cars for like exos. They don't have a helicopter. And if they want one, they have to requisition it from another site. They don't have infinite funding. There are cost cuts. There is like repeat of personnel in different sites, in different areas. Like their director of all of the Untouchables is one of their pieces of silver. I'm a GM, player and a GM. I am a player and a GM generally speaking, but right now I'm talking about a game I'm GMing for a 1-on-1 game in Kane. So like I've made it very clear over my time running for my player, my version of Kane is pretty low power in terms of like government organization, multinational shadow government organizations that effectively rule the world. It's pretty low power on each site level. Yes, they can deploy the Virtues anywhere from Seraph, the orbital sky cannon, but they have to know where you are, and they can't just like look up on their satellite imaging, show me Hattie, and it will show that off in the like outback of Australia, you're hiding off in a savannah. Like they would have to literally find you. They would have to like with surveillance and drones and CCTV, closed circuit television, CCTV footage, and like rumors and reports and maybe grace monitoring. That would be the sort of ways that they would have to detect you. They couldn't just like wish you CCTV. Thank you. Yeah, 1-on-1 games are scaly. They are. Kane is not omniscient. They're just really good at propaganda. They are really good at propaganda. And my player, out of game, was just like, I believe her. I believe that a Cat 4 and multiple Cat 3 XOs could reasonably break out of a site, leave, and be powerful enough to fight off most threats sent our way. My issue is we are so powerful in this setting that there is no way they wouldn't mobilize the Virtues against us. And at one point, how do you just like ask her like why? Like, why would you even want to do this? We have other options. And Clapback says a couple different reasons. But like she mentions, like, don't you want Sister to be able to like go to a normal school and grow up in a way that like we didn't be able to, or that you were able to before Kane? don't you want to be like we wouldn't have to like live in a commune or something. We could like be neighbors and like live near each other. But are all of Arrow's streams this ADHD? Yeah. ADHD babbly? Yes. That is my core. Hence why the diagnosis doesn't surprise us. Yeah. How would you handle taxes? A very funny and very valid question. It is, particularly when like, do you think Clapback thought about that? Me personally, I wouldn't mind having fortitude sent after me. CCTV, correct? Yeah, closed circuit television. Yeah. It's like, don't you want sister to go to school? Don't you want to be able to like live a life with Raphael? And like, yeah, sure, we don't need to like stick together for safety, but we wouldn't need to like live in a commune. We could just like be neighbors. We just move together. We could all stick in the same area, continue to be Valentines, even if we aren't staying at the site. And at one point she mentions like, yeah, like I could probably go Gamma, but he can't, and I'm not gonna leave him. And like, Clapback and Hattie agree, the way things are right now can't stay the same. And Clapback is just like, it might be good for the individual to go Gamma, but that's not going to fix the Valentines. The only way to fix the Valentines is for all of us to like leave together. And the more of us that leave together, the better our odds. And I'm not leaving him. And so, despite the fact that Clapback is like less willing to like put a label on their relationship than K9, she is like just as willing to make a stupid decision, if not more willing to make a stupid decision for her totally not her boyfriend, right? She is totally willing to make a terrible decision for his benefit if she thinks it's the right thing to do. And so there's this moment where she's like, hey, I would never force you to do anything, but like, this isn't just for you, this is also for the rest of us. And she explains that K9 is in. Bond and Raphael are both maybes. They both said they'd get back to her. She hasn't told Sister yet. Because if something happens where it gets out and they get reprimanded, she wants Sister to have deniability. Sister is going to be the one that they tell last and right before they go. And because like Sister's main, but for the longest time, Sister wasn't really like the focus of anything. More recently, she's gotten more development. More recently, she has like survivor's guilt. She has rancor growing. She's struggling with that. She has curiosity to her. She has a youth to her because she is the youngest. But the reason she's called Sister is because she's like everyone's little sister. She's called Sister because everyone looks out for her. And she kind of hates that. She kind of wants to be able to prove herself, but not to the extent that she actively pushes people away. And so like, this is just one more reminder of how people are like, hey, if this ends up blowing up in our face, I don't want Sister involved. I don't want Sister to have any culpability. And so now it's just Hattie was the last one told because Clapback didn't know she could trust her with this. And so Hattie's like, I'm going to think about it. And Clapback's just like, hey, that's all I can ask of you. And so they part ways. Or they end with a hug, I think. And then Clapback like is like, okay, now my towel's wet. I'm going to go get a new towel. I'll get you one too. Grabs a new towel, whatever. Shower scene over. Hattie returns to the dorm. And in the dorm, it is like, there's 4 like cutout areas that have like dividers with like an opening there for them. Each of which has 2 bunk beds. Ignore my drawing, please. Please, just ignore it. It's also like storage for personal effects. And Raphael is the bottom bunk, and Hattie is the top bunk because they joined at like the same time. Or Raphael joined right after Hattie. Snake was the bottom bunk over here, and the top bunk is unoccupied. So they have like a little private area. In here, there's like a little media center that has a TV. It has a DVD CD player that just recently removed cassettes because that's a new hot thing. and there's like 2 big dining room tables here. And so K9 and Bond are over here reading or chatting while listening to Bond's music. Sister is in here with Rancor. Unclear where Clapback is, and Raphael is on bed. So Hattie comes over to Raphael's bed, sits down next to her. Raphael's sketching all 6 of the currently surviving Valentines. And Raphael is someone who like consistently she draws in her spare time, and in particular prefers like fantastical stuff, creative stuff, but has occasionally gone into like drawing people portraits. Prefers fantastical stuff. So like even when she drew Hattie before, she really focused on her piranha teeth and like made it really stylized and like interesting. And so she's slightly stylizing all of the Valentines that are remaining. And so they're all like Bond, who has knives coming out of her chest as a sin mark, is very jagged and angular in her line work. Whereas K9, who's really stretched out because of the accordion torso, is like really tall, spindly, thin in her drawing, stylized. So Hattie sits down next to her, and they talk about a couple of things. First off, like it's kind of awkward because Hattie is just like making a little bit of small talk, asking what Raphael's drawing, asking what's going on, and then basically like asks about how time was when she was gone. And this is when Raphael reveals like, yeah, I mean, it sucked. It was bad. I'm glad you weren't here for it. But it wasn't the worst we've had. Like we've had worse. Back when like we pissed off Alpha, that was way worse. But yeah, it just wasn't pleasant. I'm glad you weren't here for it. I'm glad you missed it. And then that kind of reaffirmed that they're all different perspectives. And she asked like, hey, what are your thoughts on the plan? And Raphael's just like, oh, but the others? And Hattie's like, yeah, watch what you say. And they talk around it. And Raphael, for a while now, has like literally brought up like, why don't we just leave? We could just leave. That's what she wanted to do like after Resplendent Echo. And she is interested. But also, she knows how important Gamma is to Hattie. And feels like she could go Gamma too. And so she hasn't made up her mind yet, because she doesn't know if she wants to leave with the rest of the Valentines or stick it out and try to go Gamma with Hattie. Because Hattie, effectively, after one more mission, if she doesn't gain more sin, will just go Gamma. She has the wreck, she has Cat 4, she has no sin mark, she's golden. Raphael has no wreck. Raphael has no shining accolades to her name like Hattie does. Hattie was a content creator for millions beforehand. Hattie has now had FaceTime with the site director in a positive interaction. Hattie has a former Gamma actively mentoring and vouching for her. You hope Hattie buys many consumables for her last hard hunt. What about the treatment for the mutated crew? Good question, Skeleton VA, because that's something where no one brought that up during the session. But after the session, I asked my player, because we were talking about like, hey, what are your thoughts? Like, what's Hattie gonna do? They're talking about their thoughts, their feelings. And I'm like, there's one other vital piece of information that no one brought up, including you. And they like, I don't really know. And then I was like, and they're like, can I have a hint? And I was like, what did Sigma 1 talk about? And they're like, I mean, like the Grace Grenade and like the Psychic Sea. And I'm like, what does Sigma 1 do for you? And Cell goes, so Sigma 1 is in charge of treating our sin marks, which in your setting, they grow if they're not treated. So that means anyone with a sin mark who's going to grow, like K9, will be without treatment and they will be overtaken. Oh. And so like, I let Cell walk to it on their own. And by all accounts, K9 and Bond, who have sin marks, know this. And K9 at least said, F it, we ball. K9 said, I'd rather leave. And what my player doesn't know is K9 is doing exactly what Clapback is doing, which is throw away your future for the chance to give it to someone else. Because Clapback is the new golden child. Clapback also was there talking to the director, getting FaceTime to the director. Clapback consistently was second place right after K9, the second best Ardence user because he was the best one, the second best in everything, and now she's number 1. She has no sin mark. She is 1 mission away from Cat 4. She is also a very strong Gamma contender, and she is willing to throw that away for K9, just as K9 is willing to basically, he knows that Clapback wants out, so he is willing to basically say, hey, I know I'm going to turn into a sin. I'm doing this for her. Because they're dumb teenagers that are in love. Even the het is doomed to my setting. I know! It's amazing! My word, they were made for each other. They really were. Like, they were literally made for each other on a meta level. I made K9, and then I made Clapback as his literal mechanical shadow. And then since then, K9 has become doomed and is like obsessed with his sin mark, and Clapback has stepped up to be a leader. They're being idiots. They are being idiots, but like, it's so romantic, right? Gift of the Magi, but it's doomed romance. Oh wait, that's Romeo and Juliet. So that didn't come up yet. That comes up later. So Raphael's just like, hey girl, like, I want, like, literally in our previous session, Raphael had talked about like, hey, I want to just leave. I don't think Gamma's a good idea, but if you go Gamma, I will catch up. And Raphael is basically told Hattie earlier, like, hey, if you really want to go Gamma, I'm not going to stop you, and I will try my best to catch up with you. Don't wait for me. Because like, the longer you wait, the worse your odds are. And so Hattie, like, that kind of like really hit Hattie hard, because Hattie was like, she gets it. Like she understands. And so now Raphael is just like, hey, I'm interested. I want to leave. I think that I could help them leave. Something else that happened was in the big conversation about prior to like the cat conversation and the romance conversation, like at the big table, they talked about how apparently there's a black market for requisitions, where one of the requisitions officers is totally chill getting you stuff that they're not supposed to. Because someone commented that someone commented about like buying alcohol, and they're all minors, like they're all teenagers, and then someone asked like, has anyone even tried? And then both Clapback and Bond were like, I tried, it didn't work. And apparently Faust, one of the MIA exos who is presumed dead, who was a demon and who was a gate user, was really good at like getting people stuff, and he was the only one who knew. And Bond explained that like she came from money and he came from poverty, and so he kind of had like this weird complex around her, and like was always like trying to like get in her good graces. Like he had a weird relationship with Bond, where Bond didn't really like reciprocate anything to him, and he wasn't like attracted to her necessarily, but definitely he had this weird like, I want to be where the rich people are almost, even though they're all exos and they're all Valentines. And so he explained to her that like he had a contact in the requisitions of Kane, where he could get whatever they wanted. It would just take script, and it would take more script, and even if it wasn't dorm regulation. And now Faust is gone, and so they're all like, does any, like, who knows who it could be? And so later in the shower, Clapback at one point is just like, we could just like get gear before we leave from the black market. We could spend all of our script, we could liquidate our assets, we could get stuff that we can take with us to set ourselves up so we're not living like street urchins. We can get money, we could get food, we could get spare clothing, all so that we can take that with us when we leave. We probably couldn't get IDs because then Kane could track that, but like it could be a start. And so like Hattie kind of inspired her to look into that. And so the reason I thought of that is that they're going to ask Raphael for help, because as a Whisper user, she can ask her shadow, who knows the future, hey, which one of these rec officers is the one that we need to go to? And then they can just find the right one because they have blasphemies. And so, Faust was not a gate user. Faust was a sympathy user. My apologies. So like Raphael is like already kind of like useful to them, wants to help her fellow Valentines, isn't in the same running for being a Gamma like Clapback or Hattie are. Hattie had previously explained to Clapback in no uncertain terms, like, hey, Arthur, Mix, and Raphael are my people. I want my people to go to Gamma. Arthur's dead, Mix is hollowed, and Raphael like hasn't been seen by admin yet. Like, I need to get my people to Gamma. And Clapback was just like, hey, I got my people too. And like Mix was one of them. Like Canine, Mix, like I had my people too. And so there's this tension. Raphael knows how important Whisper could be for the Valentines if they're going to leave. But also, she knows Hattie really wants to go to Gamma. And Raphael is not currently in the running for Gamma, but could be very easily. It's just she needs a chance to prove herself. So like on this next hunt, for instance, she could prove herself. And something else that happened in the shower was that Hattie was like, hey, I can't say yes if this happens before we find Snake. I need to execute Snake's imago. I need to put Snake to rest. And Clapback's like, we might not have time. We don't know when it's going to happen. Like, and for all we know, while they're spending resources looking for Snake, we could spend that time leaving. So I can't agree to that, but I will keep that in mind when we're planning, because I want to make this work for you, just like I'm sure you want this to work for me. And so this whole back and forth of like, ooh, what if I just wait until we execute Snake and then I like prove myself there? What if I get the referral? What if? And then Raphael says something. And she says, I don't want to say it. And Hattie says, no, go ahead. Yeah, so going Gamma in my setting is a separate site called Site Gamma. It is reserved exclusively for black coats, so Cat 4+. You can't have a sin mark, and if you get a sin mark there, you're kicked out. And you have to be referred by a member of Kane admin. And then you have to be like accepted. But like generally, if you're in the point of like, oh, the site director like approves your transfer, like, yeah, you're fine. Going Gamma gives you basically all of the amenities stuff from the Kane script book, like a private room, meal plan B, nice shoes, nice clothes, all for free. It's not mechanically, like you don't get mechanical bonuses for that, but you do flavorfully, narratively get all of that for free. You are allowed greater flexibility in what missions you take, but also you're a black coat. On the missions you're not allowed to just skip, you're sent out on some of the roughest missions available below the notice of the virtues. And Gamma is often like, there are 3 courses of action as a Gamma. You either die, you get your pieces of silver, or you become a virtue. And this is most of them. This is a couple of them. And this is like very, very few of them. Right? And something I want to do is that when I make my Kane supplement for the setting doc, I want mechanics for becoming your own virtue, because in my setting, it's reasonable that PCs can become virtues. Like, that is a reasonable ask. Yeah, so Site Gamma, very nice. However, it's still within Kane. It's like being promoted, moved to a different site. And so Raphael says, hey, who in my setting was a black coat that became a virtue? Probably Justice. Justice strikes me. I think Prudence. Definitely the charities. Faith was not confirmed. I feel like Hope and Charity both have like explicitly referenced succession lines, so yes for them. Fortitude, I think it'd be interesting if Fortitude wasn't. So I think what it is that it's every virtue, unless stated otherwise, was formerly a black coat. Faith, and this is something wild about my faith, and I mentioned this and everyone was like, what? When I said it on stream. Faith came to visit Saint Epsilon like a couple sessions ago, and they were talking, and she mentioned how, well, like back when she was at the monastery, she fought off what she thought were demons, and like she now understands to be sins, and like she never had any grace, so she never had blasphemies. But after a while, like she just like developed that halo on her head, and someone asked her like, is that a sin mark? And she's like, no, it just kind of developed after I killed, I think it was 8 of them. And then everyone was like, you killed 8 sins without any grace? And she's like, mm-hmm. And that's my faith. Like that's faith in my setting, is with a bow staff and the power of like God. She smote down the evil demons assailing her monastery over the course of years. And then once she like took out her 8th one and like hit Cat 5, like spontaneously she just manifested immaculate defiance against heaven. She had the power of God and anime on her side. If I become a virtue, I'm going to spar with Fortitude for 100 years and maybe she'll kiss you once. Maybe. So I think Faith was not a black coat. Faith was like literally, Faith was found as a virtue because Faith was so sequestered from society. And I think Fortitude, probably similarly, was not a black coat. I think Fortitude was a mutation, because literally in the doc it mentions like Fortitude is mutation of the amplified blasphemy, which is under sympathy. I think Fortitude was effectively a mutation who just kind of like from Cat 1 was always different and more destructive. And then it was like around the time that like they were like Cat 3 that Kane Admin was like, okay, we think this is probably going to be another virtue. Let's just like, let's just act as if you're a virtue already. And then Fortitude just did not stop growing, right? Fortitude was found bench pressing a gym. You need her to step on you. Okay, Solar, normally I'm not a fan of people being like so down horrendous for characters. Fortitude is kind of an exception, I will say. I can't blame you. Quietly fast tracks for Fortitude to virtue status. No, literally, like Fortitude I think was odd. Like Faith was odd because she was a virtue before Cain found her. Fortitude was odd because Fortitude was a virtue before reaching black coat status. And then all of the other virtues, Prudence was just a black coat that became a virtue. Justice was a black coat that became a virtue. Charities and Hopes were all black coats prior to joining the succession line. Honestly, a cool idea for Fortitude would be a rogue binder who's captured and indoctrinated, or well, failed to be indoctrinated. I don't know, because I'm literally like talking about this with you right now for the first time. Fortitude in my setting may well have been a captured binder, but I think at that point then they would be a binder, right? I think they would be a binder at that point. And I also think maybe Absolution. No, I think Absolution was already a black coat by the time she bound her husband's sin. Chastity would probably be another one, because like obviously I make my homebrew not including other people's homebrew because 1, I don't want to step on their toes. 2, then it just gets super messy. But like, I love the Harpocrates dossier. I could very easily reach out to Svelte and be like, hey, like, how would you feel about including some of your stuff in my setting? And I think Chastity would be another one where kind of like a Fortitude. At Cat 1, Chastity was weird. like with the no touching people thing. And then by like Cat 3 before a black coat, Kane admin was like, okay, you're another one. Let's get you. Ain't the rogue binder stat block used by Under Heaven no matter the blasphemy? Well, so remember, binder is a colloquial term used to describe any exo outside of Kane. So like the binder that Hattie fought briefly at the end of the last pickup did not have a bounce in. However, they're still called a binder because they're a non-Kane affiliated XO. It's been 4 hours. Is your throw okay? I drink my water. I realize how very hungry I am because I had like 7 soup dumplings prior to stream, and I had a little bit of a milkshake that was so frozen it was basically ice cream, and I need more food. Generally, I'm fine going like 5, 6. I've gone like 8 hours before. I've had a 10-hour stream. That was rough. That was Hollow Knight. But like generally I go like 7-ish hours, give or take an hour. But since I am recovering from illness, I should be careful. Thank you for checking. In order to contain fortitude, you need at least 2 virtues. One needs to be faith and the other one of the more combat capable ones. So what I did is, any of you who remember, the session after Mix went hollow, where Mix was a jaunt user, and in the descriptor of jaunt, in the core rules, jaunt users are the most likely to go hollow, which is just completely like cessation of consciousness. Faith specifically had to come to the site, pick up Mix, and bring her back to Site Alpha for some purpose. And Faith referenced that she had to do it, not a virtue, Faith specifically. So it was interesting. And I in the distortions doc, I have multiple references to hollowing. I have multiple references to, what's it called? Site Alpha, or I have a couple references to Site Alpha. Like just little nods to that. Something is going on in my setting with hollowing, distortions, and Site Alpha. And Faith is not at the center of it, but like is the overseer of it. The internet's too full of negativity and baseless hatred. Remember to take care of each other. Exactly. We love trying to take care of a random internet person. It's very appreciated. So, Raphael, in response to just like, hey, I know you want to go Gamma. I'm not going to be there yet, but if you want to, like, I can't stop you. And Hattie approaches Raphael like, hey, I won't stop you if you want to go. I just kind of want to know. And Raphael says, no, like I want to support them, but I also want to go Gamma with you. I have something that I shouldn't say, that I don't want to say. And Hattie says, go ahead. And Raphael's like, well, I shouldn't. And Hattie's like, no, do it. Raphael says, well, if we know about this, we could stop it early. And that would set both of us up. And Raphael didn't say it explicitly, but Cell and Hattie immediately picked up what she was putting down. Raphael said we could sell out the Valentines to Kane admin and secure both of our spots in Gamma. And like Cell was genuinely taken aback at this, and Raphael is like, yeah, like I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to do that, but like that is an option that we have, and you need to debrief with Sigma 1, and you haven't gotten a chance to today. You're gonna meet with him tomorrow. And now it is Toxic Doom Fury. So my player, Cell, was just like, I was not expecting that from Raphael. And literally, Raphael's the last person I would expect to say that. And Raphael, and Cell, has now had the realization, I think Raph
fell harder for Hattie and is more inclined to make rash decisions for her than Hattie is for her. And I think Hattie is leading this girl on a bit. And then I said, Raph is simply your average lesbian who had a gay awakening and is now with her first girlfriend. And then Sel goes, oh no. And then proceeded to recount a story about how they knew a woman who broke off her engagement of like 4 years, like broke up with her fiance of 4 years, and then proceeded to go no contact with the woman that like was her lesbian awakening. That's unironically how my relationship went. Yeah, your average lesbian, hopeless lesbian. So Raph didn't say she wanted to do this, and I think Cell like kind of put in their brain like, oh, Raph is like wanting to do this. No. Raph said it's an option. We could sell them out, and we would both like guarantee our spot in Gamma. And remember, this is not just any site. This is Site Epsilon. These are not any XOs. These are the Valentines. These are the same Valentines that would throw themselves in front of a bullet for you after the experiences you shared together. These are the sort of Valentines who you had a like Hattie had a conversation with Bond, and Hattie argued with Bond and slapped Bond, and Bond was yelling at Hattie, and they had a falling out, and they walked away from each other. And like when Bond was in a medical chair, she was tied down because she was afflicted by something, and she was like, Hattie, please untie me. Like I'm gonna stay still. I promise I will stay lying down. I do not like being tied up, and was like having a panic attack. And Hattie proceeded to click her morphine injector to get her to fall asleep instead of doing anything, because Hattie thought she was at risk. And so multiple times, butting heads, arguing. Bond is now hit with this hound affliction. She is now has a sin mark on her. She's angrier. She is upset, and she has a conversation privately with Hattie. And they both just basically go like, hey, I don't like you. You're at the bottom of my list, but you're still a Valentine, and I will not let that get in the way of that. And they have this agreement where like, hey, we don't like each other, but we're still both Valentines. So we're still both going to risk our lives for each other, even if we don't like each other. That's how strong the Valentine bond is. Like you sent me into like a panic attack, and you thought that I was diminishing the value of our mutually dead friend, and like we are diametrically opposed now, effectively. We're still Valentines. Clap back for all of the grief she gave K9 this entire time. They were both still Valentines, would still always support him. Like that's Valentine's. And Raphael said, hey, let's betray them. Which like, ooh. And so Cell. And then later Bond and Hattie actually ended up making up very, very quickly, mostly due to faith. Mostly due to the fact that they were both getting some faith assistance, and Hattie ended up offering an olive branch of sorts in trying to assist Bond in dealing with her affliction, and Bond took her up on it. And now that like Bond would meditate while Hattie prayed, and they would have quiet moments together of just like, hey, this is what being a Valentine is like. Era's blessing us with nerd rant and recounting a Kane game. So Raphael and Hattie are talking. Hattie is just like, we can't do that. And Raphael's like, no, I'm not saying that we do. I'm just saying it's an option. And so they're basically going through the motions, and they're just like, okay, we have 3 options. We have leave. We have Hattie goes Gamma, and Raphael tries. And we have sell them out. And so Hattie like leans in and like kisses Raphael, and just like, let's focus on something else for now, and like starts shifting the conversation, moving on from the conversation. And Raphael grabs her, stops her, says, first, if we're gonna do this, I need to know first. Because we have to agree to do it. It's not something that one of us is going to do by herself. And then lets it go and like kisses her back and then like moves on to another conversation topic. And so they have this like conspiratorial like blood oath, like this sealed with a kiss. If we're gonna sell them out, in for a penny, in for a pound, it's both of us or none of us. Exactly as planned? Yes. Exactly as planned, you enter right at Doom Jerry. So, I know exactly what's going to happen next session. And I say that, and it's not going to happen at all this way. But, Sigma 1, we are now done with the session. We entered the debrief, we're talking about it. Sigma 1 is going to talk with Hattie. And he is going to express how difficult he finds things to be, and how none of them seem to trust him. And he is going to ask Hattie to smooth things over with him and the rest of the Valentines. Because he is asking this as like, hey, I understand I'm a member of admin. It doesn't matter if I'm an XO. You are part of the Valentines. Your word will hold more sway than mine. That's where the session ended, correct. So now, this is what's gonna happen. This is what I'm planning on happening. Darn good session. It was a darn good session. Next session, Yuri Mageddon versus Valentines. I hope Hattie doesn't sell the Valentines. I hope too, but also it would be so interesting. Do all sites have such drama? Yes. That's my answer. Yes. I want to see a betrayal. I want to see betrayal. I want to see them leave. I want to see them like stay and go Gamma, because for the longest, like literally for months now, the plan I have assumed was Hattie, because Cell was interested in going Gamma. I set Hattie up to go Gamma. And this is another lesson for GMs. I set up going Gamma as a one-off comment. I didn't know what going Gamma was. I just thought going Gamma sounds cool. And I referenced going Gamma a couple times. And she asked, what's going Gamma? And so I came up with, well, site Gamma is like a normal site, but only high-level XOs who don't have sin marks can go there. You get transferred from other sites, and you go on the highest, most dangerous missions, but you have way more amenities and you're treated like a person. And then from there, Gamma grew and grew and grew into what I would say is the central tentpole of the game. The game is revolving around an axis that is directly between Gamma and Valentine. Where is Hattie gonna fall? Because Hattie has tried her best to ride like right there, not fully committing to Gamma, still being a Valentine, but ultimately more Gamma than not. But like Cell said, like, hey, listen, I've been thinking about it, like Clapback's not wrong. Based on the power level you set up of Kane, I think 6 XOs of Cat 3 Plus could absolutely break out. I think we would absolutely be able to leave. It's just, I think we'd be too powerful. I think we would be an under heaven Cell. I think that we would be the sort of thing that Faith goes after. And I was like, maybe. And I was also like, those are not bad questions, but like taxes and stuff. But also, you have magic powers. That's not going to be that much of an issue. And then Cell's like, I kind of want to see Hattie on the under heaven arc, but also I want to go Gamma. So it's this Hattie doing an et tu brute. I just had an evil thought they could use the opportunity to both double cross the Valentines and also put new boss in good graces. That's good. However, the assumption being is that if they were, what Raphael put forward is, if we betray them, if we say, hey, admin, the other Gammas, even or the other Valentines, even if it's just, hey, Clapback and K9 are planning an escape. Here is what they've told us. Here's the information that they have. Here's what they're aiming to do. And they only sell out K9 and Clapback. They leave out Bond, they leave out Sister. Or even if they literally just sell out Clapback. Because Clapback is kind of the one heading this. The assumption is, yeah, that would be a sign of loyalty that Kane would not overlook. Because Kane, ultimately, like, why do you think Gammas? Why do you believe Gammas need to be cat 4+, no sin mark, and referred. Because these are baby virtues. These are the cream of the crop, so to speak. These are the most powerful, quote unquote, mundane exos. So, gammas need to be proven, trusted, and capable. They need to be individuals that you can trust to walk side by side with personnel of Site Gamma, give them amenities, give them a taste of what it's like to be a virtue or to be an admin, and get them in the system as pieces of silver, or raise them up to be a virtue. That's like what Gamma on a meta level, on a actual literal mechanical physical level, as well as just like culturally, is on all accounts the level up of being a foot soldier into being like a non-commissioned officer. And the question is, where do you go from there? And you're not going to be a non-commissioned officer by putting in the bare minimum or even just being like slightly above average. You need to be kind of exceptional to do that. Because authoritarian figures are just so trustworthy. Exactly. That's the type of spontaneity I love about TTRPGs. Yeah. Bonus points if that's someone's sister who's putting in the way of someone else. I want to see this plan leaked early and then someone flipping dies for this. Oh my gosh. And sister dies because she's the binder, so they don't trust the binder, and she's like the only one who didn't know about the plan. Oh my gosh. Hattie has the meeting with him, tells him there's a hole in the cage. Then after telling him to fill that hole, she goes out to find Clapback and tell him, the supervisor, we already know about the hole and it's a test by Kane. Oh my gosh. Gamma is a Kane extending a hand to Exos and asking, would you like to be a person again? Yeah. Like, and I have run a one-shot. I ran a one-shot for a couple players, Cell and someone else, who they played as Gammas. And Cell ran a game for me, where I was a player, where I played a Gamma. And just the complete difference in how Gammas are treated is like, you'll just have like a normal conversation with your handler. Like, you'll meet your handler in the break room and they'll ask how your day is going. And you'll say like, ah, man, training was kind of brutal. And they'll be like, really? You seemed like you were doing fine. And you're like, actually, I spent all my psyche bursts. And they're like, really? No way. And you're like, yeah, but hey, not as brutal as those meetings you're in, right? It's like, no, listen, I would take meetings over training course any day. And like, you have like coworker banter with your handler because you're treated like a coworker. Like, yeah, maybe it's like, you might be like an NCO and you're talking to a mechanic. So like, there's not a direct hierarchy there, or like, you're kind of like not really in each other's worlds, but like, you're friendly. You're not like antagonistic to each other in the same way that like the Kane standardized handler XO relationship is. Sadist DM who likes toxic Yuri, scary. Where do I sound? Me? I'm a sadist DM who likes Yuri? Who likes toxic Yuri? That feeling when my GM says, you can have Yuri, but it's toxic, so I keep going back. Okay. The Yuri started doomed, and I think turned kind of toxic. It's no longer doomed. It's more so just toxic now. The Het started toxic and turned doom. Clapback and K9 was like, that is some toxic rivals to lovers Het. And then they got over their toxicity and it was super cute. And now it's like, oh no, you are so doomed. Please don't. Right? As an aside, I finally got my hands on the Kane books and I'm in love. I'm so excited to start penciling down ideas. Awesome. Maybe most pieces of Silver Exos become workers in the Gamma sites because they have experience. So actually, the way Pieces of Silver works is that you are always transferred from the site you are on. You are not supposed to ever be active at a site that you were an XO at. So Sigma 1 was a part of Site Beta, transferred to Gamma, got his Pieces of Silver, and now works at Site Epsilon. And this is basically to avoid a conflict of interest where I'm from Site Beta, I go to Site Gamma, I get my pieces of silver, I get deployed to work at Site Beta. Oh, all of my friends from back when I was an XO are here. I'm going to do everything in my power to just like benefit those that are underneath me because I like them. Which you might be wondering, that kind of like can be prone to abuse, sure, but like for XOs in particular, that seems really useful. That seems very good for the mental state of XOs and their equipment and ability to train. You have to remove their ability to organize. You have to remove their ability to centralize authority and power. And so, yeah, like Sigma 1 has been very like particular about like mentoring Hattie. Because he's basically just like, hey, I wanted to help others and I really couldn't back when I was in beta and then when I went to gamma, and now I'm in a position where I can. I want to help you go gamma. I want to get you to the point where you're in a better state. Gamma, it will be more dangerous, but if you do what I did, you can just skim along pieces of doing pickups. You won't ever have to go on a hunt. You get your pieces of silver. Boom. You spend the rest of your life behind a desk. You're fine. So you can't even gain rank to improve things? Yeah. The dichotomy of relationship, doomed or toxic, pick one. Ah, yes, the first priority of Cain, the mental well-being of XOs. Exactly. It's a filter in a form of control. Gammas will likely have their advancements, put their advancement above their teammates and won't have communities outside of Cain. Exactly. And like, as a gamma, you're a person, but you're still an XO. Right? As a gamma, you are an XO that is treated like a person. You are not a person. Does that make sense? So you're still considered a weapon. You're still considered like even pieces of silver. You're not considered a person. You're considered like a weapon that is behind a desk almost. And what happens that when you get your pieces of silver, you take grace suppressants. Remember how I mentioned that Sigma 2 was like Cat 5 because like she earned her pieces of silver. Like she never went gamma. She got a immediate sin mark on her second hunt, and then she was stuck there until she got her pieces of silver. She is Cat 5. However, with the grace suppressants, what that does is it basically reduces your cat by 3 or up to 3, because like it reduces you down to like a minimum of 0. So at Cat 5, she's still like a Cat 2 XO effectively. And she has to like actively take these because even though she's trusted, even though she's pieces of silver, even though she's behind a desk and she is like operating and she's been on a good behavior for her entire time being here, you kind of don't want a Cat 5 XO just kind of chilling. Like, what if something happens to him? Weird machine in her office? That's exactly it. XOs aren't soldiers, they're ammunition, they're finite use resources and are handled as such. Exactly. And what happens when a shotgun shell wants to work in accounting? You tell the shotgun shell, oh wow, you're such a good accountant, and then you let them do that. However, generally you're not going to be doing like finance, you're not going to be like in sales, you're not going to be in internal logistics. Like, you're generally going to be XO oriented. Sigma 1 is in charge of the Untouchables, the castle teams of Site Epsilon. Sigma 2 is like the medical officer of primarily the Untouchables, but also of the XOs and their sins and their sin marks and taking care of that. So like, even though they're behind a desk, they're still oriented around like wiping the stain away, being a weapon just in a different way. Not every blade is tempered in the same fire. So if you want to go feral psychic ability, you need to aim for virtue or become a sin. Or if you're a pieces of silver and you join Can Admin and you somehow manage to avoid taking your suppressants, your grace levels will normalize. Your grace levels will return back up to Cat 5. And so if you want to wreck shop, you could theoretically, over many years, gain their trust and then stop taking your suppressants. So your grace levels start rising and you get back up to like Cat 4 or Cat 5 or whatever. You are a Cat 5 XO standing outside the director's office of a site that you have been working at for 20 years. And no one has any reason to believe you aren't trustworthy. Does taking grace suppressants stop sin mark spreading? I'd say yeah, because it's basically like putting a limit on it. And I think that's part of the treatment, is that it's almost like a HRT in a weird way. It's like grace HRT, where it's like messes with your hormone imbalance. And so it's not just like, let's reduce those grace levels. It's also like, let's change those grace levels. Let's alter those grace levels. Let us suppress your grace levels in the way where it will alter how your sin mark spreads. Millions must trans their magic. Some blades are axes, others are screwdrivers. Exactly. Reminds me of the sentient bombs from Darkstar. Oh no. That one psycho that wants to go hunting. Oh no. The 3 genders: male, female, and sin. True. God, that'd be awesome story start. Cain infighting. Imagine you're a group of Cat 1 exos. And your first mission is that one of the pieces of silver high-ranking officials at your site stop taking their suppressants, and you have to take on like a Cat 5 that just like went crazy. Like, what? Okay, so next session, what I plan. I talked a little about this before. Sigma 1, going to talk to Hattie, get her information on the pickup, and basically he's more interested in the binder. He reveals, I don't think the binder was there, and the reason, or like he reveals, I don't know if Cain, like I wasn't aware that there would be a binder there. I assumed that the guy in red, the guy with the jacket, would be the binder. But from a cursory interrogation, and grace scanning, he's just a mundane human that has above average grace levels. So he is actually at risk of manifesting a sin. But ultimately, he appears to have been going around grabbing bits of drifters that he has some connection to. He has some way of detecting dead drifters. Like, he would be at the sites of where drifters were taken out and would take a bit off of them before the cleanup crew got there. Somehow he can detect them. And then he would synthesize them into drugs, effectively, into tablets, into consumables. And like, they would have confiscated some of them and they want to test some of them out. And I think that he would be like, hey, Hattie, like, I want to increase the trust of the Valentines with me specifically. So can you do that for me? And Hattie's probably going to be like, no, they hardly trust me now because I'm so close to you. And Sigma 1 would be like, well, we could address this or we could just let it ride. I know better than to try and force them to trust a member of admin. I was just hoping that if I held the carrot, they would not assume I held the stick. And him to just be like, so we want to test this. I think we have to hold off on that though. Which I already have notes on what that does. So setting guide is going to have a bunch of items like the grace knife and the grace grenade. And that's going to be the conversation. And I think he's going to ask her like, hey, is there anything else you want to tell me? And I'm just going to ask Cell straight up, like, do you tell him about the plan? Do you even hint at it? And I think Hattie might tell him the plan and then do a flux to try and get the best of both worlds, which I need to plan for. So that. And then what's going to happen? I think what's going to happen is Alpha, over the next week, is going to basically keep pushing Sigma to be like the good cop, and the Valentines are not going to bite. The Valentines are not going to work with it. So Alpha steps in and tries to like push his authority some more, and he's going to get pushed back on. And then I don't know if that's going to be like where they maybe like test the tablet. I don't know like what's going to go on with that, but I do know that the scene I don't know how it's going to happen. You can tell me. You can tell me before Clapback and everyone leaves. Alpha is going to get into an argument with the Valentines. and he is going to start berating Canine. And Clapback is going to like stand in front of him and be like, yo, back off. He's not the one you should be berating right now. It's me. And then Alpha is going to hit her with a, listen, you're already on track to be a Gamma. Stay out of this. This is between 01 and me. And she's going to push him and like push him back. And he's going to be like, what are you doing? Why would you do this? And Clapback's just like, I said back off of him. I said, leave him alone. You're not going to bully him anymore. You're not going to abuse him anymore. You're not going to lie to him anymore. He's grown past the need for you. And Alpha is basically just going to be like, come on, O2. You don't need to do this. Like, don't throw away your future like this. Don't throw away the chance to go Gamma. And then she is like, he's just going to keep on antagonizing her. And then he's going to end up saying like, don't throw away your chance to go Gamma. And she's going to go, no, this is throwing away my chance to go Gamma. And she is going to grab him by the face. And she, as an Ardence user, is going to set her hands on fire and is going to burn his face. And she's going to continue burning. And she's going to continue burning. And she's going to continue burning. And then everyone that tries to stop her, she's going to get shot at. And then the bullets are going to get burned up because she's going to be burning. And she's going to say that if she kills him, she is going to get every single Valentine executed. So she won't. Instead, she is going to mark him with something that he'll never outgrow and never move past and will look a tenth as ugly as he is on the inside. And she's going to continue burning his face until Canine literally pulls her off. And it's going to be revealed that her hands are going to be burned down to the bone, with veins wrapped around them, arteries wrapped around them, nerve endings wrapped around them. And she is going to basically, as a middle finger to Alpha, basically purposely take on a sin mark so she can't go Gamma. She's going to purposely take on a sin mark as a middle finger and say, sucks for you. I can't go Gamma now. That was me throwing away my future. And basically, like, she is not someone to think about the future too much. She is someone that is intelligent, but is fundamentally a creature of passion and impulse. Can I get a clone of this creature as a spirit animal? Yeah, okay, that's pretty cool. So now, like, her hands are like bone. And if Hattie fluxes that, I think that Hattie would get stopped if trying to stop it. What if Arrow Rights was instead Arrow Rights and I were a plane? I made that as a Lancer character. Imagine a mother gets pieces of Silver XO. What does what you just said, gets into the director's office and spreads Mother from top to bottom zombie apocalypse style. I still don't know Mother. However, I think that would be a great Mother-themed campaign. I think, because my understanding is that like Mother as a sin and also as a blasphemy is like an infection that mimics a lord or a idol or a centipede. And the idea of it's infecting individuals and you're trying to go and kill the source. The whole game is trying to find the source of the mother. Damn, son, good for her. Terrible idea, but good for her. So what is this? I only just found you because of your Kane reviews. So I'm talking about my Kane game. I'm talking about the Kane game that I've been running. And I'm talking about what's going to happen in the next couple sessions, probably next session. Kind of zoned out there for like the first hour stream. What was the thing about genres being fake? You can just watch the VOD. The long and short is that I think genres are fluid. I think that they are descriptive. And a lot of people assume they are prescriptive. And the long and short is that if you want to run D&D that's survival horror, that is equally as valid as D&D that is like heroic fantasy. And I think that the stereotype and the archetype associated with each edition or with each system is different, and that is important to keep in mind for what the mechanics are designed around, but they are ultimately not prescriptive. I've seen people play D&D as a combat-less dating sim, which I personally think is silly. However, like, bully for them, you know? Ah, so just like he, him, Yuri. I locked in after I stood up to pace for a few minutes. Yeah, and you can make anything with any TTRPG setting. Yeah, as long as the rules are flexible enough. Okay. Let's talk, because I probably need to wrap up within the next hour. Because we're approaching 5 hours in half an hour, and our throat is sore. Because if you don't know, I'm sick, so I'm recovering, but I love Yuri, but I'm bad at being social and finding things. How do I find games and groups full of girls where all of our girl characters can girl kiss each other? I mean, like, do you have friends that are sapphic? Or even friends that are just, like, comfortable playing sapphic characters? Because, like, boom. Listen, I am not the sort that would play in a game, like, I'm doing a review of Girlframe. That does not mean that I plan on playing Girlframe with a group. Like, if you want to play a game where it's all about, like, hey, girls kissing girls, like, Thirsty Sword Lesbians is a system designed around girls kissing girls. Like, you could do that. That's valid. That's fair. What I would say is that talk about expectations beforehand. Is this a game where the excuse is so that you have your OCs and that they have times to talk and kiss each other? Because at that point, just roleplay. Like, there's nothing wrong with just role-playing. You don't need a system tied to it. That's not really my thing, but you can do that. If you want to write about girls kissing, I write about girls kissing. I have a manuscript or a novel that I'm editing right now, where it's about girls kissing. Wow. Like, you can just do that. Like, you don't need a TTRPG group to do that. So if your TTRPG group is holding you back, so to speak, you don't need to do that with them. There's the arrow cord, but it's probably necessary to preface about girl kissing. Yeah, so I have had to shut down a couple things on the arrow cord. I don't think there's been any weird games, because I haven't kept up with the games, but there's been a couple stuff where I'm just like, hey, we don't do that here. A game all about, like, oh, it's just a girl kissing game for girl kissers. Like, I'd probably shut that down, because even if it was totally, like, PG, safe for work, nothing untoward or weird, that's not really the vibe of the community that I want. And as much as I love girl kissing, and as much as, like, bully for you if you want to be a girl kisser, that's not why we're here. We're here to be creative and talk RP and TTRPGs and creative writing and cane stories. And, like, yeah, girl kissing can be a part of that, but, like, that shouldn't be the main thing. In the same way that, like, as much as I love doing VA work, there's a lot of, like, Yuri on the channel recently, which, like, I love Yuri, like, I love yaoi, like, sure. That's also not the core of the community, and I feel like a couple people might think it is. So that's just something that, heads up. I gotta hand it to you, Alpha. You really made us hate you while burning his face. Whoa, girl kissing. Okay, but, like, in fairness, I hate it when people do this. I'm not gonna lie. I hate it when people are just like, ugh, I'm so bisexual whenever they see, like, an attractive male character and an attractive female character. But, like, also, I was absolutely having I'm so glad I'm bisexual moment yesterday, because I was playing Persona 5. This is never a good sign. I was playing Persona 5 Royal. I'll try to keep spoilers light. I started the casino palace, like the one from the tutorial. I came to it in, like, the normal time stream. I got to that point in it, and the palace owner, their shadow, just, oh my gosh, the voice and the look and the like, I love the fit that they had. And then the new party member, and, like, the tension and like the drip. If you know, you know. I don't want to play spoilers. Like, I could say spoilers. It's my stream. I'm playing Persona, but, like, I was playing Persona at your first mistake. Listen, I played Persona 4 Golden. I played Persona 3 Portable. And now I'm playing Persona 5 Royal. And I have been playing Persona 5 Royal for like 6 months. Because I'll get to play it like once every 2 weeks. I think I played it like twice in the past couple days because I got home, or twice in the past week because I went once before I left for my trip and then once after I got back. Persona, I just beat Persona 4 Golden for the first time recently. It was alright. I hear P3 and P5 are way better. No! My favorite Persona game is P4G. My favorite Persona game is P4G. That being said, I'm kind of loving P5R. Persona 5 Royal, I'm kind of loving it. Persona 4 Golden, I like this hit me in all of the right ways at the time of my life when I played it. And like the themes and the characters and the idea of growing a friend group that you then grow to care for, and you learn what makes them tick and you help them through their problems, like peak. And then Persona 3, I enjoyed it. Persona 3 was a game where everyone warned me before I played it. Like everything I heard about was like, oh yeah, it has a real slow start, but like it's really good plot wise. I didn't realize the slow start was gonna be the first like 30 hours. Gosh, like Persona 3, I genuinely think if you removed, like, take the first like 4 hours, cut out the next like 25 hours, and then just slam the next bit in front of that, maybe add in like a 1 or 2 hour summary of those 20 hours, I don't think you would miss much. I'm not gonna lie. I truly do not think that the first like third of Persona 3 is worth it. That being said, by the end of the game, I ended up caring about the characters way more than I thought I would. I legitimately had a moment of like, oh, I'm sad about this character. I was not expecting. I didn't like this character up until 5 seconds ago. And I only now realized that after spending 90 hours with them, that I started caring about their struggles. It is immensely slow to get into, but I really like that. See, I like that. And that's why I like Persona 4 or Persona 5. That's a JRPG thing. That's a JRPG thing. The slow starts. And I love a slow start. My issue is that it was slow without character grip. In Persona 4, immediately you're introduced to Yosuke, Chie, Yukiko. You're going through like the first dungeon within like 10 hours. In Persona 5, oh my gosh, like opening with the first palace in the way that they did. They immediately hook you with the tutorial is like 2/3, if not 3/4 of the way through the game. And then you get caught. And then like you're told that you're sold out. And then you have to recount what happened up until that point. And then you start playing through the first palace and then like all that. Persona 3 is just like, hey, wait for the full moon, bud. And then it takes like 3 months in game for the plot to pick up. And I have a buddy. I have Rory. Rorston VT. He played Persona 3 Reload. He played Persona 3 Reload, and because I'd already played it, I was like, yo, tell me everything. Like, tell me your play-by-play. And now I've been doing the same to him for Persona 5 Royal. And he and I will still laugh to this day. It's been like a year since he played it. We'll just laugh about the random crucifixion scene in Persona 3. I can't show anything about it because spoilers, but like there's a random scene where the entire main cast gets crucified and it comes out of nowhere and it leads nowhere and it isn't interesting and it just has no build up and it's so funny. I would have liked P4G if a third of the dungeons weren't abysmal. Yeah, I think that the weakest aspect of P4G is probably the dungeons. I think the aesthetic of the dungeons and the boss fights are the strongest aspect, right? I played P3 a while ago, and I was running P3R for a bit until it was out of Game Pass. Honestly, a Kane homebrew themed on bringing down Kane could be interesting. Call it Heaven Must Fall or something. Heaven Must Fall. Okay, I wrote it down. I'll remember. Kanji and Rise's dungeon back-to-back was rough, and Naoto's made me want to drop the game? Really? But after that, since I maxed out Nanako and Dojimo's social link, the plot started... Yeah, I'll say in Heaven, in P4G Heaven, that's where the plot goes. Although I liked the characters enough until that point that even though the game was like, I would say as slow as Persona 3, I still could connect with the characters and appreciate the game that I was playing because I really was endeared to Kanji. And like, I didn't care about Chie. And one of my favorite facts about Persona that I've had is when playing P4G, this is my first Persona game. I'm talking to your teammate Yukiko, and she mentions like, "Hey, I like you," and my options were, "I like you too. You're a good friend. You're a good classmate." Right? So, I naturally said, "Yeah, I like you too. Yeah, you're nice." Apparently, that was the romance option, and I started dating her. So that was my experience in Persona 4 Golden Romance, where I didn't realize the game would just kind of do that to you, and there's no way to break up with someone. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm dating Yukiko now. I mean, of the options available, I guess she'd be my number one option. Sure, like none of the other characters really interest me. Oh, hi Naoto. Oh, hi. Hey. Like tucks my hair behind my ear. Wow, you're so like smart and androgynous. Oh my gosh. Like you best believe I just pretended Yukiko did not exist. And then I proceeded to date Naoto. And because you can't break up with anyone, technically speaking, I cheated. However, I just ignored Yukiko the rest of the game and I went with Naoto. And so on Valentine's Day, like Yukiko approaches me and just like, "I thought we were something special. Why didn't you spend Valentine's Day with me?" And then I'm just like, "Because I don't care about you." But I couldn't say that in game. So I just like, my character just gives like a, "Sorry, I was busy" response. And then at the end of the game where you're like saying bye to everyone because your character's like leaving town and it's like this really heartfelt response, you go to everyone individually and Yukiko's like, "Remember, I'll always love you." And I'm just like, "No, I don't love you. I'm sorry. Like I wanted to break up with you like 6 months ago, but like the game won't let me." And so all of the romance options I spent with Naoto are on my way to torture us with a side project, the average American high school daydream until sophomore. Naoto's dungeon is some trademark Atlas writing about trans themes. Okay, so like Naoto, my personal thoughts. Naoto is like 95% a trans storyline that walks it back in the last 5%. And not even in a, "Oh, this is like transcoded." This is like, no. Naoto literally says like, "I have a preferred name that is masculine. I prefer to present myself masculinely. I wish I was born a man. I do not like the fact that I am a woman. That makes me uncomfortable. I prefer to be referred to masculinely. I refer to myself masculinely." And then and like I lower my voice. And obviously the way they walk that back is, oh, none of that had to do with like gender identity. That was about gender expression. That was about being accepted in a male-dominated field, police work, where Naoto wanted to be a detective. And like, I have to accept the fact that Naoto is cis and like feminine, female, and identifies as a woman and grows into be comfortable with that. I disagree with that, but that is what the game explicitly says. So unfortunately, Naoto might be a trans allegory, is not a trans character. But also, I think P4G, particularly with the women, particularly with the girls, really sucks at the final at the final aspect of all of the S-links. Yeah, the way I have to be like, by the way, I am very happy you are a girl to romance them. Yeah, there's a choice where it's Naoto is like, I hate being born a woman, and your options are like, I like the fact you're a woman, and that's like a romance flag where you don't immediately start dating, but you have to say that in order to date her. And then another one is like, I don't care what you are, like I just care that you're Naoto. And then another one is like, yeah, that sucks, bro. And like, this one doesn't give you anything. This one actually gives you like +3 affection. If you say, yeah, like, I don't care what you are. Like I respect you as Naoto. Naoto like really appreciates that, but then you can't date them. So I literally chose this, had to rewind my save, go back, and then proceed to tell Naoto, like, hey, I like the fact you're a girl in order to date them, which like, oof. Like, I don't know. Persona 4, oof. You like that? King Crone, the world has been destroyed. Cain failed. Your choice is to live in a fantasy or live in a hell world filled with sins. Naoto is great. Naoto is amazing. In your playthrough, you dated Yukiko, Chie, Naoto, Rise, Yumi, and Marie, and then you skipped the guilty Valentine scene and HC'd it. Headcanoned it was a completely consensual polycule. That's fair. Persona 4, as per Atlas, is pretty much a story about letting kids have their teenage rebellion fun before settling back into normal and cis-headed. That's really what it is. Persona 4 is a very queer story. Like, listen. They literally took Yusuke from us. Yosuke. Yosuke had romance dialogue in the game, which many people pointed out that Yosuke, for all of his like being a braggart and bigotedness and homophobia and all of that stuff, would make a lot of sense if he was a closeted like 16-year-old in like 2011 Japan. And he has like genuine chemistry with the main character, and that's why they're partners. Obviously, Chie and Yukiko are like, it's not even subtext. They literally, like, Yukiko calls Chie her prince. Chie says she refuses to let Yukiko go, and she wants to keep Yukiko under her thumb and keep her forever. Which, like, obviously, they're shadows, so you can't take them at face value, but also a lot of people conveniently ignore the fact that the shadows are the true self. You obviously have Kanji, who a lot of people are like, no, he just likes feminine stuff despite being a manly man. He is gay. Maybe he's bisexual, and I think my read of Kanji is that if Naoto was trans, then Kanji would be gay. Because in that case, Naoto would be a trans man, Kanji attracted to Naoto, attracted to men, Kanji otherwise attracted only to men, constantly talks about not liking women, would be just gay. I think, given by the fact Naoto is not trans, Naoto is cis, Kanji is bi, because Kanji is still attracted to Naoto even after finding out that she's a woman. For bonus points, this Cain No More scenario starts in media res as the characters slowly realize that something has gone totally sideways. What about... I mean, like, there's the classic. What if Cain falls and you join Under Heaven and Under Heaven become the good guys because Under Heaven are the only ones left? Like, that could be fun. They're the exact same. No, they're actually just confused cishets are. Yeah. Which is why I'm really scared. Like, I'm unironically really worried about what Persona 4 Revival is going to be. Because either, they have 3 options. Everything is exactly the same. You're going to get people saying that it's too woke, and you're going to get people saying that they should have just committed. If they walk it back and they make it so that it's less queer coded with all of the different characters, it's not going to be the same story. It's just straight up going to be a different story. Like queerness, and Rise is obviously like the most cishet out of all of them. She is quite literally the token straight friend in that friend group. Teddy the twink, we all know him. We all know what he's getting up to. But like if they go around and like they walk back all of that queerness from P4, that's just not the same story. Those are not the same characters. Because a lot of those characters, it's the self-discovery of what being a teen is, of what growing up as an adolescent is. And a lot of them, if are not queer coded, are queer textually, not even subtextually. And then they can also go harder. And they can commit to Naoto being trans. They can commit to Kanji being gay. Explicitly say, I'm gay. Or I'm a woman. Or I'm a man, sorry. And then they would get so much backlash because now is not the time to have queer characters like that come forward, particularly if they weren't like explicitly said before, even if they were very subtextually or textually like referencing that. And so any option they choose, because there's a Persona 4 remake coming out in like 2027, any option they choose is not going to be good. If they change nothing, no one's going to be happy. If they walk it back, obviously that sucks from like a representation standpoint, but also like the story will just not be the same. And if they go harder into it and they commit, there's going to be such a backlash. Like there's going to be so much like issue with it that people are going to just be so nasty about. I don't see them winning. I'd love if they fixed it up like Naoto and Kanji get to be actually queer. It'd be so messily received and I would roll my ass for 100 years. Like honestly, even if all they did was keep it literally exactly the same, but instead of Naoto being like, yes, I am definitely for sure 100% a woman, being like, I don't know, I still have my doubts. And Kanji being like, you know, it's not a matter of guys or chicks, I'm just scared of being rejected. And then also he references like, hey, maybe this is why I've never wanted a girlfriend. Like makes more comments about it. Even if they keep it the same and just kind of like take 2 steps forward, I think that would be better. That might be one of the better options. Crazy, I know. Like you'd think that I'd be all like, oh yeah, just commit to it fully. I want them to. I don't think that would be a good business decision. So I don't think they're going to. Right? The most abysmal anti-woke grifters who've ever come play the original game. Yeah. You wouldn't trust Atlas to even attempt. Yeah. Like I'm still critical of the fact that Persona 3 Reload had like a season pass, and the answer was part of the season pass. And after people bought the season pass, I'm pretty sure they removed the answer and did not reimburse people. Which like, oof. I'm trying to build some reverse virtues for my home game. I've hit the idea of Under Heaven being like organized crime with the non-virtues being like family heads. Ooh, I went a different direction. I talked about this on stream before. I went more like for hate groups, which are like they'll have a cell and a different cell and another cell, and none of these cells like are like they're all affiliated, but they're not in cahoots. The leaders of each probably all know each other, and they will all like meet up to do like a rally or a protest or like to do a hate crime. And in the same way, Under Heaven is decentralized. All the leaders know of each other and like know how to contact each other, but they don't know each other's bases. They don't like send each other's members to each other. They're all decentralized. So that's how I do Under Heaven. I think anti-virtues as family heads would be most interesting if they are allowed to like have like family feuds. Not the game show. Family feuds is in like when like the crime families are at war with each other, like Godfather style. Although I don't think you need the virtues to do it, the anti-virtues. I think that you would probably want type 3 probably 2/3 sins, right? So I am a type 2 sin that is also type 3, so I control my sin, and I have fused with my sin, and it is a toad. So I'm responsible for all of the financial backing of every under heaven cell in the entirety of the toad family, right? So like, that is why I'm at the head, right? And I, being a type 3, type 2 sin, I can control my sin. I can use it as powers, but I'm not a virtue per se. Maybe I'm on the power level of a virtue. Maybe I'm like a cat 6 sin, but ultimately I'm not like a virtue in the same way, right? That's my thought. This reminds me of the issue that happened when it came to Cyberpunk handling the romance options of an arbitrary body/voice requirements, like how Pan Am was almost an option as female V. I am unfamiliar. I'm sorry. And I know that was CD Projekt Red. Aren't they pretty good about that kind of stuff? Aren't they usually pretty good about not just representation, but also just like quality? Obviously, outside of Cyberpunk 2077, which was notorious for its release. Always need a token straight in case things get hairy. Exactly. That's why Rise is there. What's the name of the manga you talked about a bit ago where one girl couldn't deny the orders of another one? The Yuri manga you said was surprisingly wholesome? It is! Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. This is a manga where Ayaka sucks at taking entrance exams. So she is tasked with her homeroom teacher in order to grab the delinquent girl who never comes to class, Sora, and bring her to school. And Sora has a crush on Ayaka. So when Ayaka shows up and is like, hey, let's walk to school together, Sora's like, okay, sure. And starts coming to school with Ayaka. And then Ayaka talks with the homeroom teacher. Sora overhears. Sora confronts Ayaka. Ayaka's like, hey, yeah, you caught me. I'm doing this so I can get a recommendation letter because I suck at entrance exams. And if my teacher gives me a recommendation letter, I can skip my entrance exams. And then Sora goes like, okay, I'll do that. However, you have to do one request for me every day that I come to school. And Ayaka says, sure. And Sora's first request is let me kiss you. And Ayaka goes, okay. And Sora kisses her. And so that sets up what is by all accounts a toxic dynamic of where Sora, who is attracted and has a crush on Ayaka, can tell her what to do. And she is not supposed to like she can't define the lonely girl, because if she does, Sora will stop coming to school, and so Ayaka will lose access to her recommendation letter. And very quickly, like within the first like couple chapters, Sora realizes this is not fair or healthy. The fact that I'm so attracted to her does not give me the excuse to tell her what to do and make her do stuff that she might not want to. Our deal is off. I'm going to continue coming to school, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. And Ayaka says, well, actually, I kind of liked it. I think that it's expanding my comfort zone. I think it is pushing my boundaries past where they would have been otherwise. Like, how about we keep up the deal, but we like kind of decouple it from you coming to school. So then they kind of have like they're a little bit together. They're not quite together. Soda's still making one request every day. Ayaka's still fulfilling it. A lot of it's like, hold my hand, walk with me back from school. Let's kiss on school grounds. And so like they're doing all of that. And then obviously they both are like into it, right? And it's made very clear that like they're both interested. They're both very concerned about the comfort of their partner. So Ayaka is like very much not trying to force Sora to do stuff that she doesn't want to do, in the same way that Sora is trying not to request things of Ayaka that she would feel uncomfortable with. Like for instance, one time they're in school after dark trying to like find something that someone left, and Ayaka's scared. So Sora says like, hey, hold my hand. And Ayaka says, no, like you go ahead, I'll be fine. And Sora says, hey, my request for today is that you let me hold your hand. And so Ayaka and Sora like hold hands as Sora uses her request, where she quote unquote like has like leverage over Ayaka to comfort Ayaka. And that's the kind of thing that it very quickly shifts into. I was worried that it was gonna be toxic. It starts toxic and like immediately both of them are like, this is not what we want, and shift gears, which I love. I love them being like, we should not be doing this. This is not how we want this to be. And then obviously they end up getting together. It's girls love. What do you want? But the crazy thing about this, the crazy thing about Can't Define a Lonely Girl, it's like 36 chapters. When do you think that they like officially get together? When do you think they stop the will they, won't they? We're doing requests, like they start properly dating. When do you think they do that? Like what chapter would you guess? Because if you guessed anything after like chapter 16, you're wrong. No, it's not 36. It's not at the very end. It is like before the halfway point. They're like, hey, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? And then, yes, I will. And so they're now together for like 20 more chapters of just being a cute couple and getting up to cute couple things. And then you do not understand how much this has altered my brain chemistry. Like, do you want... They're dating. They're together. They're in the same class. Oh no, they get separated in their classes. They're in different classes now. Now, Ayaka is like class president. And like, she's making friends with a bunch of people who aren't Sora. And Sora, who like, well, I mean, they're dating, but Ayaka has all these other people and like, yeah, okay, I guess like my time is up. I'll just go home. And then Ayaka like hits her up and is like, yo, girl, where'd you go? And Sora's like, oh, I thought you were like busy with other people. And Ayaka's, no, I just have clubs after school. Like, but I wanted to walk home with you if you're still here. And Sora's like, oh, really? And then Sora, being given the opportunity to talk about the issue. Do you want to know what she does? Do you want to know what Sora does when confronted with Ayaka being like, hey, what's wrong? She says, hey, this bothered me. I thought that you were like caring about other people instead of me. And Ayaka goes, no, of course not. I just have other responsibilities. But like, if you want, I can make time for you. And like, maybe we can do like twice a week. We walk home from school and then I'll just like do my extracurriculars a different time. And then Sora goes like, I wouldn't want to be a burden. And Ayaka's like, you're not a burden. You're my girlfriend. And then they talk about it immediately and like deal with it in a healthy way. Do you want to know what happens? When Ayaka, or I want to know what happens when Sora like gets a job and is busy and like starts like, or no, sorry. Do you want to know what happens when Sora like starts avoiding Ayaka and like is too busy to meet up and is like, oh, sorry, I got stuff to do, like blah, blah, blah. Ayaka is like, hey, I feel like we've been a bit distant recently and I don't want to like be clingy or anything, but I just wanted to check in and like say that we're okay. And Sora's like, no, of course we're okay. I got a job. And Ayaka's like, what? And she's like, yeah, I got a job because I wanted to make some part-time money and I didn't want to tell you because I wanted to surprise you and I wanted to like buy you something really nice, but I haven't made enough money yet. So like, if you can just wait a bit, like I was gonna buy you something with my first paycheck. And Ayaka's just like, that you're so cute. Like, you don't understand. You do not understand how much this has altered my brain chemistry. Do you want to know what this did? Do you want to know what Can't Define the Lonely Girl did after the main couple gets together? They get together like chapter like 16, right? Which mind you, remember, this started toxic. This started because Ayaka was basically exploiting Sora for her letter of recommendation. And then Sora was taking advantage of the fact that Ayaka was almost like being blackmailed into this. And then they both mutually were like, this is not healthy. This is not what we want. This is like, we want to move on from this. And then they stuck together despite that. Prior to them dating, I want to say like after like 11, 12 chapters, like a decent way into it. Soda's mom, because Soda like constantly lives alone. That's part of why she's a delinquent. Her mom is constantly traveling for work, and her mom's like, okay, we're moving. And Soda's just like, oh, I finally got to start like spending time with the girl I've been crushing on since middle school, but guess that's the breaks. And she like tells Ayaka, it's like, hey, we're gonna be moving. Can't really do anything about that. Deal's off. Thank you so much. Like, I enjoyed all the time we spent together. Ayaka like follows her to the train station as she's going with her mom, and Ayaka like confronts her mom, and it's just like, hey, don't take Soda. Soda is special to me. And Soda is just like, I'm special to you? I thought like we were just a deal. And Ayaka's like passionately just like, no, she's my friend. She's someone I care about. She is like special to me. And like, they're not dating yet, but they both very clearly are attracted to each other and like each other. So like, she's really like almost putting that into words, and she like makes a fool of herself. And she's someone that like, Ayaka, soft-spoken, can't take tests, unable to confront anyone about anything. First time stands up to Soda's mom. And Soda's mom is just like, fine, you can live at the house here. I was just going to take you with me as I moved. I really don't care. I need to focus on work. You do your thing. I'll do my thing. And like, it's not that big of an issue. And Soda is just like, well, I think I love this woman. Like, you know? Show this manga to Hattie and watch them spike it to the ground with enough force to break through the floor. Oh my gosh. Do you want to know what's even crazier than the fact that it starts toxic, it turns wholesome, and they talk about everything and they communicate effectively? And like, again, real quick, just reminder. All of this stuff about like, oh, you know, Soda's been like kind of avoiding me, and like I'm kind of worried about that. I don't want to impose on her though, but like I should talk to her about it. And then like they end up talking. That's all resolved like within the chapter. This isn't, no, Soda, you've been abandoned me. I've been left alone, and I'm gonna wither away without you. For like 3, 4, 5 chapters. It's like, hey, introduce problem, feel bad about the problem, reach out and be like, hey, are we okay? Yeah, of course we're okay. What's up? Tells you what's up. Oh no, that's not how it is. Let me explain to you my perspective. It's so good. That's it. I thought this is like chapter 8, 9, a little bit before the mom thing happens. Soda and Ayaka aren't dating yet, but they're like past the point of the toxic deal. They're now just like, hey, we're doing this together. And now it's just like, hey, my request for today is I want to go behind the stairs and I want to make out. And it's just like, really? At school? Like, what if someone sees us? And Soda's just like, I mean, we don't have to if you don't want. And Ayaka's like, I didn't say I didn't want to. And so like they'll go like make out behind the stairs. And so like they're like in it, right? They're like actively attracted to each other. They're making more time for each other. There's clearly like they're on their way to be with each other. Transfer student named Wakana. She is kind of taller than both of them, a little butch. Walks over, or like gets introduced. I think that she has to like sit behind or next to Soda or something. And so she walks up to Soda to like, howdy, how's it going? Because she has like I think it's like a Kansai accent. And she's just like, hey, how's it going? And she like asks Sora's name, and Sora like gives her the full name. And she just goes like, hey, do you mind if I call you Soda? Which is like first name. And Sora's like, yeah, sure. And Ayaka's just like, I don't even call Soda her name yet. What? You can just do that? And so Wakana starts being friends with Soda. And I was like, oh, brother. Oh, it's gonna be a love triangle. You're gonna introduce a tall, I think is it Gyaru? Is it like the very happy, loud female archetype? Is it Gyaru? Who like she's gonna be like the bad boy character in this, where Soda's gonna be attracted to her. Is it Genki? I don't know. Might be Genki. I don't know the terms. I just know that it like starts with a G. Oh no, it's gonna be them, and like she's gonna make Ayaka like feel bad about it. Do you want to know what happens? Do you want to know what happens? What happens is that Ayaka tells Sora, "Hey, I'm worried about Wakana. I'm worried that like there's something between you two." And Sora goes like, "What? No, she's just a friend. Like, I only got eyes for you. Like, what? Like they're not dating yet. Remember." So it's reasonable to be concerned, and they just like Ayaka is just like, "Hey, I just want to let you know, like I'm concerned about like with our deal, and like I'm confused, and like if you have other feelings or like you want to change our deal or anything because of Wakana." And Sora's like, "No, why would I do that? Like she's a friend." And then they kiss, and they're at school and they do this. They're in a classroom. Wakana forgot something, so she was going back to the class, overheard the tail end of that conversation, and sees them kissing. And it's just this panel of her outside the room, and she's just smiling, and she's like, "Well, ain't that interesting?" And so, do you want to know what Wakana, the kind of like bad girl, like transfer student, does? Do you want to know what she does? She becomes the first member of the background lesbian fan club. She, as well as one of the other supporting characters, get together and just constantly are just getting up to shenanigans, trying to set Ayaka and Sora up, because they both find out independently Ayaka and Sora are like kissing and like clearly attracted to each other, and they're both, and like the other member, it's like Yue. It might literally be like Yuri. I don't remember her name. I feel bad. But like Wakana and this other girl who starts with a Y. I'm gonna call her like Yue, despite the fact that I think that's not her name. They are constantly just like, okay, we know that they're attracted, and like we know that they're together. We want to get them together. And so like they're getting into shenanigans, they're background lesbians. There are two other characters who are also part of that same secondary cast, but don't know about Ayaka and Sora. And I thought the reveal at the end was going to be that they knew the whole time and that they were in a relationship, because one is like a really petite, like cute girl, and then one is like a more sporty, like volleyball girl. And I thought that they were going to be like, oh yeah, we knew because we've been dating this whole time, but like they were just completely shocked the entire time. So you have Wakana. You have, I think it's Yui. I think it's Yui. Wakana and Yui. And they're trying to set up Ayaka and Sora. And then Wakana has this whole arc, like multiple chapters devoted to this, where she's like, yeah, back in middle school, I had this girl who I was like, I don't know, I think I liked her. And she was special to me, but then she transferred and I could never get in contact with her. So I was trying to find her, but I never could. And I just kind of gave up on that. And it was when I transferred, I lost contact with her or something. Because I transfer around a lot. And so Wakana has this whole arc of like finding this girl. And like Yui helps her with that. And I don't know how, I don't remember when, like I don't know what circumstances were. Wakana finds her and they end up having a video call. And the girl is basically just like, hey, I can't believe I'm talking to you again. Like, yeah, absolutely. Like you were a very good friend of mine. And like, yeah, what we had was special and I did care about you and I think I did like you. But now I'm very happy with my boyfriend. And like, as much as I care about you and as much as I want to rekindle a friendship, I'm not looking to end what I have right now. And Wakana is like, no, I know I wouldn't want you to. What I want is for you to be happy, and as long as we can like regain our friendship, that's what really matters to me. And then like they end the call, and Wakana's all sad, and then she's just like, man, like it sucks to like be stuck alone. And like Yui, without any prompting, is kind of just like, well, you're a bit of a catch yourself. And Wakana's like, what? And then Yui like starts making like actual flirty moves on Wakana, and Wakana gets flustered and is just like, huh? And then Yui's just like, just something to think about, and walks away. The wholesome Yuri that gets together like before the halfway point has background, also wholesome, also really cute Yuri that invested me entirely separately from your Sora and Ayaka. There had multiple romances running through this story that were equally and competitively compelling. Like no, she literally just like, I mean, if no one else is gonna shoot their shot, like, hey, she missed out on you. And Wakana's like, what do you mean? And then she's like, I can think of a few things. And like, she said something where I remember reading it. I got flustered. I got flustered seeing her with no build up just drop that on Wakana and then basically laugh and basically say that she's like a tease and walk away. And Wakana was just like, wow. And so obviously they get together. And one of my favorite little tidbits of this, there was a couple of special chapters, like non part of the main release, like extra chapters, bonus chapters, and one of them is let me look up her name. I feel bad. Can't defy the lonely girl. So it's 32 chapters. Does it say characters? No. Also, in case you were wondering, this is the cover. Yeah, in case you were wondering. That's the cover to the first one. Yeah, so this only mentions Ayaka and Sora. Sorry, let me real quick see if I can find. I'm sorry. Bonus. Oh, Sora and Ayaka are so cute. They're so cute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is not in English. I don't know the names. I'm sorry. How do I find this in English? I feel bad. Can't defy the lonely girl. Why is this in why is this in Spanish? Ascending? Ascending. Index? I don't know how to operate this site. I'm sorry. Why not so much, Yuri? Listen. Listen. I love Yuri. Anyway, so there's an extra chapter. And Wakana, or sorry, I think it's Yui, is at college, time skip after high school, and she's walking out, and some of her friends are like, hey, like, do you want to go shopping with us? She's like, sorry, I got plans. And they're like, ooh, are you meeting up with your boyfriend? And then she's like, something like that. Wakana rides up, motorcycle, leather jacket, and goes, hey girls, I think you have something of mine. and Yui like goes up to her and like gives her a kiss and like wraps her arms around her and sits on the back, and then Wakano like revs the motorcycle, is like see ya, and drives off, and all of Yui's friends are just like, wow, she caught a stud. And like that's the entire bonus chapter. It's just like one exchange outside of college, like after a time skip, and that's just like, wow. I know, right? And do you want to know the bow that wraps all of this up? Do you want to know the thing that makes this all even better? The mangaka is Kashikaze, who is a VTuber. Kashikaze, the mangaka of Can't Defy the Lonely Girl, is a JP VTuber who streams over on YouTube. And they also have a second series where it's not related. I've read some of it, but like I have subscribed to Kashikaze, and I would love to one day like have the clout that I could like breach the language barrier and be like, hey, I'm a larger channel. Would you like to chat sometime? Okay, real quick. I need to go blow my nose. I'm sorry. My apologies. Came in here because of the title. Did we miss the discussion? Yeah, I talked about that like 4 hours ago, or probably 5 hours ago at this point. Right now we're talking about Yuri. We're talking about VTubers. We're talking about mangaka. Came in here because of the title. I took in so much healthy girl kissing. I'm not even mad. Exactly, and that's why I love this so much. And there is a second series. I think it's the girl with the husky voice, maybe. Can't defy the girl, because there's a second series by Kashikaze. Weird. Can't find it. Oh well. Yeah, very short discussion compared to Arrow's unbridled ADHD ramblings. We're wrapping up stream with the Q&As. Yeah, so Q&As, we have a lot, so I need to keep going. Arrow, you currently have 7 times the amount of subscribers in Kashikaze. Well, yeah, so I know I'm a much larger content creator, but I am also not large enough, I feel, to be able to breach the language barrier. As far as I know, they are JP only. So like I follow him on Twitter, I'm pretty sure. And I subscribed on YouTube, but I Like, my goal would be to be a large enough channel that I could be like, hey, Taps Fingers Together, I love your work, both Lonely Girl and the sequel and the second series. And I just kind of love them. that I really admire your work, Taps Fingers. Have any advice for a VTuber trying to do non-video game streaming? So I mean, that's what I do. Like, in case you don't know, I am Arrow Rates. I primarily make shorts content that's about TTRPGs. I also do voiceover work. And on stream, once per week, over on Twitch, I do a gaming stream. And also, twice per week, I do a Zatsu. Or I suppose once per week I do a Zatsu on Wednesdays, like today. And then Fridays I do like a productivity stream. For a while I was doing like book readings of public domain books. So like what I do is primarily non-video gaming streaming. And my advice for that is, first off, my advice to anyone that wants to get into streaming, make non-streaming content, whether it's TikTok or YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or long-form videos or blog posts or like Twitter like posts, and run a Tumblr page, like whatever you want, just like make more content than just streams, because streams, the biggest thing that's going to hurt you is discoverability. The thing about streams is that there's so many streams that why would I watch the person who has 2 CCV, who has 5 CCV, who has 10 CCV, who has 20 CCV, when I can watch someone that has 500 CCV? Yes, the person with 20 CCV might be more inclined to talk to me. However, if I just want to be entertained, maybe I don't want to be a participant, why would I watch someone that is not a proven commodity? And that's something that is going to be very clear. That's going to be very regular. Weird question that I just want opinions on. I'm not sure if I should take second blasphemy for a character who doesn't remember their life before Cain. Your first was tongue and you accept homebrew. You do wave. You lost access to your memories because they were washed away in the psychic sea. You could do palace, and you were trying to find your memories buried deep within yourself. You could do pugile, because I'm looking at Harpocrates dossier. You could do pugile, where it's you're kind of like burning away your humanity and taking on sin purposely. You could do flux, where you have memories of your time of your previous life before Cain, but you're not sure what time stream they're from. Smother, you lost your memories. How many Q&As are there? A lot. What is the weirdest plan you/your party has done in a game, i.e. a party you DM'd for, a party you were a part of, or everything you did entirely your own as a part of a campaign? What's the weirdest plan? The fact nothing comes to mind means that probably wasn't too interesting or didn't work. Because like weird plans are one thing, weird successful operations is another entirely. If I may suggest, Whisper could be fun as a once literal shadow of your former self. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Whisper would be fun. A friend of mine has been listening to this through my mic the whole time and wants to go play a scary game. I'll be disembarking. Thanks for the stream. When's next? So Friday, I am going to, at noon PST, I have a community post that says my schedule for the week. Noon PST, I'm going to be doing TTRPG development. And then Saturday over on Twitch, I'm going to be playing Titanfall. And then next Wednesday, I'm going to be yapping once more. Generally, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays are streams. And every other day is short form content. So yeah, if you are not subscribed, subscribe already. Would TTRPG streams be part of the Zatsu streams? So I don't run TTRPGs on stream. I made the decision that I personally find TTRPG actual plays boring. Most of the time. Obviously, that is nothing against the folks at Critical Role or Dimension 20 or MinMax or whatever show you're thinking of that you enjoy. But in my experience, I don't enjoy TTRPG actual plays too much. They tend to be good background noise. So what I would want to do is I would want to make edited forms of an actual play, which is why I'm in talks with Cell, my player, who is another content creator, and just like, hey, what if we just like record the last couple sessions or like the last session, and we have a edited down version of the confrontation with Snake or you joining Gammas or something like that. And like, they're interested. I think that could work. I don't know if you would be interested, so please let me know if you want that. I want to do an actual play one of these days, but it's scary. I mean, I don't think it's quite scary. I just think it's not very interesting. Because if I am playing a game or I'm running a game, what is my main goal? In a game, the goal is to have fun. And ideally, you want the entire group to have fun. But I will concede that there are times where, like, listen, if Solar, you really want to, like, kill this guy, and that'd be a lot of fun for you, but Jackson and B and King Crow all don't want to kill this guy. Sorry, my throat. Solar, I'm going to prioritize their fun over yours because not just like utilitarianism, but also like you killing this person would reduce the net fun overall. So Solar didn't have fun, but everyone else had fun because Solar's fun was opposed to everyone else's. In the same way, I think that a group should prioritize making sure that everyone on average had fun, and ideally everyone had above average fun. But obviously, averages don't work like that. So, what is the point of a show? A show is to entertain the viewer. What is fun to play is not necessarily fun to watch. What is fun to watch is not necessarily fun to play. A really dramatic, role-playing heavy scene where you confront the man who killed your father is fun to play and also fun to watch. An instance where everyone's getting up to shenanigans and, oh, we gotta set the orphanage on fire, whoopsie, is fun to play. It's also probably very fun to watch. Combat is often fun to play, not very fun to watch. Recaps and or exposition and or making sure that everyone's on the same page narratively can be fun to watch, usually isn't very fun to play. And that's where you get into, if you're going to do an actual play, I would personally recommend focus on the show. Personally. That's why I haven't done an actual play yet, is because I don't have a group of players who I, one, would feel confident in running an actual play for, but also who I know would be willing to play a game where the nonsense is we're prioritizing the show over the game. Because that's not something that I would just drop on players, that's something that I would set up with players. You feel like for me, the totem pole goes playing a game myself, hearing a curated recap of a game, and then watching a game live as a distant third? Yeah, exactly. We meant to do the talking streams like this one count under the Zatsu stream. Yeah, so Zatsu is a chatting stream. A Zatsudan is a VTuber term for chatting streams. This is a chatting stream. It just happens to be about TTRPGs. Often, if you're a regular in chat, and by regular, I mean you've been to more than a couple of streams, whether that's you've been to 3 or you've been to 7 or you've been to 14, like, I think you can reasonably say about, like, maybe, I think every single stream is about a TTRPG and touches on TTRPGs at some point. Maybe 60% of what we discuss is about TTRPGs. The others is about alcohol or ADHD diagnosis or being straight edge or like can't deny the lonely girl. Edited down actual play would be so cool. Reduce all the combat just to top 3 moments and it takes like 5 minutes of a 30-minute video. That would be the goal. The issue with that is, one, I don't know if that would interest you. I don't know if you, as the viewer, so I need to know this, so please let me know in the comments or in chat or in the Discord, would that interest you? And 2, I don't have the time to edit that. So if I could outsource that to one of my players, that would be really nice. However, I would feel bad if they went through all the time and effort to edit the session and then it was like on my channel, right? So we're seeing how it goes. So kind of like the Norfolk Wizard game from Alpha Busa when they upload. I'm unfamiliar. Another option is Roar from Harpocrates, and then it's sound-based. but also doesn't feel like you need another blasphemy, if that makes sense. There are downsides. There are downsides. What's the weirdest thing a party has done? Given that this just made me chuckle, I suppose I should probably bring up when I was playing in a game where another guy was a wild magic sorcerer. And this player, this is like a rotating group. This was not all the same group consistently, so I occasionally played with this person. And this person had a bit of a reputation of being kind of weird. Not really picking up on social cues, not really vibing with the atmosphere of what's going on. And for whatever reason. And they were a wild magic sorcerer, and multiple times, to the extent that it had to, like, I don't think it became a server rule, but it was certainly something that, like, was a known quantity in the DM chat I was a part of. No, you cannot charm people to make them gay. Because I think what this dude did is, with wild magic, he accidentally cast suggestion on an entire ship of pirates. And his suggestion was, "You're gay now." And so with the wild magic, it affected everyone, and all of the pirates became gay, and they just, like, got rid of a combat encounter. And so this dude, every single combat encounter since that point, would just try to suggestion the enemies to become gay and stop fighting. And, like, it's something where that is an instance where it can work once because it's funny. Sure. But then it's like, if you actually try to incorporate that into the game, it becomes broken, so you have to say no. You can't charm them to be gay. They're already gay. What? So after some thought, that's kind of what comes to mind. There is in that same game, I played a character who I ended up getting a magic carpet. I was a rogue. And so big giant fight, big giant boss fight, bunch of folks were there. I'm probably level 13, 14, maybe even 15, or maybe like 12, 13, 14. Somewhere in like the low teens. I've gotten like a magic carpet over time. I have like a +2. I think I had a +3 rapier at that point, which was a little bit too powerful, but it was a dragon slaying rapier where it deals like extra damage to dragons. But then also outside of that, it's just a standard plus benefit. There's a lot of very powerful magic items floating around that server, because that's what happens when you have a bunch of GMs all throwing their own stuff at the wall. And we were fighting this thing. Like 300 foot tall deity that split down the middle. Where one side was light, one side was dark. And we had to slay, like, they had separate healths, and we had to slay one of them. And what it was is that when we slew one of them, the other one took over. And then once we slew that one, the first one we slew, I think, took back over. And then that was when we killed it for good. So what I did is I flew all the way, or was it that? Yeah, it must have been. I flew all the way up here on my magic carpet. I'm stabbing the head. And we reason, the GM says, yeah, so because you're attacking the head, you're allowed to deal damage to both of them concurrently. So I'm stabbing into the head, I'm dealing damage. We end up taking out the dark side first. And so the light side takes over, it grows even taller. And the very interesting thing about this mechanic was oh my gosh, I'm thinking more stories about this game and the server. Every turn, it would heal us and increase our hit points. And if we were ever above our maximum hit points, we'd start making death saves, because the light side had taken over and we were being infused with too much light, and we were going to die because we had too much life in us. So we were like damaging each other and ourselves to try and get through it. And we eventually take it out. It shrinks all the way back down to just a little dark creature who's like super tough and like aggressive and like a normal sized creature. This was like 300 feet tall. I'm up here on my carpet. I look down and I say, how much extra damage could I do from gravity? And this was a callback to one of the first missions I went on. I had gloves that allowed me to take improvised weapons and have them deal D4 damage and deal magical damage. And I was fighting werewolves. So what I did is I grabbed a rock, I climbed up in a tree, and I jumped out of the tree and I slammed a rock on the werewolf, dealing magic damage, so it wasn't halved, and also getting like 2d6 extra damage because it jumped out of a tree. So I just did that again, but for 300 feet. And despite terminal velocity, the GM was like, okay, this is so high up in the air. It's going to take you like 2 turns to fall. And I'm like, sure. So I fell. I spent like 2 full turns falling. And then eventually I hit it. I don't think I crit. I think I crit on the head up above. And then I hit it and I deal like 50 damage. And then I break my legs. However, I took like 24d6 falling damage. Because I was overhealed from the light deity, I didn't even get bloodied. So I just like flavored because the GM was like, well, it's such a big fall that like your legs are broken. And I'm like, well, I'm not even at half health because I was healed beforehand. Anyway, so my legs got broken or whatever. That was silly of me. And one more story from the same game. I was running a session and it was an impromptu session. Me and this other dude were both like, yeah, we feel like kind of the mood to GM. And like 10 players were like, yeah, we want to play. So he grabbed half of them. I grabbed another half. We had a brief conversation about what we're doing, and then we split. And what it was, I just ran Shadow of the Colossus, where I called it the Church of Big, where a bunch of giants and ogres and really tall people were congregating. And everyone was like, what? And yeah, it's the Church of Big. If you're big, you're good. So you're big, you're strong. And so what they did is they just like cast enlarge on themselves, and they puffed out their chests, and they like stood on each other's shoulders. And it was like, they did everything they could just seem physically larger. And because everyone there was just focused on being physically large, not on being intelligent, they were like, whoa, that's good. And then they found like a portal to the elemental plane of Earth where they fought a Colossus, and then they climbed up the Colossus, which was 3 separate battle maps. And as they're fighting the Colossus, hard points formed on it because the other group was like destroying crystals, that every time they destroyed a crystal, that would form a weak point on the Colossus. So it was a fun session. But ultimately, it was just kind of like, big. We make ourselves big. Ah, yes, the random BS Go gloves. My players went, nah, I'd win when a god told them without divine intervention they're going to be snapped from existence due to being one from continuity. I don't know what to do. Please help. Snap them from existence. Like, listen. I'm of the opinion. Talk smack. Get whack. Like, if a god tells you, hey, you're going to be snapped from existence, and then the players say, nah, I'd win, and then the god says, no. Like, you are part of this continuity. When the continuity collapses, you will go with it. I can assist you. And then the players go, nah, I'd win. Say, okay. God says, sure. Reality is starting to collapse, so what do? And then let them like come up with solutions. Like, let them try to figure it out. Even if they can't, let them try. And then if they get pissed off at you, say like, I literally told you like 3 times, you are not able to overcome this. And you said no every time. Like, I don't think you railroad them. I don't think you forced their hand. I think you kind of like let them run away from home with their little like rucksack, and they run off to the tree house out back, and they pout up there because they're going to live on the land by themselves, and then they come back before dinner. Like, that's my philosophy. But what I would say is that the god will still be willing to give divine intervention. Don't take away the boon you're offering them just because the players don't want to take it. Like, still hold it in front of them. I've also wanted to duo GM a game where someone but the intent that the party is pursuing the other party, but neither knows it and ends in PvP. See, what I would want to do, what I think would be cool, is one GM, 2 groups. The groups inevitably are going to clash. And then it's one giant fight. I kind of played in this one time, where I've talked before about how I was in a one-on-one game one time, which was supposed to be, it was a group I was invited to. I declined because I was too like shy and nervous and anxious, and I turned them down, even though I wanted to play. And then I expressed like, man, I kind of wish I joined. And then the GM was like, hey, how about I run a one-on-one game for you, where you play as a villain that eventually you're going to run into the party and they're going to defeat you. And I'm like, awesome, cool. So we played the game, and what ended up happening is that the GM ended up liking my character more than their characters, because I was very RP heavy and I was very story oriented, and their group was very murder hobo-y. So what ended up happening is I kind of gave the GM their roleplay fix, where that group gave them their combat fix. And so we had this like symbiosis, and then what ended up happening is I ended up running into them. I had a few conversations with them, a couple of them individual, and then we parted ways under duress from a nearby lich that I had befriended. But don't worry about that. I'm a villain. It's fine. So like, I actually really did love this character. I genuinely do think that GM was pretty good. I think that GM did include some subject matter without warning me that was not very cash money. And unfortunately, we were like 1, maybe 2 sessions away from the end of the game before the game fell apart because friend group problems, which sucks, but it was a very fun game. I went from like level 5 to like level 17 with that. IGM2 groups is literally the story of my current Fabula game. Matter of fact, just last session, the other party finally got on a boat and is about to start sailing in our generalist direction. Whoa. Is understood. Like look. Is. Do you have advice or a helpful checklist on how to go about making a good cane hunt? I do. So, cane hunt. First things first, I come up, what sin do I want to run? I go sin first. I know, crazy. I come up with what domains do I think are cool? What mechanics do I want to play with? And then I think, what do I do to set this apart? Because for me, I play Cain to run sins. I play Cain in the same way that a lot of people play Lancer. Lancer players want to like make their mech. They want to like build the machine. They want to have the different licenses overlap. I play Cain to run the cool sin and to have the cool domains and to run the cool powers. Like, that's what got me into Cain. I got into Cain wanting to run it. So I build my character, right? And then from there, I come up with like trauma questions. I come up with hosts. I come up with some story around them. And I just kind of like build it out naturally. And then I focus on how do I communicate each trauma question to the player, to the players, and how, like what's the intended way to get any of these, and what's like a couple alternate ways, right? So maybe the intended way to get trauma question 1 is to talk to their spouse. But maybe you can also get that information by talking to their kid or by reading their journal. Trauma question 2, you are intended to get by scoping out their place of work, but you can also learn from their spouse and also their journal. Number 3 is exclusively by talking to the police who arrested them. And the only other way to do it is by talking to their neighbor who was a witness. Right? So the journal by itself might give you 2 trauma questions, or maybe it gives you half of each. Maybe it doesn't give you the full answer. The spouse is necessary for one of them, but also can provide some information on another. The work, the kid, the police, the neighbor, they're all like one-off sources of information. So this is where I start building out like the information web. Who has what information? How can they learn it? And ultimately, the biggest thing to remember in any investigation game, not just Kane, not just a hunt, but any investigation-oriented game, be it D&D or City of Mist or whatever, if the players want to know something, give it to them. Don't lock it behind a roll. Don't say, oh, well, this NPC doesn't like you, so they're not going to tell you. If the players are looking for a piece of information and are intelligent enough to ask reasonable questions and do reasonable things to find it, give it to them. Maybe the journal requires a investigation roll to find the information about trauma question 1 within it. But the spouse will just tell you, yeah, like they weren't the same after that event with their mom. Like after their mom died, like oof, nothing was the same. And in the journal, you have to find like there's a noticeable shift in how they talk about their life after their mom died, right? At work, just looking around work, you see how terrible it was and how awful it was and how abusive it was and how that drove them over the edge. And in their journal, again, you would have to write. You have to write and read the subtext of just like how they never speak fondly of their work and how they work always precedes a really bad day in their journal. The police will just tell you if you ask about it. They might be curious. They might wonder why you want this information, but the police are just like, yeah, that crook, we caught him up real good. Like, just tell the players, because the players, someone said it in chat earlier, finding the clues is not the fun part. Piecing them together is. So give them the opportunity to get as many clues as they want, and give them red herrings. Give them clues that don't actually fit. Give them clues that are partially correct. And remember, when you run an investigation, you know when a clue is given. The players do not, unless you signpost that explicitly, which I would not recommend. It is fun for a player to be like, okay, so he went to his house and like we saw he had 2 sets of shoes, both of which were size 8.5. And like at the scene of the crime, there was size 8.5 shoes. So like he could have, like, he probably did it, even though you as a GM are like, oh, that was just like completely random information on my point. That was completely coincidental. There is no relevance between the shoe size and the site of the murder. But the players don't know that. The players think, okay, we have a new lead. But wait, none of the other evidence lines up. So maybe is like the 8.5, like, does that matter? Or does the fact that he has an alibi that day matter? Like, is the witness lying? Or are we reading too far into the shoes? That's what's fun for players. Don't focus on making them roll to figure out what shoe size it is and roll to recall what shoe size was it at the scene of the crime. Just give them that. They will spend the time figuring it out. Gonna watch Dunning Gladiator stop by, have a fun one. Enjoy, bees. Are there any good tools to make these sorts of info webs for investigations? I literally just write notes. I literally just write like on my phone app notes or on like a doc notes. I know my player will often do like Google Slides. And like there's an example in There's an example in Kane that I can pull up. Is this after or before? I'm sorry. I'm scrolling. What? Keep scrolling. I'm trying not to show off a book paid material on stream because I want to respect Tom Bloom and his proprietary information. Where is it? What? I've been lied to. I've been lied to. Oh, criminy. Oh, criminy. There's like an information web in the Kane book. Unless I'm making this up, unless I'm dumb, unless I am completely... Oh, there it is. I am a genius. Okay, so... So, here's a couple examples. So like this is a just list of notes on an example ogre that Tom Bloom wrote in Kane. So it's just like critical info. It is the sin is an ogre, the name, the form, the cat, who its host is, what are some notes on it, what are the traumas, what's the hook that gets the players interested, what's the palace like, but secondary info, like how can people learn this sort of stuff. And then, if you prefer flowcharts, you can do something like, here's the hook, here's the witness, here's the mob, here's the other witness tied to the host has traumas. The traumas relate back to the drinking buddy and Frank's wife. So the hard part isn't the part where the exos try to get information. The hard part should be the part where a bunch of mini sins jump after you leave. I mean, depends on how you want to run. You can make a game where finding the information is the hard bit. Where the heck is this gosh darn palace? We've been looking for like 2 pressure ticks. We still haven't found the palace. Like, maybe we need to change our tactic. We've been looking on the ground floor. Maybe it's above us. Maybe it's in like a skyscraper. And then like they change tactics, and then the fun of the game is finding the palace, discovering the trauma questions, and then using that to take out the sin. But a lot of the time, the fun is I want to kill a bunch of traces, and then I want to take out the drifters, and I want to fight the sin, right? So like you have flexibility. You have flexibility in how it is, what you want to do. The main thing is, I think literally, right. It literally says right here, sustaining tension comes from putting obstacles or challenges in the path of the exos and not from hiding information away. Exos should always know where they need to go or who they need to talk to. If exos fail to make an uncooperative person talk, dig through some important files, or sneak into the police station morgue, then make sure to always offer them another path forward. That is the biggest thing that really helped me as a GM and admin. That is the biggest thing that I have learned as an admin. That is something that Matt Colville talks about, even outside of investigations in his videos about like D&D. I'm of the opinion that you should never have a critical piece of information hidden behind a die roll, because what happens if they fail? Now, if you have behind a die roll that they still get the information, it's just dangerous, that's fine. If you have it behind a die roll and they can still find that information just at a much higher cost without a die roll, that's fine. The issue is a lot of people are like, oh, you want to find out who the host is? Make me a connections roll to see if you can like figure that out. Oh, you failed? And then there's just like, what do we do now? Can I just roll again? Well, no. That would kind of like eliminate the point, wouldn't it? Sure, you can roll again, but now it's hard. And then you roll, and then you fail. I guess tension increases because you wasted a bunch of time, but... And like, that's just not fun for anyone. Exactly, crickets. Oh, don't let the game grind to a halt. I think I get it out. Exactly. Failing forward, biggest piece of information I can give. That's why in my TTRPG, I made a whole system about failing forward. But like, unironically, failing forward, particularly with an investigation, is one of the biggest things you want to keep in mind. Failing forward. Whenever I fail, I make progress. Matt Colville, love his stuff. Example of Indiana Jones, I think in Last Crusade. I think it's Last Crusade, where he like sees a pit. He has a pit in front of him, and Indiana Jones, like, he's here. He jumps, and he misses the jump and has to catch on to like this root that's hanging out of the wall. And and then he tries lifting himself up again, and the root kind of like falls out, and he catches himself just on the very last bit of his nails. But his gun falls out of the holster and falls into the darkness below. And then he manages to pull himself up. This is the result of a failed athletics check or failed acrobatics check, followed by a second failed athletics check, failed acrobatics check. But he still managed to get over here because he tried rolling, he failed. Oh no, you're now holding on by a root and you're gonna fall down, the root's gonna let go. You have one more chance to succeed. You failed again. You managed to barely pull yourself up, and it's straining, and you have to do a full pull up, and it hurts, and your gun clatters out of its holster into the darkness below. You're now without your gun, but you made it to the other side. Because what happens if you decide, okay, you fall. Okay, you're dead. Campaign over. Character's dead. Roll a new character. Like, that's not fun. That's not interesting. Or even if you do like, oh, you fall down into the darkness and now you're down in the refuse down here. You're going to have to find your way out. Like, cool. If you couldn't manage to jump across a chasm, how do you expect this character to climb up out of it? So allow your characters to make forward momentum while they fail. If you fail a stealth check, particularly if other people succeed at a stealth check, you step on a branch that snaps, and the guards whip their head out in your direction, and one of them goes, come on, it's just wildlife, and the other one goes, shut up, dude, let me listen. And now they're on high alert, or at least one of them is. They're still at their post, they're still looking around, and the other one is going, come on, it's just a wolf, I'm sure, and goes, yes, but what if it's not? Now you have to make another check. Oh no, you failed again. Wait, I heard that too. Yeah, that's what I've been saying, dude. Should we report it in? I'm gonna go check it out. You stay here. And now one of the guards is approaching and looking for you, and you need to make another roll. So instead of just saying like, oh, you got spotted, allow the failure to push the narrative forward, whether that is in investigation or stealth or action or combat. Let them get the intel action through fails, but something secondary goes wrong as too. And that's why Kane is great with talismans. I love doing something like, for instance, in a combat that my players did, they were in downtown in the ogre's miasma, and they were fighting stumblers. They fired shots. And as a complication, I said, someone called the police and the SWAT team is being sent in because shots were fired downtown. And every turn on the risk die, depending on what the risk die was, I added a slash to the talisman. So what I did is that it's, okay, you missed, that sucks obviously, but instead of just having the stumblers continue to attack you or there being more stumblers, like the SWAT team is going to get involved. You need to finish this mission quick. And that's the kind of stuff that you can do. Lancer, you have clocks. And you can have background information that is a ticking timer that you just add to. What do I think about converting, for example, sins from Kane to 5e? Yes, I try to brainwash my players to play Kane. I think it's fun? Question mark? I haven't played D&D in years. I'm not gonna lie. I have not played 5e in years. And I personally am of the opinion, if I want to play Kane, why don't I just play Kane? And understand that your point is like, oh, I already tried to get them to play Kane and they don't want to. Well, if you just give them Kane but D&D 5e, why would they ever stop? Right? Like, it's something where it makes sense on a first pass to be like, oh, well, I can introduce them to trauma questions and sins and the premise of Kane. And from there, I can run it in D&D, and then they'll be like, oh, this is so cool. Let's play Kane. No, they'll be like, oh, this is so cool. How about you run more of this? And then you're stuck playing Kane in 5e. Which, like, if I was to make the sins in 5e, I'd probably just make them tied to the Shadowfell. or they'd be demons from the abyss. One of the two. Take your pick. Shadowfell is the first one to come to mind because they strike me more as the Sorrowsworn or the Forsworn or the creatures of the Shadowfell. But they're also demons. Like, they're just demons. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're basically just demons. I even am of the opinion that you could run Kain mechanically identically, where you run it as your Imperial sanctioned psychers of the Ordo Malleus going around fighting chaos demons in 40k. And I think that would not even be like a stretch. I think that would literally just like, you just have to change the flavor and that's it. It's the same reason why like nobody ever switches over Blades to the Dark to play through that stealth mission for their 5e game. People don't want to play Blades, they want to play 5e. Yeah, and I think people that want to just play 5e, you're not going to change their mind by adding non-5e stuff to 5e. You're going to make them be like, oh, look at how awesome 5e is. You can just play anything in it. Blades does sound very fun. I want to make more videos on Blades because I made a video on Blades in the Dark and a lot of people misinterpreted it. I made a single video talking about the gang system and a lot of people misinterpreted it because a lot of people heard me say, oh, when you make your gang, you start with reputation with some and you lose reputation with others. And a lot of the comments were like, why would I want to play a system where if I lose reputation by just starting, it's not like I even did anything yet, or man, this seems way too complicated. Why would I ever do this? Like, then don't play the system. Like, if you think reputation tracking of like of a scale of like -3 to +3 is too complicated for you, you can go back to playing D&D 5e. I'm not gonna stop you, bro. But like, Zaddy, chill, you know? You have like one group of players, but none of them are hosting, so I'm stuck as Forever DM. At least I got a host of a lot of systems though. What I would say, my advice to everyone who says like, oh, I'm a Forever DM, my advice is almost always, tell your players directly, I want you, and point at a player to DM. And then when they inevitably say like, oh no, like you're just so good at it, like I wouldn't be good, I'd be like, okay, cool. I wasn't good at it to begin with, and I want to play. And I've been running for you nonstop for 3 years, or for 1 year, or for a year and a half. And I want the chance to be a player. And if they're your friends, they will give you the opportunity. If they're actually literally your friends and they care about you, they will give you that opportunity. Because you're not saying anything about them. You're not judging them. You're not yelling at them. You are just saying, I haven't gotten the chance to be a player in a year and a half. I want to be a player. And so I'm choosing you, King Crowbro. You're gonna DM. I think that you have what it takes. And then maybe, King Crowbro, you were shy. You were like, well, I don't really think I have what it takes. And then the vote of confidence from Solar is what gets you to start DMing. Maybe not. Maybe it's a disaster. Who knows? But like, just give your GM self the chance to speak up for yourself. Every time someone says that's so complicated in relation to like any kind of nerd content, a part of me immediately wants to crash out. That's very valid. Did Kain happen yesterday? Yes, and I already talked about it. Question: I've been doing nothing but teleporting bread for 2 months. That's not a question. Soldier, down boy, stop. Should players be allowed to write solo fiction about their characters between sessions with NPCs introduced in them? I've done it before, but nobody liked it. Instead, it felt too main character-y. It depends, as all things do. My general advice is backstory, pog. Between sessions, like downtime, pog. Anything that has no relation on the plot or mechanics, pog. But like, if I write a solo story where my character goes off to a blacksmith and browses their wares and sees, wow, that's a fantastic ruby greatsword that you have there. And they go, but no one can afford it because only the worthy may wield it. And then I take my ruby greatsword and it lit a flame as I held it. And the blacksmith goes, you are the chosen one. However, I am reticent to part with it. So I must ask for your blessing and a favor to be owed in the future, and you're like, of course, I will always do that for one so honorable as you. And then now I have my ruby greatsword that sets on fire, and I have this master blacksmith artisan who I owe a favor to. Like, no. That's main character-y. And that's why, like, I think it's valid to be like, hey, I want to write a 1-page about what my character gets up to between these two quests. And I go out carousing. Oh, hey, I met someone and I made this NPC. And this NPC and my character really hit it off. And then they kiss because I like girls kissing. And then I have to leave her behind. But then she says that she'll wait for me. And now I have a nice little cute romance going on. Like, that's fine. To me, personally. Obviously, it's a matter of your group. But, like, to me, as a GM, if a player was like, hey, in our downtime, I wrote a thing, and, like, it doesn't have to be canon, but, like, I'd like if it could be canon, and they wrote about, like, going off and, like, finding a random new NPC that they had a really cute romance with over the span of, like, a page or page and a half, and then now they're leaving them behind, I'm like, yoink, free character, write them into the story. Oh, that kidnapped, that shopkeep I was gonna have get kidnapped by the cult, nope, that's now this romance character. Let's make a small adjustment, and I'll just, like, adapt the plot to meet their needs. Why? Because I'm a firm believer that players are the best indication of what will engage them. If I, as a player, write a little, like, I don't know, even it's like 3-4 paragraphs about how I went out drinking between, if I write about how I went drinking between adventures, and I describe 3 different taverns, each of which has their own unique atmosphere, and, like, I, as a player, am like, yeah, I just had, like, a little rabble-rousing between sessions. I, as a GM, would say, okay, you, as a player, are clearly interested in these taverns, and the idea of, like, carousing. So I, as a GM, would read that and would say, okay, the next quest that you're going to get is set in one of those 3 taverns. And then the player gets to go, oh, cool. And then I would ask my player, hey, what is this tavern like? And then they get to say, okay, so in the main room, there's no hearth, there's no nothing. It is completely dark, except for natural light from outside. However, there is a crystal in the ceiling that gives off, like, dim light in the entire room, and it's super smoky, and there's a lot of booths, and there's a lot of rugs, and it's like this weird, like, always half in shadow kind of room because the blinds are pulled during the day. So it's something where it's always like this liminal space between night and dark, and it's super, like, edgy and atmospheric. And the upstairs is like a normal tavern, but this downstairs here is like, ooh, it's super spooky. And I'm like, yeah, awesome. So you see your informant is actually off in one of the corners and seems uncomfortable and is, like, blowing smoke away from their face, like like coughing and wiping away. They don't seem used to this environment. And then the player who came up with this gets to be like, oh, haha, like, this is my natural environment, idiot. And then suddenly the player feels like a rock star. But what was main character about that? That was collaborative, sure. That makes their character more at home in the location that I set it in. But that does nothing to say they're more important, that they get a mechanical benefit, that narratively they are given weight. It is literally just the player signposted, hey, I'm interested in these taverns and this carousing lifestyle. So I said, hit me with it. What's this tavern like? And then I fit my NPC to fit in the tavern. Only one actually role-playing and talking to the GM, and that annoyed that party. Yeah. I basically started to treat my notes as solo/additional fiction, recap of the session, but from my character's POV. And that's always very fun. That's usually very fun. Should players be allowed to write solo fiction? How long have you played and jammed TTRPGs? I kind of want to make TTRPG content when I content create again, but I feel like I'm not experienced. So I have been on and off for I have been on and off consistently running for 10 years, which is a nonsense sentence, but let me tell you what I mean. I have been running in some form or another, really since I was a kid. I first played back when I was really little, and the first game that I played of like a TTRPG was the 3.5 basic rules black box. This is like huge nostalgia for me. I love this one because this is what I grew up with. And I remember reading the DMG. It was just a little pamphlet back then. There's like, I was like, oh wow, like there's a whole town outside of here, but like there's no map for it. Like why, like how can you access the town if there wasn't like a board for it? Because I didn't really understand the purpose of like like theater of the mind, for instance. Shut up, okay? This was 3.5. This was not that long ago. This was only like 20 years ago. And so this was my exposure. And then I only seriously got into it like 2015-ish. And a little bit before that. But I started running for my friends. I ran my own homebrew system that I made off of like secondhand information I heard about D&D 5e. Because remember, this was right after D&D 5e came out. And then I ended up getting the books. I started running for my friends. And then for a period of time, I stopped running. I focused on writing, solo writing. And then I kind of got back into it in the 2020s. So that's why I say like on and off consistently, because I played in 2006 or 7 or whatever. I played Dragon Shard. One of my favorite games growing up was an RTS D&D game where it was a like army versus army game set in Eberron. And this got me into like RPGs and TTRPGs, and I loved it, even though it's not a very good game. So like I had exposure to this in the beginning that I then kind of grew into in the 2010s. And then I kind of fell out of it due to many reasons in my life. And then I got back into it in the 2020s. I would get too skittish about writing new content ever since the last 2 games. The last game didn't receive it well, and in the second game I was showing favoritism because I was the only one that actually role-playing. Yeah, and that's something I've been guilty of. Like back when I was younger, when I had a player that would actively roleplay, I would absolutely like favorite them. Not to the point of like I'd give them special items or anything, but like I made them the focus of the narrative because they were the one engaging with the narrative. And what I didn't realize until later was that they had main character syndrome as a player. They wanted to be the main character. And so that's why they were engaging, is because I was feeding into that, and it was just not conducive. The rest of the group didn't really mind. They didn't really care. But like that's something where I learned over time that was not okay. That was not something I should have done. And that's why we grow. How do you handle things when players separate? I don't want to linger on a lone PC for too long and have the other players be bored. The solo scenes are great, and I love one-on-one duels. So the thing with that, a lot of my recent exposure has been one-on-one games. A lot of my recent exposure has been single-player games. But whenever I run groups, almost always, and I actually did run a group where it was a 1-on-2 and they immediately decided to split up because they're stupid. It was a cane game, and they split up to search for clues. And what I did is I just basically like, hey, I'm going to give you a scene, and then we give you a scene, and then we give you a scene, and then we give you a scene. And I stopped at natural narrative cliffhangers. I stopped at, as you enter the room, you see ahead of you a figure clad entirely in gold. Their skin is ridged. They're hunched over. They have a big bulbous head, webbed feet, big like frog-like legs, and a big arm, like 2 sets of arms that are wrapped around a safe in front of it, and it's like speaking to itself. And then she like was like, can I get more information on this? Is this a toad spawn? Is this the toad? And I was trying to figure it out. And then she made a noise. She failed a stealth check. An eye on its back opened up. It jumped out the window. She said, I'm following it. And then I swapped scenes back to the other player. And then the other player is investigating a parking lot that has a bunch of like cars that were broken into and is like trying to figure out what's going on here and like got some information. Here's an explosion from off the way. What? It's the same thing. It's also this like gold-clad individual, and it's like talking to itself, and like it's fighting these other traces that are around, and then it leaves, and then they chase after it, and then it sees them and it talks to them briefly, and like a trap goes off and they're both overtaken, and then it is about to kill them, and then I go back to the other person. And that's what I do, like, right? I try to keep it narrative. I try to keep it like an A plot, B plot. And broadly speaking, I think that's fine. I think that, listen, I try to keep this fun and engaging for every player. And I respect the fact that if it's longer than like 10 minutes, that's kind of on me if they check out. But if I'm on another player for like 7 minutes and you immediately go on your phone and stop paying attention, that's a you problem. That is, you're not engaged. You're not being respectful to your fellow player, and like nothing I can do would make that worth it, unless I do something in such a way that would completely change how like you interface with this game, which is an unreasonable ask on the GM. If I have a 7-minute scene with a player, well, and let's say 10 minutes, it might be 15, it might be 20, depends on the tolerance of your players, but ultimately, if I have an hour-long diatribe with King Crow, Solar, it doesn't matter how engaged you are, you're gonna check out after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe 50 minutes. But you're gonna check out eventually, and you're gonna check your phone, and you're gonna get bored, and you're gonna want snacks, you're gonna want to get up and go on a walk. And like, the goal of the GM is to understand what that line is and ensure that you don't cross it. Because if it ends up being 15 minutes, maybe I keep all of my scenes to 9 or 10 minutes, so that even if there is kind of like, oh, it takes a couple minutes longer than I expected, it never drags, right? Whatever works for your group. Where'd my username come from? So, I am ArrowKissWrites. Also known as ArrowWrites. The rights should be obvious. I'm a writer. I write. I enjoy it. ArrowKiss is just my name. So like ArrowKiss writes. Simple. Arrow, shortening of ArrowKiss. It's funny. A lot of people assume that it's for aromantic, which it's not. I am Arrow. I am Arrow Ace, just Demi and Demi. So like Arrow writes. Though ArrowKiss writes is why the community are called the Arrow Kissers. My viewers are called the Arrow Kissers, not because y'all are kissing Arrow, but because Arrow Kiss verb. I don't know. It's silly. Y'all chose it. I'd seen your short on how to make a TTRPG. How am I supposed to know that my unique system enough? So, when making a system unique, TTRPG, I want you to realize two things. One, nothing is unique. Two, why would they play your fantasy dungeon delving system when they can just play D&D? Why would they play your mech piloting system when they can war game system when they can just play Lancer? Why would they play your dystopian far future dark comedy TTRPG when they can play Paranoia? And that's a genuine question. That is not oh, you should just give up now. That is literally, why would someone who loves mecha, loves war games, choose your system over Lancer? Why would someone who loves exploration and exploring alien worlds choose your system over Wildsea? Let me give you my own example. Why would someone choose my TTRPG Synthop over Shadowrun? Both are dystopian sci-fi TTRPGs where set in a sci-fi fantasy setting where you go off on corporate espionage. And my answer to this is that the niche of Synthop is more about playing a synthetic about being a synthetic operator, an AI, who has limits and rules that you cannot breach and need to work around. The core fantasy of Shadowrun is to be a wizard hacker, is to be a troll troubleshooter, is to be a fixer with magic. At first blush, these are very similar systems. But as soon as you actually look at what they're trying to accomplish, very different. They even both have similar mechanics. They both have build a die pool every like 4 pluses of success. I think Shadowrun might be a 5 or a 6. And like they end up being different once you actually look at what are they trying to accomplish. It's the arrow kissers. Yeah. You want to play Synthop? Well, I'm happy. What if one of them gets into combat, but the other one doesn't get into combat? Then I would, at the end of every combat round, swap. Like, you don't need to do an entire combat in one. How's the TTRPG speedrun going? The TTRPG speedrun, it's coming. It's gonna be here. You just need a little bit more time. It's gonna be right around the corner. It's just right now, it's already been 6.5 hours. I'm recovering from sickness. I can't do it right now. Like, I'm sure you get that. I'm sure you understand. So thank you so much for swinging by. I'm gonna wrap up the Q&A. And I think I am done with the Q&A. I need to head out. It has been 6.5 hours. I need to take care of myself. I need to eat dinner. I need to recover from my illness. And unfortunately, I still need to record tomorrow's Mega Dungeon video. Understandable, rest well, hydrate and eat and do something to make yourself feel better. I am going to go have some milkshake ice cream because I had to put it back in the freezer because I wasn't going to eat it on stream. Look out for... Because I'm still recovering, I might kick back the Mega Dungeon video. So I might do a Arrow answers tomorrow, or a voiceover meme tomorrow, and then 40k, and then Mega Dungeon. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. Next stream will be on Friday here on YouTube. Be on the lookout for a productivity stream, and then check out Twitch on Saturday where we're going to be playing Tenfold 2. Wish the yummy dinner and a good night. Thank you so much. Take a day off, maybe? No, I can't do that. Like, listen, I didn't take a day off when I was, like, actively, like, in pain. I invest too much in this to let something like my physical health hold me back from keeping up my schedule. I thank you for the concern, though. Have a good one. Enjoy your day, night, evening, morning, whenever, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.